Chapter 8 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. Chapter 8 Spring, Part 1. Inside was pandemonium. Most men had gone to bed, and I have a blurred memory of men in pyjamas and dressing gowns getting hold of me and trying to get the chunks of armour which were my clothes to leave my body. Finally they cut them off and threw them into an angular heap at the foot of my bunk. Next morning they were a sodden mass weighing 24 pounds. Bread and jam and cocoa, showers of questions. "You know this is the hardest journey ever made," from Scott. A broken record of George Robey on the gramophone, which started us laughing until in our weak state we found it difficult to stop. I have no doubt that I had not stood the journey as well as Wilson. My jaw had dropped when I came in, so they tell me. Then into my warm blanket bag, and I managed to keep awake just long enough to think that Paradise must feel something like this. We slept 10,000 years. We wakened to find everybody at breakfast, and passed a wonderful day, lazying about, half asleep and wholly happy, listening to the news and answering questions. We are looked upon as beings who have come from another world. This afternoon I had a shave after soaking my face in a hot sponge, and then a bath. Lashly had already cut my hair. Bill looks very thin, and we are all very blear-eyed from want of sleep. I have not much appetite. My mouth is very dry and throat sore, with a troublesome hacking cough which I have had all the journey. My taste is gone. We are getting badly spoiled, but our beds are the height of all our pleasures. But this did not last long. Another happy day doing nothing. After falling asleep 2 or 3 times I went to bed, read Kim, and slept. About 2 hours after each meal we all want another, and after a tremendous supper last night we had another meal before turning in. I have my taste back, but all our fingers are impossible. They might be so many pieces of lead, except for the pins and needles feeling in them, which we have also got in our feet. My toes are very bulbous, and some toenails are coming off. My left heel is one big burst blister. Going straight out of a warm bed into a strong wind outside nearly bowled me over. I felt quite faint, and pulled myself together thinking it was all nerves, but it began to come on again, and I had to make for the hut as quickly as possible. Birdie is now full of schemes for doing the trip again next year. Bill said it is too great a risk in the darkness, and he will not consider it, though he thinks that to go in August might be possible. And again, a day or 2 later, I came in covered with a red rash, which is rather ticklish. My ankles and knees are a bit puffy, but my feet are not so painful as Bill's and Birdie's. Hands itch a bit. We must be very weak and worn out, though I think Birdie is the strongest of us. He seems to be picking up very quickly. Bill is still very worn and rather haggard. The kindness of everybody would spoil an angel. I have put these personal experiences down from my diary because they are the only contemporary record I possess. Scott's own diary at this time contains the statement, "The Crozier party returned last night after enduring for 5 weeks the hardest conditions on record. They looked more weather-worn than anyone I have yet seen. Their faces were scarred and wrinkled, their eyes dull, their hands whitened and creased with the constant exposure to damp and cold, yet the scars of frostbite were very few. To-day, after a night's rest, our travellers are very different in appearance and mental capacity." "Archie's been lost in a blizzard," was the news which we got as soon as we could grasp anything. Since then he has spent a year of war in the North Sea, seen the Dardanelles campaign and much fighting in France, and has been blown up in a Monitor. I doubt whether he does not reckon that night the worst of the lot. He ought to have been blown into hundreds of little bits, but always like some hardy india rubber ball he turns up again, a little dented, but with the same tough elasticity which refuses to be hurt. And with the same quiet voice he volunteers for the next, and tells you how splendid everybody was except himself. It was the blizzard of July the 4th, when we were lying in the windless bight on our way to Cape Crozier, and we knew it must be blowing all round us. At any rate, it was blowing at Cape Evans, though it eased up in the afternoon, and Atkinson and Taylor went up the ramp to read the thermometers there. They returned without great difficulty, and some discussion seemed to have arisen as to whether it was possible to read the two screens on the sea ice. Atkinson said he would go and read that in North Bay. Gran said he was going to South Bay. They started independently at 5:30 p.m. Gran returned an hour and a quarter afterwards. He had gone about 200 yards. Atkinson had not gone much farther when he decided that he had better give it up, so he turned and faced the wind, steering by keeping it on his cheek. We discovered afterwards that the wind does not blow quite in the same direction at the end of the cape as it does just where the hut lies. Perhaps it was this, perhaps his left leg carried him a little farther than his right, perhaps it was that the numbing effect of a blizzard on a man's brain was already having its effect. Certainly Atkinson does not know himself, but instead of striking the cape, which ran across his true front, he found himself by an old fish trap which he knew was 200 yards out on the sea ice. He made a great effort to steady himself and make for the cape, but any one who has stood in a blizzard will understand how difficult that is. The snow was a blanket raging all around him, and it was quite dark. He walked on and found nothing. Everything else is vague. Hour after hour he staggered about. He got his hand badly frostbitten. He found pressure. He fell over it. He was crawling in it, on his hands and knees, stumbling, tumbling, tipping, buffeted by the endless lash of the wind, sprawling through miles of punishing snow. He still seems to have kept his brain working. He found an island, thought it was inaccessible, spent ages in coasting along it, lost it, found more pressure and crawled along it. He found another island, and the same horrible, almost senseless search went on. Under the lee of some rocks he waited for a time. His clothing was thin, though he had his wind clothes, and a horrible thought if this was to go on, he had his boots on his feet instead of warm finnesko. Here also he kicked out a hole in a drift where he might have more chance if he were forced to lie down, for sleep is the end of men who get lost in blizzards. Though he did not know it, he must now have been out more than 4 hours. There was little chance for him if the blizzard continued, but hope revived when the moon showed in a partial lull. It is wonderful that he was sufficiently active to grasp the significance of this, and groping back in his brain he found he could remember the bearing of the moon from Cape Evans when he went to bed the night before. The hut must be somewhere over there. This must be Inaccessible Island. He left the island and made in that direction, but the blizzard came down again with added force, and the moon was blotted out. He tried to return to the island and failed. Then he stumbled on another island, perhaps the same one, and waited. Again the lull came, and again he set off, and walked, until he recognized Inaccessible Island on his left. Clearly he must have been under Great Razorback Island, and this is some 4 miles from Cape Evans. The moon still showed, and on he walked, and then at last he saw a flame. Atkinson's continued absence was not noticed at the hut until dinner was nearly over at 7:15, that is, until he had been absent about 2 hours. The wind at Cape Evans had dropped, though it was thick all round and no great anxiety was felt. Some went out and shouted, others went north with a lantern, and Day arranged to light a paraffin flare on Wind Vane Hill. Atkinson never experienced this lull, and having seen the way blizzards will sweep down the strait though the coastline is comparatively clear and calm, I can understand how he was in the thick of it all the time. I feel convinced that most of these blizzards are local affairs. The party which had gone north returned at 9:30 without news, and Scott became seriously alarmed. Between 9:30 and 10 6 search parties started out, but time was passing and Atkinson had been away more than 6 hours. The light which Atkinson had seen was a flare of tow soaked in petrol lit by Day at Cape Evans. He corrected his course and before long was under the rock upon which Day could be seen working like some lanky devil in one of Dante's hells. Atkinson shouted again and again, but could not attract his attention, and finally walked almost into the hut before he was found by 2 men searching the cape. "It was all my own damn fault," he said, "but Scott never slanged me at all." I really think we should all have been as merciful, wouldn't you? And that was that, but he had a beastly hand. Theoretically the sun returned to us on August 23rd. Practically there was nothing to be seen except blinding drift, but we saw his upper limb 2 days later. In Scott's words, the daylight came rushing at us. 2 spring journeys were contemplated, and with preparations for the polar journey and the ordinary routine work of the station, everybody had as much on his hands as he could get through. Lieutenant Evans, Gran and Forde volunteered to go out to Corner Camp and dig out this depôt as well as that of Safety Camp. They started on September 9 and camped on the sea ice beyond Cape Armitage that night, the minimum temperature being -45°. They dug out Safety Camp next morning and marched on towards Corner Camp. The minimum that night was -62.3°. The next evening they made their night camp as a blizzard was coming up, the temperature at the same time being -34.5°, and minimum for the night -40°. This is an extremely low temperature for a blizzard. They made a start in a very cold wind the next afternoon, September 12, and camped at 8:30 p.m. That night was bitterly cold, and they found that the minimum showed -73.3° for that night. Evans reports adversely on the use of the eider down bag and inner tent, but here none of our Winter Journey men would agree with him. Most of September 13 was spent in digging out Corner Camp, which they left at 5 p.m, intending to travel back to Hut Point without stopping except for meals. They marched all through that night, with 2 halts for meals, and arrived at Hut Point at 3 p.m. on September 14, having covered a distance of 34.6 statute miles. They reached Cape Evans the following day after an absence of 6½ days. During this journey Forde got his hand badly frostbitten, which necessitated his return in the Terra Nova in March 1912. He owed a good deal to the skilful treatment Atkinson gave it. Wilson was still looking grey and drawn some days, and I was not too fit, but Bowers was indefatigable. Soon after we got in from Cape Crozier he heard that Scott was going over to the Western Mountains. Somehow or other he persuaded Scott to take him, and they started with Seaman Evans and Simpson on September 15 on what Scott calls a remarkably pleasant and instructive little spring journey, and what Bowers called a jolly picnic. The picnic started from the hut in a -40° temperature, dragging 180 pounds per man, mainly composed of stores for the geological party of the summer. They penetrated as far north as Dunlop Island, and turned back from there on September 24, reaching Cape Evans on September 29, marching 21 miles (statute) into a blizzard wind, with occasional storms of drift and a temperature of -16°, and they marched a little too long, for a storm of drift came against them and they had to camp. It is never very easy pitching a tent on sea ice, because there is not very much snow on the ice. On this occasion it was only after they had detached the inner tent, which was fastened to the bamboos, that they could hold the bamboos, and then it was only inch by inch that they got the outer cover on. At 9 p.m. the drift took off, though the wind was as strong as ever, and they decided to make for Cape Evans. They arrived at 1:15 a.m. after one of the most strenuous days which Scott could remember, and that meant a good deal. Simpson's face was a sight. During his absence Griffith Taylor became meteorologist in chief. He was a greedy scientist, and he also wielded a fluent pen. Consequently his output during the year and a half which he spent with us was large, and ranged from the results of the 2 excellent scientific journeys which he led in the Western Mountains to this work during the latter half of September. He was a most valued contributor to the South Polar Times, and his prose and poetry both had a bite which was never equalled by any other of our amateur journalists. When his pen was still his tongue wagged, and the arguments he led were legion. The hut was a merrier place for his presence. When the weather was good he might be seen striding over the rocks with a complete disregard of the effect on his clothes. He wore through a pair of boots quicker than anybody I have ever known, and his socks had to be mended with string. Ice movement and erosion were also of interest to him, and almost every day he spent some time in studying the slopes and huge ice cliffs of the Barne Glacier and other points of interest. With equal ferocity he would throw himself into his curtained bunk because he was bored, or emerge from it to take part in some argument which was troubling the table. His diary must have been almost as long as the reports he wrote for Scott of his geological explorations. He was a demon note-taker, and he had a passion for being equipped so that he could cope with any observation which might turn up. Thus old Griff on a sledge journey might have notebooks protruding from every pocket, and hung about his person a sundial, a prismatic compass, a sheath knife, a pair of binoculars, a geological hammer, chronometer, pedometer, camera, aneroid and other items of surveying gear, as well as his goggles and mitts, and in his hand might be an ice axe which he used as he went along to the possible advancement of science, but the certain disorganization of his companions. His gaunt, untamed appearance was atoned for by a halo of good fellowship which hovered about his head. I am sure he must have been an untidy person to have in your tent. I feel equally sure that his tent mates would have been sorry to lose him. His gear took up more room than was strictly his share, and his mind also filled up a considerable amount of space. He always bulked large, and when he returned to the Australian Government, which had lent him for the first 2 sledging seasons, he left a noticeable gap in our company. From the time we returned from Cape Crozier until now, Scott had been full of buck. Our return had taken a weight off his mind. The return of the daylight was stimulating to everybody, and to a man of his impatient and impetuous temperament the end of the long period of waiting was a relief. Also everything was going well. On September the 10th he writes, with a sigh of relief, that the detailed plans for the southern journey are finished at last.
Every figure has been checked by Bowers, who has been an enormous help to me. If the motors are successful, we shall have no difficulty in getting to the glacier, and if they fail, we shall still get there with any ordinary degree of good fortune. To work 3 units of 4 men from that point onwards requires no small provision, but with the proper provision it should take a good deal to stop the attainment of our object. I have tried to take every reasonable possibility of misfortune into consideration, and to so organize the parties as to be prepared to meet them. I fear to be too sanguine, yet taking everything into consideration, I feel that our chances ought to be good.
And again he writes,
Of hopeful signs for the future, none are more remarkable than the health and spirit of our people. It would be impossible to imagine a more vigorous community, and there does not seem to be a single weak spot in the 12 good men and true who are chosen for the southern advance. All are now experienced sledge travellers, knit together with a bond of friendship that has never been equalled under such circumstances. Thanks to these people, and more especially to Bowers and Petty Officer Evans, there is not a single detail of our equipment which is not arranged with the utmost care and in accordance with the tests of experience.
Indeed, Bowers had been of the very greatest use to Scott in the working out of these plans. Not only had he all the details of stores at his fingertips, but he had studied polar clothing and polar food, was full of plans and alternative plans, and best of all, refused to be beaten by any problem which presented itself. The actual distribution of weights between dogs, motors and ponies, and between the different ponies, was largely left in his hands. We had only to lead our ponies out on the day of the start, and we were sure to find our sledges ready, each with the right load and weight. To the leader of an expedition such a man was worth his weight in gold. But now Scott became worried and unhappy. We were running things on a fine margin of transport, and during the month before we were due to start, mishap followed mishap in the most disgusting way. 3 men were more or less incapacitated: Ford with his frozen hand, Clissold, who concussed himself by a fall from a berg, and Debenham, who hurt his knee seriously when playing football. One of the ponies, Jehu, was such a crock that at one time it was decided not to take him out at all, and very bad opinions were also held of Chinaman. Another dog died of a mysterious disease.
"It is trying," writes Scott, "but I am past despondency. Things must take their course." And "if this waiting were to continue, it looks as though we should become a regular party of crocks."
Then on the top of all this came a bad accident to one of the motor axles on the eve of departure.
To night the motors were to be taken on to the floe. The drifts made the road very uneven, and the first and best motor overrode its chain. The chain was replaced and the machine proceeded, but just short of the floe was thrust into a steep inclination by a ridge, and the chain again overrode the sprockets. This time, by ill fortune, Day slipped at the critical moment, and without intention jammed the throttle full on. The engine brought up, but there was an ominous trickle of oil under the back axle, and investigation showed that the axle casing (aluminium) had split. The casing had been stripped and brought into the hut. We may be able to do something with it, But time presses. It all goes to show that we want more experience and workshops. I am secretly convinced that we shall not get much help from the motors, yet nothing has ever happened to them that was unavoidable. A little more care and foresight would make them splendid allies. The trouble is, if they fail, no one will ever believe this.
In the meantime Meares and Dimitri ran out to Corner Camp from Hut Point twice with the 2 dog teams. The first time they journeyed out and back in 2 days and a night, returning on October 15th, and another very similar run was made before the end of the month. The motor party was to start first, but was delayed until October 24th. They were to wait for us at latitude 80° 30', man hauling certain loads on if the motors broke down. The 2 engineers were Day and Lashly, and their 2 helpers, who steered by pulling on a rope in front, were Lieutenant Evans and Hooper. Scott was
immensely eager that these tractors should succeed, even though they may not be of great help to our southern advance. A small measure of success will be enough to show their possibilities, their ability to revolutionize polar transport.
End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Spring, Part 2. Lashly, as the reader may know by now, was a chief stoker in the Navy, and accompanied Scott on his plateau journey in the Discovery days. The following account of the motor's checkered career is from his diary, and for permission to include here both it and the story of the adventures of the second return party, an extraordinarily vivid and simple narrative, I cannot be too grateful. After the motors had been 2 days on the sea ice on their way to Hut Point, Lashly writes on 26th October 1911: "Kicked off at 9:30. Engine going well, surface much better. Dropped 1 can of petrol each and lubricating oil. Launched about 2 miles from Hut Point. Captain Scott and supporting party came from Cape Evans to help us over the blue ice, but they were not required. Got away again after lunch, but was delayed by the other sledge not being able to get along. It is beginning to dawn on me the sledges are not powerful enough for the work, as it is one continual drag over this sea ice. Perhaps it will improve on the Barrier. It seems we are going to be troubled with engine overheating. After we have run about 3/4 to a mile, it is necessary to stop at least half an hour to cool the engine down. Then we have to close up for a few minutes to allow the carburetor to warm up, or we can't get the petrol to vaporize. We are getting new experiences every day. We arrived at Hut Point and proceeded to Cape Armitage, it having come on to snow pretty thickly, so we pitched our tent and waited for the other car to come up. She has been delayed all afternoon and not made much headway. At 6:30 Mr. Bowers and Mr. Garrard came out to us and told us to come back to Hut Point for the night, where we all enjoyed ourselves with a good hoosh and a nice night with all hands. 27th October 1911. This morning, being fine, made our way out to the cars and got them going after a bit of trouble, the temperature being a bit low. I got away in good style. The surface seems to be improving. It is better for running on, but very rough, and the overheating is not overcome, nor likely to be, as far as I can see. Just before arriving at the Barrier, my car began to develop some strange knocking in the engine, but with the help of the party with us I managed to get on to the Barrier. The other car got up the slope in fine style and waited for me to come up. As my engine is giving trouble, we decided to camp, have lunch and see what is the matter. On opening the crank chamber, we found the crank brasses broke into little pieces, so there was nothing left to do but replace them with the spare ones. Of course this meant a cold job for Mr. Day and myself, as handling metal on the Barrier is not a thing one looks forward to with pleasure. Anyhow, we set about it after Lieutenant Evans and Hooper had rigged up a screen to shelter us a bit, and by 10 p.m. we were finished and ready to proceed, but owing to a very low temperature we found it difficult to get the engines to go, so we decided to camp for the night. 28th October 1911. Turned out and had another go at starting, which took some little time owing again to the low temperature. We got away, but again the trouble is always staring us in the face, overheating, and the surface is so bad and the pull so heavy and constant that it looks we are in for a rough time. We are continually waiting for one another to come up, and every time we stop something has to be done. My fan got jammed and delayed us some time, but have got it right again. Mr. Evans had to go back for his spare gear, owing to someone not bringing it out in mistake. He had a good tramp as we were about 15 miles out from Hut Point. 29th of October 1911. Again we got away, but did not get far before the other car began to give trouble. I went back to see what was the matter. It seems the petrol is dirty, due perhaps to putting in a new drum. Anyhow, got her up and camped for lunch. After lunch made a move, and all seemed to be going well, when Mr. Day's car gave out, at the crank brasses the same as mine, so we shall have to see what is the next best thing to do. 30th of October 1911. This morning before getting the car on the way had to reconstruct our loads, as Mr. Day's car is finished and no more use for further service. We have got all 4 of us with one car now. Things seem to be going fairly well, but we are still troubled with the overheating, which means to say half our time is wasted. We can see dawning on us the harness before long. We covered 7 miles and camped for the night. We are now about 6 miles from Corner Camp. 31st of October 1911. Got away with difficulty and nearly reached Corner Camp, but the weather was unkind and forced us to camp early. One thing we have been able to bring along, a good supply of pony food and most of the man food, but so far the motor sledges have proved a failure. 1st of November 1911. Started away with the usual amount of agony, and soon arrived at Corner Camp, where we left a note to Captain Scott, explaining the cause of our breakdown. I told Mr. Evans to say this sledge won't go much farther. After getting about a mile past Corner Camp, my engine gave out finally, so here is an end to the motor sledges. I can't say I'm sorry, because I am not, and the others are, I think, of the same opinion as myself. We have had a heavy task pulling the heavy sledges up every time we stopped, which was pretty frequent. Even now we have to start man hauling. We shall not be much more tired than we have already been at night when we had finished. Now comes the man hauling part of the show. After reorganizing our sledge and taking aboard all the man food we can pull, we started with 190 pounds per man. A strong headwind made it a bit uncomfortable for getting along. Anyhow, we made good about 3 miles and camped for the night. The surface not being very good made the travelling a bit heavy, after 3 days man hauling. 5th of November 1911. Made good about 14½ miles. If the surface would only remain as it is now, we could get along pretty well. We are now thinking of the ponies being on their way. Hope they will get better luck than we had with the motor sledges, but by what I can see they will have a tough time of it. 6th of November 1911. Today we have worked hard and covered a good distance, 12 miles. Surface rough but slippery. All seems to be going pretty well, but we have generally had enough by the time comes for us to camp. 7th of November 1911. We have again made good progress, but the light was very trying. Sometimes we could not see at all where we were going. I tried to find some of the cairns that were built by the depot party last year. Came upon one this afternoon, which is about 20 miles from One Ton Depot, so at the rate we have been travelling we ought to reach there some time tomorrow night. Temperature today was pretty low, but we are beginning to get hardened into it now. 8th of November 1911. Made a good start, but the surface is getting softer every day and makes our legs ache. We arrived at One Ton Depot and camped, then proceeded to dig out some of the provisions. We have to take on all the man food we can. This is a wild looking place, no doubt. Have not seen anything of the ponies. 9th of November 1911. Today we have started on the second stage of our journey. Our orders are to proceed 1 degree south of One Ton Depot and wait for the ponies and dogs to come up with us. As we have been making good distances each day, the party will hardly overtake us, but we have found today the load is much heavier to drag. We have just over 200 pounds per man, and we have been brought up on several occasions, and to start again required a pretty good strain on the rope. Anyhow, we done 10½ miles, a pretty good show considering all things. 10th of November 1911. Again we started off with plenty of vim, but it was jolly tough work, and it begins to tell on all of us. The surface today is covered with soft crystals which don't improve things. Tonight Hooper is pretty well done up, but we have stuck it well and I hope he will, although he could not tackle the food in the best of spirits.
We know he wanted it. Mr. Evans, Mr. Day and myself could eat more as we are just beginning to feel the tightening of the belt. Made good 11¼ miles, and we are now building cairns all the way, one about 3 miles, then again at lunch, and one in the afternoon and one at night. This will keep us employed. 11th November 1911. To day it has been very heavy work. The surface is very bad and we are pretty well full up, but not with food. Man hauling is no doubt the hardest work one can do. No wonder the motor sledges could not stand it. I have been thinking of the trials I witnessed of the motor engines in Wolseley's works in Birmingham. They were pretty stiff, but nothing compared to the drag of a heavy load on the Barrier surface. 12th November 1911. To day have been similar to the 2 previous days, but the light have been bad and snow have been falling which do not improve the surface. We have been doing 10 miles a day geographical, and quite enough too, as we have all had enough by the time it goes camp. 13 November 1911. The weather seems to be on the change. Should not be surprised if we don't get a blizzard before long, but of course we don't want that. Hooper seems a bit fagged, but he sticks it pretty well. Mr. Day keeps on plodding. His only complaint is should like a little more to eat. 14th November 1911. When we started this morning Mr. Evans said we had about 15 miles to go to reach the required distance. The hauling have been about the same, but the weather is somewhat finer and the blizzard gone off. We did 10 miles and camped. Have not seen anything of the main party yet, but shall not be surprised to see them at any time. 15th November 1911. We are camped after doing 5 miles where we are supposed to be, latitude 80° 32'. Now we have to wait the others coming up. Mr. Evans is quite proud to think we have arrived before the others caught us, but we don't expect they will be long, although we have nothing to be ashamed of, as our daily distance have been good. We have built a large cairn this afternoon before turning in. The weather is cold but excellent. They waited there 6 days before the pony party arrived, when the Upper Barrier Depôt, Mount Hooper, was left in the cairn. End of Chapter 8, Part 2.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Polar Journey, The Barrier Stage, Part 1. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars, until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles, and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in the old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Tennyson, Ulysses. Take it all in all, it is wonderful that the South Pole was reached so soon after the North Pole had been conquered. From Cape Columbia to the North Pole, straight going, is 413 geographical miles, and Peary, who took on his expedition 246 dogs, covered this distance in 37 days. From Hut Point to the South Pole and back is 1,532 geographical, or 1,766 statute miles, the distance to the top of the Beardmore Glacier alone being more than 100 miles farther than Peary had to cover to the North Pole. Scott travelled from Hut Point to the South Pole in 75 days, and to the Pole and back to his last camp in 147 days, a period of 5 months. All miles are geographical unless otherwise stated. The departure from Cape Evans at 11 p.m. on November 1st is described by Griffith Taylor, who started a few days later on the second geological journey with his own party. On the 31st of October the pony parties started. 2 weak ponies led by Atkinson and Keohane were sent off first at 4:30, and I accompanied them for about a mile. Keohane's pony rejoiced in the name of Jimmy Pigg, and he stepped out much better than his fleeter named mate, Jehu,
we heard through the telephone of their safe arrival at Hut Point. Next morning the Southern Party finished their mail, posting it in the packing case on Atkinson's bunk, and then at 11 a.m. the last party were ready for the Pole. They had packed the sledges overnight, and they took 20 pounds of personal baggage. The owner had asked me what book he should take. He wanted something fairly filling. I recommended Tyndall's Glaciers, if he wouldn't find it coolish. He didn't fancy this, so then I said why not take Browning as I'm doing, and I believe that he did so. Wright's pony was the first harnessed to its sledge. Chinaman is Jehu's rival for last place, and as some compensation is easy to harness. Seaman Evans led Snatcher, who used to rush ahead and take the lead as soon as he was harnessed. Cherry had Michael, a steady goer, and Wilson led Nobby, the pony rescued from the killer whales in March. Scott led out Snippets to the sledges and harnessed him to the foremost, with little Anton's help, only it turned out to be Bowers' sledge. However, he transferred in a few minutes and marched off rapidly to the south. Christopher, as usual, behaved like a demon. First they had to trice his front leg up tight under his shoulder, then it took 5 minutes to throw him. The sledge was brought up and he was harnessed in while his head was held down on the floe. Finally he rose up, still on 3 legs, and started off galloping as well as he was able. After several violent kicks his foreleg was released, and after more watch-spring flicks with his hind legs he set off fairly steadily. Titus can't stop him when once he's started, and will have to do the 15 miles in 1 lap probably. Dear old Titus, that was my last memory of him. Imperturbable as ever, never hasty, never angry, but soothing that vicious animal and determined to get the best out of most unpromising material in his endeavour to do his simple duty. Bowers was last to leave. His pony Victor, nervous but not vicious, was soon in the traces. I ran to the end of the cape and watched the little cavalcade, already strung out into remote units, rapidly fade into the lonely white waste to southward. That evening I had a chat with Wilson over the telephone from the Discovery Hut, my last communication with those 5 gallant spirits.
All of the ponies arrived at Hut Point by 4 p.m, just in time to escape a stiff blow. 3 of them were housed with ourselves inside the hut, the rest being put into the verandah. The march showed that with their loads the speed of the different ponies varied to such an extent that individuals were soon separated by miles.
It reminded me of a regatta or a somewhat disorganized fleet with ships of very unequal speed.
It was decided to change to night marching, and the following evening we proceeded in the following order, which was the way of our going for the present. The 3 slowest ponies started first, namely Jehu with Atkinson, Chinaman with Wright, James Pigg with Keohane. This party was known as the Baltic Fleet. 2 hours later Scott's party followed, Scott with Snippets, Wilson with Nobby, and myself with Michael. Both these parties camped for lunch in the middle of the night's march. After another hour the remaining 4 men set to work to get Christopher into his sledge. When he was started they harnessed in their own ponies as quickly as possible and followed, making a non-stop run right through the night's march. It was bad for men and ponies, but it was impossible to camp in the middle of the march, owing to Christopher. The composition of this party was Oates with Christopher, Bowers with Victor, Seaman Evans with Snatcher, Crean with Bones. Each of these 3 parties was self-contained with tent, cooker and weekly bag, and the times of starting were so planned that the 3 parties arrived at the end of the march about the same time. There was a strong headwind and low drift as we rounded Cape Armitage on our way to the Barrier and the future. Probably there were few of us who did not wonder when we should see the old familiar place again. Scott's party camped at Safety Camp as the Baltic Fleet were getting under way again. Soon afterwards Ponting appeared with a dog sledge and a cinematograph. How anomalous it seemed! Which was up in time to catch the flying rearguard, which came along in fine form, Snatcher leading and being stopped every now and again, a wonderful little beast. Christopher had given the usual trouble when harnessed, but was evidently subdued by the Barrier surface. However, it was not thought advisable to halt him, and so the party fled through in the wake of the advance guard. Immediately afterwards Scott's party packed up. Goodbye and good luck from Ponting. A wave of the hand not holding in a frisky pony, and we had left the last link with the hut.
The future is in the lap of the gods, I can think of nothing left undone to deserve success.
The general scheme was to average 10 miles, 11.5 statute, a day from Hut Point to One Ton Depôt, with the ponies lightly laden. From One Ton to the Gateway, a daily average of 13 miles, 15 statute, was necessary to carry 24 weekly units of food for 4 men each to the bottom of the glacier. This was the Barrier stage of the journey, a distance of 369 miles, 425 statute, as actually run on our sledge meter. The 24 weekly units of food were to carry the Polar Party and 2 supporting parties forward to their farthest point and back again to the bottom of the Beardmore, where 3 more units were to be left in a depôt. All went well on this first day on the Barrier, and encouraging messages left on empty petrol drums told us that the motors were going well when they passed. But the next day we passed 5 petrol drums which had been dumped. This meant that there was trouble, and some 14 miles from Hut Point we learned that the big end of the No. 2 cylinder of Day's motor had broken, and half a mile beyond we found the motor itself drifted up with snow and looking a mournful wreck. The next day's march, Sunday, November 5th a.m., brought us up to Corner Camp. There were a few legs down crevasses during the day, but nothing to worry about. From here we could see to the south an ominous mark in the snow which we hoped might not prove to be the second motor. It was. The big end of No. 1 cylinder had cracked, the machine otherwise in good order. Evidently the engines are not fitted to working in this climate, a fact that should be certainly capable of correction. One thing is proved: the system of propulsion is altogether satisfactory. And again, it is a disappointment. I had hoped better of the machines once they got way on the Barrier surface. Scott had set his heart upon the success of the motors. He had run them in Norway and Switzerland, and everything was done that care and forethought could suggest. At the back of his mind, I feel sure, was the wish to abolish the cruelty which the use of ponies and dogs necessarily entails.
A small measure of success will be enough to show their possibilities, their ability to revolutionize polar transport. Seeing the machines at work to-day, leaving Cape Evans, and remembering that every defect so far is purely mechanical, it is impossible not to be convinced of their value. But the trifling mechanical defects and lack of experience show the risk of cutting out trials. A season of experiment with a small workshop at hand may be all that stands between success and failure.
I do not believe that Scott built high hopes on these motors, but it was a chance to help those who followed him. Scott was always trying to do that. Did they succeed or fail? They certainly did not help us much, the motor which travelled farthest drawing a heavy load to just beyond Corner Camp. But even so, 50 statute miles is 50 miles, and that they did it at all was an enormous advance. The distance travelled included hard and soft surfaces, and we found later, when the snow bridges fell in during the summer, that this car had crossed safely some broad crevasses. Also they worked in temperatures down to -30° Fahrenheit. All this was to the good, for no motor-driven machine had travelled on the Barrier before. The general design seemed to be right. All that was now wanted was experience. As an experiment they were successful in the south, but Scott never knew their true possibilities, for they were the direct ancestors of the tanks in France. Night marching had its advantages and disadvantages. The ponies were pulling in the colder part of the day and resting in the warm, which was good. Their coats dried well in the sun, and after a few days to get accustomed to the new conditions they slept and fed in comparative comfort. On the other hand, the pulling surface was undoubtedly better when the sun was high and the temperature warmer. Taking one thing with another, there was no doubt that night marching was better for ponies, but we seldom if ever tried it man-hauling. Just now there was an amazing difference between day and night conditions. At midnight one was making short work of everything, nursing fingers after doing up harness with minus temperatures and nasty cold winds. By supper time the next morning we were sitting on our sledges writing up our diaries or meteorological logs, and even dabbling our bare toes in the snow, but not for long. Shades of darkness! How different all this was from what we had been through. My personal impression of this early summer sledging on the Barrier was one of constant wonder at his comfort. One had forgotten that a tent could be warm and a sleeping bag dry. So deep were the contrary impressions that only actual experience was convincing.
It is a sweltering day, the air breathless, the glare intense. One loses sight of the fact that the temperature is low, -22°. One's mind seeks comparison in hot sunlit streets and scorching pavements. Yet 6 hours ago my thumb was frostbitten.
All the inconveniences of frozen footwear and damp clothes and sleeping bags have vanished entirely. We could not expect to get through this windy area of Corner Camp without some bad weather. The wind blown surface improved, the ponies took their heavier loads with ease, but as we came to our next camp it was banking up to the S.E. and the breeze freshened almost immediately. We built pony walls hurriedly, and by the time we had finished supper it was blowing force 5, a.m. November 6, Camp 4. There was a moderate gale with some drift all day, which increased to force 8 with more drift at night. It was impossible to march. The drift took off a bit the next morning, and Meares and Dimitri with the 2 dog teams appeared and camped astern of us. This was according to previous plan, by which the dog teams were to start after us and catch us up, since they travelled faster than the ponies. The snow and drift necessitated digging out ponies again and again to keep them well sheltered from the wind. The walls made a splendid lee, but some sledges at the extremities were buried altogether, and our tent being rather close to windward of our wall got the back eddy and was continually being snowed up above the door. After noon the snow ceased except for surface drift. Snatcher knocked his section of the wall over, and Jehu did so more than ever. All ponies looked pretty miserable, as in spite of the shelter they were bunged up, eyes and all, in drift which had become ice and could not be removed without considerable difficulty. Towards evening it ceased drifting altogether, but a wind, force 4, kept up with disconcerting regularity. Eventually Atkinson's party got away at midnight. Castle Rock is still visible, but will be closed by the north end of White Island in the next march. Then goodbye to the old landmarks for many a long day. The next day, November 8th to 9th, started at midnight and had a very pleasant march. Truly sledging in such weather is great. Mounts Discovery and Morning, which we gradually closed, looked fine in the general panorama of mountains. We are now nearly abreast of the north end of the bluff. We all came up to camp together this morning. It looked like a meet of the hounds, and Jehu ran away. The next march was just the opposite, wind force 5 to 6 and falling snow. The surface was very slippery in parts, and on the hard sastrugi it was a case of falling or stumbling continually. The light got so bad that one might have been walking in the clouds for all that could be discerned, and yet it was only snowing lightly. The bluff became completely obscured, and the usual signs of a blizzard were accentuated. At lunch camp Scott packed up and followed us. We overhauled Atkinson about 1½ hours later, he having camped, and we were not sorry, as in addition to marching against a fresh southerly breeze, the light brought a tremendous strain on the eyes in following tracks. A little more than 8 miles for the day's total. We carried these depressing conditions for 3 more marches, that is till the morning of November 13th. The surface was wretched, the weather horrid, the snow persistent, covering everything with soft downy flakes, inch upon inch and mile upon mile. There are glimpses of despondency in the diaries.
If this should come as an exception, our luck will be truly awful. The camp is very silent and cheerless, signs that things are going awry. The weather was horrid, overcast, gloomy, snowy. One's spirits became very low. I expected these marches to be a little difficult, but not near so bad as today.
Indefinite conditions always tried Scott most. Positive disasters put him into more cheerful spirits than most. In the big gale coming south when the ship nearly sank and we lost one of the cherished motors through the sea ice, his was one of the few cheerful faces I saw. Even when the ship ran aground off Cape Evans he was not despondent, but this kind of thing irked him. Bowers wrote, "The unpleasant weather and bad surface and Chinaman's indisposition combined to make the outlook unpleasant, and on arrival in camp I was not surprised to find that Scott had a grievance. He felt that in arranging the consumption of forage his own unit had not been favoured with the same reduction as ours. In fact accused me of putting upon his 3 horses to save my own. We went through the weights in detail after our meal, and after a certain amount of argument decided to carry on as we were going. I can quite understand his feelings, and after our experience of last year a bad day like this makes him fear our beasts are going to fail us. The talent, i.e. the doctors, examine Chinaman, who begins to show signs of wear. Poor ancient little beggar, he ought to be a pensioner instead of finishing his days on a job of this sort. Jehu looks pretty rocky too, but seeing that we did not expect him to reach the Glacier Tongue, and that he has now done more than 100 miles from Cape Evans, one really does not know what to expect of these creatures. Certainly Titus thinks, as he has always said, that they are the most unsuitable scrap heap crowd of unfit creatures that could possibly be got together. The weather was about as poisonous as one could wish, a fresh breeze and driving snow from the east with an awful surface. The recently fallen snow thickly covered the ground with powdery stuff that the unfortunate ponies fairly wallowed in. If it was only ourselves to consider, I should not mind a bit, but to see our best ponies being hit like this at the start is most distressing. A single march like that of last night must shorten their usefulness by days, and here we are a fortnight out, and barely 1/3 of the distance to the glacier covered, with every pony showing signs of wear. Victor looks a lean and lanky beast compared with his condition 2 weeks ago. But the ponies began to go better, and it was about this time that Jehu was styled the Barrier Wonder and Chinaman the Thunderbolt. "Our 4 ponies have suffered most," writes Bowers. "I don't agree with Titus that it is best to march them right through without a lunch camp. They were undoubtedly pretty tired, and worst of all did not go their feeds properly. It was a fine warm morning for them, November 13th, plus 15 degrees, our warmest temperature hitherto. In the afternoon it came on to snow in large flakes like one would get at home. I have never seen such snow down here before. It makes the surface very bad for the sledges. The ponies' manes and rugs were covered in little knots of ice." End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Polar Journey, the Barrier Stage, Part 2. The next march, November 13th to 14th, was rather better, though the going was very deep and heavy, and all the ponies were showing signs of wear and tear. This was followed by a delightfully warm day, and all the animals were standing drowsily in the sunshine. We could see the land far away behind us, the first sight of land we had had for many days. On November 15th we reached One Ton Depôt, having travelled 130 miles from Hut Point. The 2 sledges left standing were still upright, and the tattered remains of a flag flapped over the main cairn. In a salt tin lashed to the bamboo flagpole was a note from Lieutenant Evans to say that he had gone on with the motor party 5 days before, and would continue man-hauling to 80° 30' south, and await us there.
He has done something over 30 miles in 2½ days, exceedingly good going.
We dug out the cairn, which we found just as we had left it, except that there was a big tongue of drift, level with the top of the cairn to leeward, and running about 150 yards to N.E., showing that the prevailing wind here is S.W. 9 months before we had sprinkled some oats on the surface of the snow, hoping to get a measurement of the accretion of snow during the winter. Unfortunately we were unable to find the oats again, but other evidence went to show that the snow deposit was very small. A minimum thermometer, which was lashed with great care to a framework, registered -73°. After the temperatures already experienced by us on the Barrier during the winter and spring, this was surprisingly high, especially as our minimum temperatures were taken under the sledge, which means that the thermometer is shaded from radiation, while this thermometer at 1 ton was left open to the sky. On the winter journey we found that a shaded thermometer registered -69°, when an unshaded one registered -75°, a difference of 6°. All the provisions left here were found to be in excellent condition. We then had a prolonged council of war. This meant that Scott called Bowers, and perhaps Oates, into our tent after supper was finished in the morning. Somehow these conferences were always rather serio-comic. On this occasion, as was usually the case, the question was ponies. It was decided to wait here one day and rest them, as there was ample food. The main discussion centred round the amount of forage to be taken on from here, while the state of the ponies, the amount they could pull, and the distance they could go had to be taken into consideration.
Oates thinks the ponies will get through, but that they have lost condition quicker than he expected. Considering his usually pessimistic attitude, this must be thought a hopeful view. Personally, I am much more hopeful. I think that a good many of the beasts are actually in better form than when they started, and that there is no need to be alarmed about the remainder, always excepting the weak ones, which we have always regarded with doubt. Well, we must wait and see how things go.
The decision was made to take just enough food to get the ponies to the glacier, allowing for the killing of some of them before that date. It was obvious that Jehu and Chinaman could not go very much farther, and it was also necessary that ponies should be killed in order to feed the dogs. The 2 dog teams were carrying about a week's pony food, but they were unable to advance more than a fortnight from 1 ton without killing ponies. This decision practically meant that Scott abandoned the idea of taking ponies up the glacier. This was a great relief, for the crevassed state of the lower reaches of the glacier, as described by Shackleton, led us to believe that the attempt was suicidal. All the winter our brains were exercised to try and devise some method by which the ponies could be driven from behind, and by which the connection between pony and sledge could be loosed if the pony fell into a crevasse, but I confess that there seemed little chance of this happening. From all we saw of the glacier I am convinced that there is no reasonable chance of getting ponies up it, and that dogs could only be driven down it if the way up was most carefully surveyed and kept on the return. I am sure that in this kind of uncertainty the mental strain on the leader of a party is less than that on his men. The leader knows quite well what he thinks worth while risking or not. In this case Scott probably was always of the opinion that it would not be worth while taking ponies on to the glacier. The pony leaders, however, only knew that the possibility was ahead of them. I can remember now the relief with which we heard that it was not intended that Wilson should take Nobby, the fittest of our ponies, farther than the Gateway. Up to now Christopher had lived up to his reputation, as the following extracts from Bowers' diary will show.
3 times we downed him, and he got up and threw us about, with all 4 of us hanging on like grim death. He nearly had me under him once. He seems fearfully strong, but it is a pity he wastes so much good energy. Christopher, as usual, was strapped on 3 legs, and then got down on his knees. He gets more cunning each time, and if he does not succeed in biting or kicking one of us before long it won't be his fault. He finds the soft snow does not hurt his knees like the sea ice, and so plunges about on them ad lib. One's finnesko are so slippery that it is difficult to exert full strength on him, and today he bowled Oates over and got away altogether. Fortunately the lashings on his 4th leg held fast, and we were able to secure him when he rejoined the other animals. Finally he lay down, and thought he had defeated us, but we had the sledge connected up by that time, and as he got up we rushed him forward before he had time to kick over the traces. Dimitri came and gave us a hand with Chris. 3 of us hung on to him while the other 2 connected up the sledge. We had a struggle for over 20 minutes, and he managed to tread on me, but no damage done. Got Chris in by a dodge. Titus did away with his back strap, and nearly had him away unaided before he realized that the hated sledge was fast to him. Unfortunately he started off just too soon, and bolted with only 1 trace fast. This pivoted him to starboard, and he charged the line. I expected a mix-up, but he stopped at the wall between Bones and Snatcher, and we cast off and cleared sledge before trying again. By laying the traces down the side of the sledge instead of ahead, we got him off his guard again, and he was away before he knew what had occurred. We had a bad time with Chris again. He remembered having been bluffed before, and could not be got near the sledge at all. 3 times he broke away, but fortunately he always ran back among the other ponies and not out onto the barrier. Finally we had to down him, and he was so tired with his recent struggles that after 1 abortive attempt we got him fast and away. Meanwhile it was not so much the difficulties of sledging as the depressing blank conditions in which our march was so often made that gave us such troubles as we had. The routine of a tent makes a lot of difference. Scott's tent was a comfortable one to live in, and I was always glad when I was told to join it, and sorry to leave. He was himself extraordinarily quick, and no time was ever lost by his party in camping or breaking camp. He was most careful, some said over careful, but I do not think so, that everything should be neat and shipshape, and there was a recognised place for everything. On the depôt journey we were bidden to see that every particle of snow was beaten off our clothing and finnesko before entering the tent. If it was drifting we had to do this after entering, and the snow was carefully cleared off the floor cloth. Afterwards each tent was supplied with a small brush with which to perform this office. In addition to other obvious advantages, this materially helped to keep clothing, finnesko and sleeping bags dry, and thus prolong the life of furs.
"After all is said and done," said Wilson one day after supper, "the best sledger is the man who sees what has to be done and does it, and says nothing about it." Scott agreed. And if you were sledging with the owner you had to keep your eyes wide open for the little things which cropped up, and do them quickly and say nothing about them. There is nothing so irritating as the man who is always coming in and informing all and sundry that he has repaired his sledge, or built a wall, or filled the cooker, or mended his socks. I moved into Scott's tent for the first time in the middle of the depôt journey, and was enormously impressed by the comfort which a careful routine of this nature evoked. There was a homelike air about the tent at supper time, and, though a lunch camp in the middle of the night is always rather bleak, there was never anything slovenly. Another thing which struck me even more forcibly was the cooking. We were, of course, on just the same ration as the tent from which I had come. I was hungry and said so. "Bad cooking," said Wilson shortly, and so it was. For in 2 or 3 days the sharpest edge was off my hunger. Wilson and Scott had learned many a cooking tip in the past, and instead of the same old meal day by day, the weekly ration was so manoeuvred by a clever cook that it was seldom quite the same meal. Sometimes pemmican plain, or thicker pemmican with some arrowroot mixed with it. At others we surrendered a biscuit and a half apiece, and had a dry hoosh, i.e. biscuit fried in pemmican with a little water added, and a good big cup of cocoa to follow. Dry hooshes also saved oil. There were cocoa and tea upon which to ring the changes, or better still, teaco, which combined the stimulating qualities of tea with the food value of cocoa. Then much could be done with the dessert spoonful of raisins, which was our daily whack. They were good soaked in the tea, but best perhaps in with the biscuits and pemmican as a dry hoosh.
"You are going far to earn my undying gratitude, Cherry," was a satisfied remark of Scott one evening when, having saved, unbeknownst to my companions, some of their daily ration of cocoa, arrowroot, sugar and raisins, I made a chocolate hoosh. But I am afraid he had indigestion next morning. There were meals when we had interesting little talks, as when I find in my diary that "we had a jolly lunch meal, discussing authors. Barry, Galsworthy and others are personal friends of Scott. Someone told Max Beerbohm that he was like Captain Scott, and immediately, so Scott assured us, he grew a beard." But about 3 weeks out the topics of conversation became threadbare. From then onwards it was often that whole days passed without conversation beyond the routine "Camp ho! All ready! Pack up! Spell ho!" the latter after some 2 hours pulling. When man hauling we used to start pulling immediately we had the tent down, the sledge packed and our harness over our bodies and ski on our feet. After about a quarter of an hour the effects of the marching would be felt in the warming of hands and feet, and the consequent thawing of our mitts and finnesko. We then halted long enough for everybody to adjust their ski and clothing, then on, perhaps for 2 hours or more before we halted again. Since it had been decided to lighten the ponies' weights, we left at least 100 pounds of pony forage behind when we started from 1 ton on the night of November 16th to 17th on our first 13-mile march. This was a distinct saving, and instead of 695 pounds each with which the 6 stronger ponies left Corner Camp, they now pulled only 625 pounds. Jehu had only 455 pounds, and Chinaman 448 pounds. The dog teams had 860 pounds of pony food between them, and according to plan the 2 teams were to carry 1,570 pounds from 1 ton between them. These weights included the sledges with straps and fittings, which weighed about 45 pounds. Summer seemed long in coming, for we marched into a considerable breeze and the temperature was -18°. Oates and Seaman Evans had quite a crop of frostbites. I pointed out to Meares that his nose was gone, but he left it, saying that he had got tired of it, and it would thaw out by and by. The ponies were going better for their rest. The next day's march was over crusty snow, with a layer of loose powdery snow at the top, and a temperature of -21° was chilly. Towards the end of it Scott got frightened that the ponies were not going as well as they should. Another council of war was held, and it was decided that an average of 13 miles a day must be done at all costs, and that another sack of forage should be dumped here, putting the ponies on short rations later if necessary. Oates agreed, but said the ponies were going better than he expected, that Jehu and Chinaman might go a week, and almost certainly would go 3 days.
Bowers was always against this dumping. Meanwhile Scott wrote,
"It's touch and go whether we scrape up to the glacier. Meanwhile we get along somehow."
As a result of one of Christopher's tantrums, Bowers records that his sledge meter was carried away this morning. "I took my sledge meter into the tent after breakfast and rigged up a fancy lashing with rawhide thongs, so as to give it the necessary play with security. A splendid parhelia exhibition was caused by the ice crystals. Around the sun was a 22° halo, that is a halo 22° from the sun's image, with 4 mock suns in rainbow colours, and outside this another halo in complete rainbow colours. Above the sun were the arcs of 2 other circles touching these halos, and the arcs of the great all-round circle could be seen faintly on either side. Below was a dome-shaped glare of white, which contained an exaggerated mock sun, which was as dazzling as the sun himself. Altogether a fine example of a pretty common phenomenon down here." And the next day, "We saw the party ahead in inverted mirage some distance above their heads." In the next 3 marches we covered our daily 13 miles, for the most part without very great difficulty, but poor Jehu was in a bad way, stopping every few hundred yards. It was a funereal business for the leaders of these crock ponies, and at this stage of the journey Atkinson, Wright and Keohane had many more difficulties than most of us, and the success of their ponies was largely due to their patience and care. Incidentally, big icicles formed upon the ponies' noses during the march, and Chinaman used Wright's windproof blouse as a handkerchief. During the last of these marches, that is on the morning of November 21, we saw a massive cairn ahead, and found there the motor party, consisting of Lieutenant Evans, Day, Lashly and Hooper. The cairn was in 80° 32', and under the name Mount Hooper formed our Upper Barrier Depôt. We left there 3 S (Summit) rations, 2 cases of emergency biscuits and 2 cases of oil, which constituted 3 weekly food units for the 3 parties which were to advance from the bottom of the Beardmore Glacier. This food was to take them back from 80° 32' to One Ton Camp. We all camped for the night 3 miles farther on. 16 men, 5 tents, 10 ponies, 23 dogs and 13 sledges. The man hauling party had been waiting for 6 days, and, having expected us before, were getting anxious about us. They declared that they were very hungry, and Day, who was always long and thin, looked quite gaunt. Some spare biscuits which were given them from our tent were carried off with gratitude. The rest of us, who were driving dogs or leading ponies, still found our Barrier ration satisfying. We had now been out 3 weeks and had travelled 192 miles, and formed a very good idea as to what the ponies could do. The crocks had done wonderfully.
"We hope Jehu will last 3 days. He will then be finished in any case and fed to the dogs. It is amusing to see Meares looking eagerly for the chance of a feed for his animals. He has been expecting it daily. On the other hand, Atkinson and Oates are eager to get the poor animal beyond the point at which Shackleton killed his first beast. Reports on Chinaman are very favourable, and it really looks as though the ponies are going to do what is hoped of them." From first to last, Nobby, who was rescued from the floe, was the strongest pony we had, and was now drawing a heavier load than any other pony by 50 pounds. He was a well-shaped, contented kind of animal, misnamed a pony. Indeed, several of our beasts were too large to fit this description. Christopher, of course, was wearing himself out quicker than most, but all of them had lost a lot of weight in spite of the fact that they had all the oats and oil cake they could eat. Bowers writes of his pony: "Victor, my pony, has taken to leading the line, like his opposite number last season. He's a steady goer, and as gentle as a dear old sheep. I can hardly realize the strenuous times I had with him only a month ago, when it took about 4 of us to get him harnessed to a sledge, and 2 of us every time with all our strength to keep him from bolting when in it. Even at the start of the journey he was as nearly unmanageable as any beast could be, and always liable to bolt from sheer excess of spirits. He is more sober now after 3 weeks of featureless Barrier, but I think I am more fond of him than ever. He has lost his rotundity like all the other horses, and is a long-legged angular beast, very ugly as horses go, but still I would not change him for any other." The ponies were fed by their leaders at the lunch and supper halts, and by Oates and Bowers during the sleep halt, about 4 hours before we marched. Several of them developed a troublesome habit of swinging their nose bags off, some as soon as they were put on,
Others, in their anxiety to reach the corn, still left uneaten in the bottom of the bag. We had to lash their bags to the headstalls.
Victor got hold of his head rope yesterday and devoured it, not because he is hungry, as he won't eat all his allowance even now.
The original intention was that Day and Hooper should return from 80° 30', but it was now decided that their unit of 4 should remain intact for a few days and constitute a light man-hauling advance party to make the track. The weather was much more pleasant, and we saw the sun most days, while I note only one temperature below -20° since leaving One Ton. The ponies sank in a cruel distance some days, but we were certainly not overworking them, and they had as much food as they could eat. We knew the grim part was to come, but we never realized how grim it was to be. From this Northern Barrier Depôt the ponies were mostly drawing less than 500 lbs, and we had hopes of getting through to the glacier without much difficulty. All depended on the weather, and just now it was glorious, and the ponies were going steadily together. Jehu, the crockiest of the crocs, was led back along the track and shot on the evening of November 24th, having reached a point at least 15 miles beyond that where Shackleton shot his first pony. When it is considered that it was doubtful whether he could start at all, this must be conceded to have been a triumph of horse management, in which both Oates and Atkinson shared, though neither so much as Jehu himself, for he must have had a good spirit to have dragged his poor body so far.
A year's care and good feeding, 3 weeks' work with good treatment, a reasonable load and a good ration, and then a painless end. If anybody can call that cruel, I cannot either understand it or agree with them." Thus Bowers, who continues: "The midnight sun reflected from the snow has started to burn my face and lips. I smear them with hazeline before turning in, and find it a good thing. Wearing goggles has absolutely prevented any recurrence of snow blindness. Captain Scott says they make me see everything through rose-coloured spectacles." We said good bye to Day and Hooper next morning, and they set their faces northward and homeward. 2-men parties on the Barrier are not much fun. Day had certainly done his best about the motors, and they had helped us over a bad bit of initial surface. That night Scott wrote: "Only a few more marches to feel safe in getting to our goal."
At the lunch halt on November 26, in latitude 81° 35', we left our Middle Barrier Depôt, containing 1 week's provisions for each returning unit, as at Mount Hooper, a reduction of 200 lbs in our weights. The march that day was very trying.
"It is always rather dismal work, walking over the great snow plain when sky and surface merge in one pall of dead whiteness, but it is cheering to be in such good company, with everything going on steadily and well."
There was no doubt that the animals were tiring, and
"a tired animal makes a tired man, I find."
The next day, November 28, was no better.
"The most dismal start imaginable, thick as a hedge, snow falling and drifting, with keen southerly wind."
Bowers notes: "We have now run down a whole degree of latitude without a fine day, or anything but clouds, mist and driving snow from the south." We certainly did have some difficult marches, one of the worst effects of which was that we knew we must be making a winding course, and we had to pick up our depôts on the return somehow. Here is a typical bad morning from Bowers' diary: "The first 4 miles of the march were utter misery for me, as Victor, either through lassitude or because he did not like having to plug into the wind, went as slow as a funeral horse. The light was so bad that wearing goggles was most necessary, and the driving snow filled them up as fast as you cleared them. I dropped a long way astern of the cavalcade, could hardly see them at times through the snow, but the fear that Victor, of all the beasts, should give out was like a nightmare. I have always been used to starting later than the others by a quarter of a mile and catching them up. At the 4-mile cairn I was about fed up to the neck with it, but I said very little, as everybody was so disgusted with the weather and things in general that I saw I was not the only one in tribulation. Victor turned up trumps after that. He stepped out and led the line in his old place, and at a good swinging pace considering the surface, my temper and spirits improving at every step. In the afternoon he went splendidly again, and finished up by rolling in the snow when I had taken his harness off, a thing he has not done for 10 or 12 days. It certainly does not look like exhaustion." Indeed, these days we were fighting for our marches, and Chinaman, who was killed this night, seemed well out of it. He reached a point less than 90 miles from the glacier, though this was small comfort to him. Stumbling and groping our way along as we had been during the last blizzard, we were totally unprepared for the sight which met us during our next march on November 29th. The great ramp of mountains which ran to the west of us, and would soon bar our way to the south, partly cleared, and right on top of us it seemed were the triple peaks of Mount Markham. After some 300 miles of bleak, monotonous Barrier, it was a wonderful sight indeed. We camped at night in latitude 82° 21' south, 4 miles beyond Scott's previous farthest south in 1902. Then they had the best of luck in clear fine weather, which Shackleton has also recorded at this stage of his southern journey. End of chapter 9, part 2. Chapter 9, part 3 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Polar Journey, The Barrier Stage, Part 3. It is curious to see how depressed all our diaries became when this bad weather obtained, and how quickly we must have cheered up whenever the sun came out. There is no doubt that a similar effect was produced upon the ponies. Truth to tell, the mental strain upon those responsible was very great in these early days, and there is little of outside interest to relieve the mind. The crystal surface which was an invisible carpet yesterday becomes a shining glorious sheet of many colours to day. The irregularities which caused you so many falls are now quite clear, and you step on or over them without a thought. And when there is added some of the most wonderful scenery in the world, it is hard to recall in the enjoyment of the present how irritable and weary you felt only 20 hours ago. The whisper of the sledge, the hiss of the primus, the smell of the hoosh, and the soft folds of your sleeping bag. How jolly they can all be, and generally were. I would that I could once again around the cooker sit, and hearken to its soft refrain, and feel so jolly fit. Instead of home life's silken chains, the uneventful round, I long to be mid snow-swept plains in harness outward bound. With the pad, pad, pad of finnescoed feet, with 200 pounds per man, not enough hoosh or biscuit to eat, well done lads, up tent, outspan. Nelson in the South Polar Times. Certainly, as we skirted these mountains range upon range during the next 2 marches, November 30th and December 1st, we felt we could have little cause for complaint. They brought us to latitude 82° 47' south, and here we left our last depôt on the Barrier, called the Southern Barrier Depôt, with a week's ration for each returning party as usual. "The man food is enough for 1 week for each returning unit of 4 men, the next depôt beyond being the Middle Barrier Depôt, 73 miles north. As we ought easily to do over 100 miles a week on the return journey, there is little likelihood of our having to go on short commons if all goes well." And this was what we all felt, until we found the Polar Party. This was our 27th camp, and we had been out a month. It was important that we should have fine clear weather during the next few days, when we should be approaching the land. On his previous southern journey Scott had been prevented from reaching the range of mountains which ran along to our right by a huge chasm. This phenomenon is known to geologists as a shear crack, and is formed by the movement of a glacier away from the land which bounds it. In this case a mass of many hundred miles of barrier has moved away from the mountains, and the disturbance is correspondingly great. Shackleton has described how he approached the gateway, as he named the passage, between Mount Hope and the mainland, by means of which he passed through on to the Beardmore Glacier. As he and his companions were exploring the way, they came upon an enormous chasm 80 feet wide and 300 feet deep, which barred their path. Moving along to the right they found a place where the chasm was filled with snow, and here they crossed to the land some miles ahead. At our Southern Barrier Depôt we reckoned we were some 44 miles from this gateway, and in 3 more marches we hoped to be camped under this land. Christopher was shot at the depôt. He was the only pony who did not die instantaneously. Perhaps Oates was not so calm as usual, for Chris was his own horse, though such a brute. Just as Oates fired he moved, and charged into the camp with the bullet in his head. He was caught with difficulty, nearly giving Keohane a bad bite, led back and finished. We were well rid of him. While he was strong he fought, and once the Barrier had tamed him, as we were not able to do, he never pulled a fair load. He could have gone several more days, but there was not enough pony food to take all the animals forward. We began to wonder if we had done right to leave so much behind. Each pony provided at least 4 days' food for the dog teams, some of them more, and there was quite a lot of fat on them, even on Jehu. This was comforting, as going to prove that their hardships were not too great. Also we put the undercut into our own hoosh, and it was very good, though we had little oil to cook it. We had been starting later each night in order that the transition from night to day marching might be gradual, for we intended to march by day when we started pulling up the glacier, and there were no ponies to rest when the sun was high. It may be said therefore that our next march was on December 2nd. Before we started, Scott walked over to Bowers.
"I have come to a decision which will shock you."
Victor was to go at the end of the march, because pony food was running so short. Birdie wrote at the end of the day, "He did a splendid march and kept the head all day, and as usual marched into camp first, pulling over 450 pounds easily. It seemed an awful pity to have to shoot a great strong animal, and it seemed like the irony of fate to me, as I had been downed for over provisioning the ponies with needless excess of food, and the drastic reductions had been made against my strenuous opposition up to the last. It is poor satisfaction to me to know that I was right now that my horse is dead. Good old Victor. He has always had a biscuit out of my ration, and he ate his last before the bullet sent him to his rest. Here ends my second horse in 83° south. Not quite so tragically as my first, when the sea ice broke up, but none the less I feel sorry for a beast that has been my constant companion and care for so long. He has done his share in our undertaking anyhow, and may I do my share as well when I get into harness myself. The snow has started to fall over his bleak resting place, and it looks like a blizzard. The outlook is dark, stormy and threatening." Indeed it had been a dismal march into a blank white wall, and the ponies were sinking badly in the snow, leaving holes a full foot deep. The temperature was +17°, and the flakes of snow melted when they lay on the dark colours of the tents and our furs. After building the pony walls, water was running down our windproofs. I note, "We are doing well on pony meat, and go to bed very content." Notwithstanding the fact that we could not do more than heat the meat by throwing it into the pemmican, we found it sweet and good, though tough. The man hauling party consisted of Lieutenant Evans and Lashly, who had lost their motors, and Atkinson and Wright, who had lost their ponies. They were really quite hungry by now, and most of us pretty well looked forward to our meals and kept a biscuit to eat in our bags if we could. The pony meat therefore came as a relief. I think we ought to have depôted more of it on the cairns. As it was, what we did not eat was given to the dogs. With some tins of extra oil and a depôted pony, the Polar Party would probably have got home in safety. On December 3rd we roused out at 2:30 a.m. It was thick and snowy. As we breakfasted, the blizzard started from the south-east, and was soon blowing force 9, a full gale, with heavy drift.
"The strongest wind I have known here in summer."
It was impossible to start, but we turned out and made up the pony walls in a heavy drift, one of them being blown down 3 times. By 1:30 p.m. the sun was shining, and the land was clear. We started at 2, with what we thought was Mount Hope showing up ahead, but soon great snow clouds were banking up, and in 2 hours we were walking in a deep gloom, which made it difficult to find the track made by the man-hauling party ahead. By the time we reached the cairn, which was always built at the end of the first 4 miles, it was blowing hard from the north-northwest of all the unlikely quarters of the compass. Bowers and Scott were on ski. I put on my windproof blouse and nosed out the track for 2 miles, when we suddenly came upon the tent of the leading party. They had camped owing to the difficulty of steering a course in such thick weather. The ponies, however, with the wind abaft of the beam, were going along splendidly, and Scott thought it worth while to shove on. We therefore carried on another 4 miles, making 10 in all, a good half march, before we camped. On ski it was simply ripping, except for the inability to see anything at all. With the wind behind and the good sliding surface made by the wind hardened snow, one fairly slithered along. Camping was less pleasant, as it was blowing a gale by that time. We are all in our bags again now, with a good hot meal inside one, and blow high or blow low, one might be in a worse place than a reindeer bag. It was all right for the people on ski, and this in itself gave us a certain sense of grievance, but things had not been so easy with the ponies, who were sinking very deeply in places, while we ourselves were sinking well over our ankles. This day we began to cross the great undulations in the Barrier, with the crests some mile apart, which here mark the approach to the land. We had built the walls to the north of the ponies on camping because the wind was from that direction, but by breakfast on December 4th it was blowing a thick blizzard from the south east. We began to feel bewildered by these extraordinary weather changes, and not a little exasperated too. Again we could not march, and again we had to dig out the sledges and ponies, and to move them all round to the other side of the walls, which we had partly to rebuild. Oh, for the simple man-hauling life, was our thought, and poor helpless beasts, this is no country for livestock. By this time we could not see the neighbouring tents for the drift. The situation was not improved by the fact that our tent doors, the tents having been pitched for the strong north wind then blowing, were now facing the blizzard, and sheets of snow entered with each individual. The man-hauling party came up just before the worst of the blizzard started. The dogs alone were comfortable, buried deep beneath the drifted snow. The sailors began to debate who was the Jonah. They said he was the Cameras. The great blizzard was brewing all about us. But at midday, as though a curtain was rolled back, the thick snow fog cleared off, while at the same time the wind fell calm and a great mountain appeared almost on top of us. Far away to the south east we could distinguish, by looking very carefully, a break in the level Barrier horizon, a new mountain which we reckoned must be at least in latitude 86° and very high. Towards it the ranges stretched away, peak upon peak, range upon range, as far as the eye could see. The mountains surpassed anything I have ever seen. Beside the least of these giants Ben Nevis would be a mere mound, and yet they are so immense as to dwarf each other. They are intersected at every turn with mighty glaciers and icefalls, and eternally ice-filled valleys that defy description. So clear was everything that every rock seemed to stand out, and the effect of the sun as he came round, between us and the mountains, was to make the scene still more beautiful. Altogether we marched 11 miles this day, and camped right in front of the gateway, which we reckoned to be some 13 miles away. We saw no crevasses, but crossed 10 or 12 very large undulations, and estimated that the dips between them were 12 to 15 feet. Mount Hope was bigger than we expected, and beyond it, stretching out into the Barrier as far as we could see, was a great white line of jagged edges, the chaos of pressure which this vast glacier makes as it flows into the comparatively stationary ice of the Barrier. My own pony Michael was shot after we came into camp. He was as attractive a little beast as we had. His light weight helped him on soft surfaces, but his small hoofs let him in farther than most, and I notice in Scott's diary that on November 19th the ponies were sinking half way to the hock, and Michael once or twice almost to the hock itself. A highly strung, spirited animal, his off days took the form of fidgets, during which he would be constantly trying to stop and eat snow, and then rush forward to catch up the other ponies. Life was a constant source of wonder to him, and no movement in the camp escaped his notice. Before we had been long on the Barrier he developed mischievous habits, and became a rope eater and gnawer of other ponies' fringes, as we called the coloured tassels we hung over their eyes to ward off snow blindness. However, he was by no means the only culprit, and he lost his own fringe to Nobby quite early in the proceedings. It was not that he was hungry, for he never quite finished his own feed. At any rate he enjoyed the few weeks before he died, pricking up his ears and getting quite excited when anything happened, and the arrival of the dog teams each morning after he had been tethered sent him to bed with much to dream of. And I must say his master dreamed pretty regularly too. Michael was killed right in front of the gateway on December 4th, just before the big blizzard, which, though we did not know it, was on the point of breaking upon us, and he was untying his cloth and chewing up everything he could reach to the last. It was decided after we camped, and he had his feed already on. Meares reported that he had no more food for the dogs. He walked away and rolled in the snow on the way down, not having done so when we got in. He was just like a naughty child all the way, and pulled all out. He has been a good friend, and has a good record, 82 degrees 23 minutes south. He was a bit done to day, the blizzard had knocked him. Gallant little Michael. As we got into our bags the mountain tops were fuzzy with drift. We wanted one clear day to get across the chasm, one short march, and the ponies' task was done. Their food was nearly finished. Scott wrote that night,
"We are practically through with the first stage of our journey." Tuesday, December 5th. Camp 30, noon. We awoke this morning to a raging, howling blizzard. The blows we have had hitherto have lacked the very fine powdering snow, that especial feature of the blizzard. To-day we have it fully developed. After a minute or two in the open one is covered from head to foot. The temperature is high, so that what falls or drives against one sticks. The ponies, heads, tails, legs, and all parts not protected by their rugs, are covered with ice. The animals are standing deep in snow. The sledges are almost covered, and huge drifts above the tents. We have had breakfast, rebuilt the walls, and are now again in our bags. One cannot see the next tent, let alone the land. What on earth does such weather mean at this time of year? It is more than our share of ill fortune, I think, but the luck may turn yet. 11 p.m. It has blown hard all day with quite the greatest snowfall I remember. The drifts about the tent are simply huge. The temperature was -27 this forenoon, and rose to +31 in the afternoon, at which time the snow melted, as it fell on anything but the snow, and as a consequence there are pools of water on everything. The tents are wet through, also the wind clothes, night boots, etc. Water drips from the tent poles and door, lies on the floor cloth, soaks the sleeping bags, and makes everything pretty wretched. If a cold snap follows before we have had time to dry our things, we shall be mighty uncomfortable. Yet after all it would be humorous enough if it were not for the seriousness of the delay. We can't afford that, and it's real hard luck that it should come at such a time. The wind shows signs of easing down, but the temperature does not fall, and the snow is as wet as ever, not promising signs of abatement. Wednesday, December 6th, Camp 30, noon. Miserable, utterly miserable. We have camped in the Slough of Despond. The tempest rages with unabated violence. The temperature has gone to +33 degrees. Everything in the tent is soaking. People returning from the outside look exactly as though they had been in a heavy shower of rain. They drip pools on the floor cloth. The snow is steadily climbing higher about the walls, ponies, tents, and sledges. The ponies look utterly desolate. Oh, but this is too crushing, and we are only 12 miles from the glacier. A hopeless feeling descends on one, and is hard to fight off. What immense patience is needed for such occasions.
Bowers describes the situation as follows. "It is blowing a blizzard such as one might expect to be driven at us by all the powers of darkness. It may be interesting to describe it, as it is my first experience of a really warm blizzard, and I hope to be troubled by cold ones only, or at least moderate ones only, in future as regards temperature. When I swung the thermometer this morning, I looked and looked again, but unmistakably the temperature was +33 degrees Fahrenheit above freezing point, out of the sun's direct rays, for the first time since we came down here. What this means to us nobody can conceive. We try to treat it as a huge joke, but our wretched condition might be amusing to read of it later. We are wet through, our tents are wet, our bags, which are our life to us and the objects of our greatest care, are wet. The poor ponies are soaked and shivering far more than they would be ordinarily in a temperature 50 degrees lower. Our sledges, the parts that are dug out, are wet. Our food is wet, everything on and around and about us is the same, wet as ourselves and our cold, clammy clothes. Water trickles down the tent poles and only forms icicles in contact with the snow floor. The warmth of our bodies has formed a snow bath in the floor for each of us to lie in. This is a nice little catchwater for stray streams to run into before they freeze. This they cannot do while a warm human lies there, so they remain liquid, and the accommodating bag mops them up. When we go out to do the duties of life, fill the cooker, etc., for the next meal, dig out or feed the ponies or anything else, we are bunged up with snow. Not the driving sand-like snow we are used to, but great slushy flakes that run down in water immediately and stream off you. The drifts are tremendous, the rest of the show is indescribable. I feel most for the unfortunate animals, and am thankful that poor old Victor is spared this. I mended a pair of half mitts today, and we are having 2 meals instead of 3. This idleness, when one is simply jumping to go on, is bad enough for most, but must be worse for Captain Scott. I feel glad that he has Dr. Bill Wilson in his tent. There is something always so reassuring about Bill. He comes out best in adversity.
Thursday, December 7th, Camp 30. The storm continues and the situation is now serious. One small feed remains for the ponies after today, so that we must either march tomorrow or sacrifice the animals. That is not the worst. With the help of the dogs we could get on without doubt. The serious part is that we have this morning started our summit rations. That is to say, the food calculated from the glacier depôt has been begun. The first supporting party can only go on a fortnight from this date, and so forth.
The day was just as warm and wetter, much wetter. The temperature was plus 35.5 degrees, and our bags were like sponges. The huge drifts had covered everything, including most of the tent, the pony walls and sledges. At intervals we dug our way out and dug up the wretched ponies and got them on to the top again. Henceforward our full ration will be 16 ounces of biscuits, 12 ounces of pemmican, 2 ounces of butter, 0.57 ounces of cocoa, 3 ounces of sugar, and 0.86 ounces of tea. This is the summit ration, total 34.43 ounces, with a little onion powder and salt. I am all for this. Seaman Evans and the others are much regretting the loss of chocolate, raisins and cereals. For the first week up the glacier we are to go 1 biscuit short to provision Meares on the way back. The motors depôted too much, and Meares has been brought on far farther than his orders were originally bringing him. Originally he was to be back at Hut Point on December 10th. The dogs, however, are getting all the horse that is good for them, and are very fit. He has to average 24 miles a day going back. Michael is well out of this. We are now eating him. He was in excellent condition and tastes very good, though tough. By this time there was little sleep left for us as we lay in our sleeping bags. 3 days generally see these blizzards out, and we hoped much from Friday, December 8th. But when we breakfasted at 10 a.m. we were getting into day marching routine. Wind and snow were monotonously the same. The temperature rose to plus 34.3 degrees. These temperatures and those recorded by Meares on his way home must be a record for the interior of the Barrier. So far as we were concerned it did not much matter now whether it was plus 40 degrees or plus 34 degrees. Things did look really gloomy that morning. But at noon there came a gleam of comfort. The wind dropped, and immediately we were out plunging about, always up to our knees in soft downy snow, and often much farther. First we shifted our tents, digging them up with the greatest care that the shovel might not tear them. The valances were encased in solid ice from the water which had run down. Then we started to find our sledges, which were about 4 feet down. They were dragged out, and everything on them was wringing wet. There was a gleam of sunshine, which soon gave place to snow and gloom, but we started to make experiments in haulage. 4 men on ski managed to move a sledge with 4 others sitting upon it. Nobby was led out, but sank to his belly. As for the drifts, I saw Oates standing behind one, and only his head appeared, and this was all loose snow. We are all sitting round now after some tea. It is much better than getting into the bags. I can hardly think that the ponies can pull on, but Titus thinks they can pull tomorrow. All the food is finished, and what they have had today was only what they would not eat out of their last feed yesterday. It is a terrible end, driven to death on no more food, then to be cut up, poor devils. I have swapped the little minister with Silas Wright for Dante's Inferno. The steady patter of the falling snow upon the tents was depressing as we turned in, but the temperature was below freezing. The next morning, Saturday, December 9th, we turned out to a cloudy, snowy day at 5:30 a.m. By 8:30 we had hauled the sledges some way out of the camp and started to lead out the ponies. The horses could hardly move, sank up to their bellies and finally lay down. They had to be driven, lashed on. It was a grim business. My impressions of that day are of groping our way, for Bowers and I were pulling a light sledge ahead to make the track. through a vague white wall. First a confused crowd of men behind us gathered round the leading pony sledge, pushing it forward, the poor beast barely able to struggle out of the holes it made as it plunged forward. The others were induced to follow, and after a start had been made, the regular man-hauling party went back to fetch their load. There was not one man there who would willingly have caused pain to a living thing, but what else was to be done? We could not leave our pony depôt in that bog. Hour after hour we plugged on, and we dare not halt for lunch. We knew that we could never start again. After crossing many waves, huge pressure ridges suddenly showed themselves all round, and we got on to a steep rise, with the coastal chasm on our right hand appearing as a great dip full of enormous pressure. Scott was naturally worried about crevasses, and though we knew there was a way through, the finding of it in the gloom was most difficult. For 2 hours we zigzagged about, getting forward it is true, but much bewildered, and once at any rate almost bogged. Scott joined us, and we took off our ski so as to find the crevasses, and if possible a hard way through. Every step we sank about 15 inches, and often above our knees. Meanwhile Snatcher was saving the situation in snowshoes, and led the line of the ponies. Snippets nearly fell back into a big crevasse, into which his hindquarters fell, but they managed to unharness him and scramble him out. I do not know how long we had been going when Scott decided to follow the chasm. We found a big dip with hard ice underneath, and it was probably here that we made the crossing. We could now see the ring of pressure behind us. Almost it was decided to make the depôt here, but the ponies still plugged on in the most plucky way, though they had to be driven. Scott settled to go as far as they could be induced to march, and they did wonderfully. We had never thought that they would go a mile, but painfully they marched for 11 hours without a long halt, and covered a distance which we then estimated at 7 miles. But our sledge meters were useless, being clogged with soft snow, and we afterwards came to believe that the distance was not so great, probably not more than 5. When we had reached a point some 2 miles from the top of the snow divide which fills the gateway, we camped, thankful to rest, but more thankful still that we need drive those weary ponies no more. Their rest was near. It was a horrid business, and the place was known as Shambles Camp. Oates came up to Scott as he stood in the shadow of Mount Hope. "Well, I congratulate you, Titus," said Wilson.
"And I thank you, Titus,"
said Scott. And that was the end of the Barrier stage. End of chapter 9, part 3.
Chapter 10, part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Polar Journey, Part 2, The Beardmore Glacier, Part 1.
The Southern Journey involves the most important object of the expedition. One cannot affect to be blind to the situation. The scientific public, as well as the more general public, will gauge the result of the scientific work of the expedition largely in accordance with the success or failure of the main object. With success, all roads will be made easy, all work will receive its proper consideration. With failure, even the most brilliant work may be neglected and forgotten, at least for a time. Scott.
The ponies had dragged 24 weekly units of food for 4 men to some 5 miles from the bottom of the glacier, but we were late. For some days we had been eating the summit ration, which is the food which should not have been touched until the glacier depôt had been laid, and we were still a day's run from the place where this was to be done. It was of course the result of the blizzard which no one could have expected in December, usually one of the 2 most settled months. Still more serious was the deep snow which lay like down upon the surface, and into which we sank commonly to our knees, our sledges digging themselves in until the crosspieces were ploughing through the drift. Shackleton had fine weather, and found blue ice in the bottom reaches of the glacier, and Scott lamented what was unquestionably bad luck. It was noon of December 10th before we had made the readjustments necessary for man-hauling. We left here pony meat for man and dog food, 3 10-foot sledges, 1 12-foot sledge, and a good many oddments of clothing and pony gear. We started with 3 4-man teams, each pulling for these first few miles about 500 pounds, as follows: 1.
Scott, Wilson, Oates, Seaman Evans. 2. Lieutenant Evans, Atkinson, Wright, Lashly. 3. Bowers, Cherry-Garrard, Crean, Keown. The team numbered 2 had been man-hauling together some days, and 2 members of it, Lieutenant Evans and Lashly, had already been man-hauling since the breakdown of the second motor at Corner Camp. It was certainly not so fit as the other 2. In addition to these 3 sledges, the 2 dog teams, which had been doing splendid work, were carrying 600 pounds of our weight, as well as the provisions for the Lower Glacier Depôt, weighing 200 pounds. It began to look as if Amundsen had chosen the right form of transport. The Gateway is a gap in the mountains, a side door as it were to the great tumbled glacier. By lunch we were on the top of the divide, but it took 6 hours of the hardest hauling to cover the mile which formed the rise. As long as possible we stuck to ski, but we reached a point at which we could not move the sledges on ski. Once we had taken them off we were up to our knees, and the sledges were ploughing the snow which would not support them. But our gear was drying in the bright sunshine, our bags were spread out at every opportunity, and the great jagged cliffs of red granite were welcome to the eyes after 425 statute miles of snow. The Gateway is filled by a giant snowdrift which has been formed between Mount Hope on our left and the mainland on our right. From Shackleton's book we gathered that the Beardmore was a very bad glacier indeed. Once on the top of the divide we lunched, and we descended in the evening, camping at midnight on the edge of the glacier, which we found, as we had feared, covered with soft snow, which was so deep as to give no indication whatever of the hard ice which Shackleton found here. We camped in considerable drift and a blizzard wind, which is still blowing, and I hope will go on, for every hour it is sweeping away inches of this soft powdery snow into which we have been sinking all day. Before setting out on December the 11th we rigged up the Lower Glacier Depôt, 3 weekly summit units of provisions, 2 cases of emergency biscuit, which was the ration for 3 weekly units, and 2 cans of oil. These provisions were calculated to carry the 3 returning parties as far as the Southern Barrier Depôt. We also left 1 can of spirit, used for lighting the primus, 1 bottle of medical brandy, and certain spare and personal gear not required. On the sledges themselves we stowed 18 weekly summit units, besides the 3 ready bags containing the ration for the current week, and the complement of biscuit, for this was 10 cases in addition to the 3 boxes of biscuit which the 3 parties were using. Then there were 18 cans of oil, with 2 cans of lighting spirit, and a little additional Christmas fare which Bowers had packed. Every unit of food was worked out for 4 men for 1 week. During this time of deep snow the sledge meters would not work, and we were compelled to estimate the distance marched each day. It has been a tremendous slog, but I think a most hopeful day. Before starting it took us about 2 hours to make the depôt, and then we got straight into the midst of the big pressure. The dogs, with 10 cases of biscuit, came behind and pulled very well. We soon caught sight of a big boulder, and Bill and I roped up and went over to it. It was a block of very coarse granite, nearly gneiss, with large crystals of quartz in it, rusty outside and quite pinkish when chipped, and with veins of quartz running through it. It was a vast thing to be carried along on the ice, and looked very typical of the rock round. Instead of keeping under the great cliff where Shackleton made his depôt, we steered for Mount Kiffin, that is towards the middle of the glacier, until lunch, when we had probably done about 2 or 3 miles. There was a crevasse wherever we went, but we managed to pull on ski and had no one down, and the deep snow saved the dogs. The dog teams were certainly running very big risks that morning. They turned back after lunch, having been brought on far longer than had been originally intended, for, as I have said, they were to have been back at Hut Point before now, and their provision allowance would not allow of further advance. Perhaps we rather overestimated the dogs' capacities when Bowers wrote, "The dogs are wonderfully fit and will rush Meares and Dimitri back like the wind. I expect he'll be nearly back by Christmas, as they will do about 30 miles a day." But Meares told us when we got back to the hut that the dogs had by no means had an easy journey home. Now, however, "with a whirl and a rush they were off on the homeward trail. I could not see them, being snow blind, but heard the familiar orders as the last of our animal transport left us." Our difficulties during the next 4 days were increased by the snow blindness of half the men. The evening we reached the glacier, Bowers wrote, "I'm afraid I am going to pay dearly for not wearing goggles yesterday when piloting the ponies. My right eye has gone bung and my left one is pretty dicky. If I am in for a dose of snow glare it will take 3 or 4 days to leave me, and I am afraid I am in the ditch this time. It is painful to look at this paper, and my eyes are fairly burning, as if someone had thrown sand into them." And then, "I have missed my journal for 4 days, having been enduring the pains of hell with my eyes, as well as doing the most back-breaking work I have ever come up against. I was as blind as a bat, and so was Keohane in my team. Cherry pulled alongside me with Crean and Keohane behind. By sticking plaster over my glasses, except one small central spot, I shut off most light and could see the points of my ski, but the glasses were always fogged with perspiration, and my eyes kept on streaming water which cannot be wiped off in the march, as a ski stick is held in each hand, and so heavy were our weights" (we had now taken on the weights which had been on the dog sledges) "that if any of the pair slacked a hand even, the sledge stopped. It was all we could do to keep the sledge moving for short spells of a few hundred yards, the whole concern sinking so deeply into the soft snow as to form a snow plough. The starting was worse than pulling, as it required from 10 to 15 desperate jerks on the harness to move the sledge at all." Many others were also snow blind, caused partly by the strain of the last march of the ponies, partly by not having realized that now we were day marching the sun was more powerful and more precautions should be taken. The cocaine and zinc sulphate tablets which we had were excellent, but we also found that our tea leaves, which had been boiled twice and could otherwise have been thrown away, relieved the pain if tied into some cotton and kept pressed against the eyes. The tannic acid in the tea acted as an astringent. A snow blind man can see practically nothing anyhow, and so he is not much worse off if a handkerchief is tied over his eyes.
"Beardmore Glacier. Just a tiny note, to be taken back by the dogs. Things are not so rosy as they might be, but we keep our spirits up and say the luck must turn. This is only to tell you that I find I can keep up with the rest as well as of old."
Then for the first time we were left with our full loads of 800 pounds a sledge. Even Bowers asked Scott whether he was going to try it without relaying. That night Scott's diary runs:
"It was a very anxious business when we started after lunch, about 4:30. Could we pull our full loads or not? My own party got away first, and, to my joy, I found we could make fairly good headway. Every now and again the sledge sank in a soft patch, which brought us up, but we learned to treat such occasions with patience. We got sideways to the sledge and hauled it out, Evans, P.O., getting out of his ski to get better purchase. The great thing is to keep the sledge moving, and for an hour or more there were dozens of critical moments when it all but stopped, and not a few when it brought up altogether. The latter were very trying and tiring.
Altogether it was an encouraging day, and we reckoned we had made 7 miles. Generally it was not Scott's team which made the heaviest weather these days, but on December 12th they were in greater difficulties than any of us. It was indeed a gruelling day, for the surface was worse than ever, and many men were snow blind. After 5 hours' work in the morning we were about half a mile forward. We were in a sea of pressure, the waves coming at us from our starboard now, the distance between the crests not being very great. We could not have advanced at all had it not been for our ski.
On foot one sinks to the knees, and if pulling on a sledge to half way between knee and thigh."
On December 13th the sledges sank in over 12 inches, and all the gear, as well as the thwartship pieces, were acting as brakes. The tugs and heaves we enjoyed, and the number of times we had to get out of our ski to upright the sledge, were trifles compared with the strenuous exertion of every muscle and nerve to keep the wretched drag from stopping when once under way, and then it would stick, and all the starting operations had to be gone through afresh. We did perhaps half a mile in the forenoon. Anticipating a better surface in the afternoon, we got a shock. Teddy Evans led off half an hour earlier to pilot away, and Captain Scott tried some fake with his spare runners. He lashed them under the sledge to prevent the cross pieces ploughing the snow. That involved about an hour's work. We had to continually turn our runners up to scrape the ice off them, for in these temperatures they are liable to get warm and melt the snow on them, and that freezes into knobs of ice which act like sandpaper or spikes on a pair of skates. We bust off second full of hope, having done so well in the forenoon, but pride goeth before a fall. We stuck 10 yards from the camp, and 9 hours later found us little more than half a mile on. I have never seen a sledge sink so. I have never pulled so hard, or so nearly crushed my inside into my backbone by the everlasting jerking with all my strength on the canvas band round my unfortunate tummy. We were all in the same boat, however. I saw Teddy struggling ahead and Scott astern, but we were the worst off, as the leading team had topped the rise, and I was too blind to pick out a better trail. We fairly played ourselves out that time, and finally had to give it up and relay. Halving the load, we went forward about a mile with it, and, leaving that lot, went back for the remainder. So done were my team that we could do little more than pull the half loads. Teddy's team did the same, and though Scott's did not, we camped practically the same time, having gone over our distance 3 times. Mount Kiffin was still ahead of us to the left. We seemed as if we could never come up with it. Tomorrow Scott decided that if we could not move our full loads we would start relaying systematically. It was a most depressing outlook after such a day of strenuous labour. We got soaked with perspiration these days, though generally pulling in vest, pants and windproof trousers only. Directly we stopped we cooled quickly. 2 skuas appeared at lunch, attracted probably by the pony flesh below, but it was a long way from the sea for them to come. On Thursday, December 14th, Scott wrote, "Indigestion and the soggy condition of my clothes kept me awake for some time last night, and the exceptional exercise gives bad attacks of cramp. Our lips are getting raw and blistered. The eyes of the party are improving, I am glad to say. We are just starting our march with no very hopeful outlook." But we slogged on with much better results. Once into the middle of the glacier we had been steering more or less for the Cloudmaker, and by supper to-day we were well past Mount Kiffin and were about 2,000 feet up, after an estimated run of 11 or 12 statute miles. But the most cheering sign was that the blue ice was gradually coming nearer the surface. At lunch it was 2 feet down, and at our supper camp only 1 foot. In pitching our tent, Crean broke into a crevasse which ran about a foot in front of the door, and there was another at Scott's door. We threw an empty oil can down, and it echoed for a terribly long time. We spent the morning of December 15th crossing a maze of crevasses, though they were well bridged. I believe all these lower reaches of the glacier are badly crevassed, but the thick snow and our ski kept us from tumbling in. There was a great deal of competition between the teams, which was perhaps unavoidable, but probably a pity. This day Bowers' diary records, "Did a splendid bust off on ski, leaving Scott in the lurch, and eventually overhauling the party which had left some time before us. All morning we kept up a steady, even swing, which was quite a pleasure." But the same day Scott wrote, "Evans is now decidedly the slowest unit, though Bowers is not much faster. We keep up and overhaul either without difficulty." Bowers' team considered themselves quite good, but both teams were satisfied of their own superiority. As a matter of fact, Scott's was the faster, as it should have been, for it was certainly the heavier of the two. It was a very bad light all day, but after lunch it began to get worse, and by 5 o'clock it was snowing hard and we could see nothing. We went on for nearly an hour, steering by the wind and any glimpse of sastrugi, and then very reluctantly Scott camped. It looks better now. The surface is much harder and more windswept, and as a rule the ice is only 6 inches underneath. We are beginning to talk about Christmas. We get very thirsty these days in the warm temperatures. We shall feel it farther up when the cold gets into our open pores and sunburnt hands and cracked lips. I am plastering some skin on mine to-night. Our routine now is turn out 5:30, lunch 1 and camp at 7, and we get a short 8 hours sleep. But we are so dead tired we could sleep half into the next day. We get about 9½ hours march. Tea at lunch a positive godsend. We are raising the land to the south well, and are about 2,500 feet up. Latitude about 84 degrees 8 minutes south. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Polar Journey, the Beardmore Glacier, part 2. The next day, December 16th, Bowers wrote, "We have had a really enjoyable day's march, except for the latter end of the afternoon. At the outset in the forenoon my sledge was a bit in the lurch, and Scott drew steadily away from us. I knew I could ordinarily hold my own with him, but for the first 2 hours we dropped till we were several hundred yards astern. Try as I would to rally up my team, we could gain nothing. On examining the runners, however, we soon discovered the cause by the presence of a thin film of ice. After that we ran easily. The thing one must avoid doing is to touch them with the hand or mitt, as anything damp will make ice on them. We usually turn the sledge on its side and scrape one runner at a time with the back of our knives, so as to avoid any chance of cutting or chipping them. In the afternoon either the tea or the butter we had at lunch made us so strong we fairly overran the other team.
We must push on all we can, for we are now 6 days behind Shackleton, all due to that wretched storm. So far, since we got among the disturbances, we have not seen such alarming crevasses as I had expected. Certainly dogs could have come up as far as this.
At lunch we could see big pressure ahead, having done first over 5 miles. Soon after lunch, having gone down a bit, we rose among very rough stuff. We plugged on until 4:30, when ski became quite impossible, and we put them on the sledges and started on foot. We immediately began putting legs down. One step would be on blue ice, and the next 2 feet down into snow. Very hard going. The pressure ahead seemed to stretch right into a big glacier next the Celtic Glacier to the east, and so we altered course for a small bluff point about 2/3 of the way along the base of the Cloudmaker. We were to camp at 6, but did not do so until about 6:30, the last 1½ hours in big pressure, crossing big and smaller waves and hundreds of crevasses, which one of us generally found. We are now camped in very big pressure, and with difficulty we found a patch big enough to pitch the tent free from crevasses. We are pretty well past the Celtic Glacier, which is a vast tumbled mass. There is a long line of ice falls ahead, and I think there is a hard day ahead of us to morrow among that pressure, which must be enormous. We can't go further inshore here, being under the north end of the Cloudmaker, and a fine mountain it is, rising precipitously above us. Sunday, December 17th. Nearly 11 miles. Temperature 12.5 degrees. 3,500 feet. We have had an exciting day. This morning was just like the scenic railway at Earl's Court. We got straight on to the big pressure waves and headed for the humpy rock at the base of the Cloudmaker. It was a hard plug up the waves, very often standing pulls, and all that we could do for a course was a very varied direction. Going down the other side was the exciting part. All we could do was to set the sledge straight, hang on to the straps, give her a little push and rush down the slope, which was sometimes so sheer that the sledge was in the air. Sometimes there was no chance to break the sledge, and we all had to get on to the top, and we rushed down with the wind whistling in our ears. After 3 hours of this it levelled out again a bit, but we took the top of a wave and ran south along it on blue ice. Enormous pressure to our right, largely I think caused by the Celtic Glacier. Then we ascended a rise, snowy and crevassed, and camped after doing just under 5 miles, with big pressure ahead. In the afternoon we had a hard surface. Scott started off at a great speed, Teddy, Evans and I following. There was something wrong with my team or my sledge, as we had a desperate job to keep up at first. We did keep up all right, but were heartily glad when, after about 2½ hours, Scott stopped for a spell. I rearranged our harness, putting Cherry and myself on the long span again, which we had temporarily discarded in the morning. We were both winded and felt wronged. The rearrangement was a success, however, and the remainder of the march was a pleasure instead of a desperate struggle. It finished up on fields of blue, rippled ice with sharp knife edges, and snow patches few and far between. We are all camped on a small snow patch in the middle of a pale blue, rippled sea about 3,600 feet above sea level and past the Cloudmaker, which means that we are half way up the glacier. We had done 12½ miles statute. The Beardmore Glacier is twice as large as the Malaspina in Alaska, which was the largest known glacier until Shackleton discovered the Beardmore. Those who knew the Ferrar Glacier professed to find the Beardmore unattractive, but to me at any rate it was grand. Its very vastness, however, tends to dwarf its surroundings, and great tributary glaciers and tumbled ice falls, which anywhere else would have aroused admiration, were almost unnoticed in a stream which stretched in places 40 miles from bank to bank. It was only when the theodolite was levelled that we realized how vast were the mountains which surrounded us, one of which we reckoned to be well over 20,000 feet in height, and many of the others must have approached that measurement. Lieutenant Evans and Bowers were surveying whenever the opportunity offered, whilst Wilson sat on the sledge or on his sleeping bag and sketched. Before leaving on the morning of December 18 we bagged off 3 half-weekly units and made a depôt marked by a red flag on a bamboo, which was stuck into a small mound. Unfortunately it began to snow in the night, and no bearings were taken until the following morning, when only the base of the mountains on the west side was visible. We knew we might have difficulty in picking up this depôt again, and certainly we all did. It was thick with low stratus clouds in the morning, and snow was falling in large crystals. Our socks and finnesko, hung out to dry, were covered with most beautiful feathery crystals. In the warm weather one gets fairly saturated with perspiration on the march, and foot gear is always wet except the outside covering, which is as a rule more or less frozen, according to existing temperature. On camping at night I shift to night foot gear as soon as ever the tent is pitched, and generally slip on my windproof blouse, as one cools down like smoke after the exertion of man-hauling a heavy sledge for hours. At lunch camp one's feet often get pretty cold, but this goes off as soon as some hot tea is got into the system. As a rule, even when snowing, one's socks etc. will dry if there is a bit of a breeze. They are always frozen stiff in the morning, and can be best thawed out by bundling the lot under one's jersey during breakfast. They can then be put on tolerably warm, even if wet. We started off on a hard rippled blue surface like a sea frozen intact, while the wind was playing on it. It soon got worse, and we had to have one and sometimes two hands back to keep the sledge from skidding. Of course it was easy enough stuff to pull on, but the ground was very uneven, and the sledges constantly capsized. It did not improve the runners either. There were few crevasses. All day we went on in dull cloudy weather with hardly any land visible, and the glacier to be seen only for a short distance. In the afternoon the clouds lifted somewhat and showed us the Adam Mountains. The surface was better for the sledges, but worse for us, as there were countless cracks and small crevasses, into which we constantly trod, barking our shins. As the afternoon sun came round the perspiration fairly streamed down, and it was impossible to keep goggles clear. The surface was so slippery and uneven that it was difficult to keep one's foothold. However, we did 12½ miles, and felt that we had really done a good day's work when we camped. It was not clear enough to survey in the evening, so I took the sledge meter in hand and worked at it half the night to repair Christopher's damage. I ended up by making a fixing of which I was very proud, but did not dare to look at the time, so I don't know how much sleep I missed. There is no doubt that Scott knows where to aim for in a glacier, as it was just here that Shackleton had 2 or 3 of his worst days' work, in such a maze of crevasses that he said that often a slip meant death for the whole party. He avoids the sides of the glacier and goes nowhere near the snow. He often heads straight for apparent chaos, and somehow, when we appear to have reached a cul-de-sac, we find it an open road. However, we all found the trouble on our way back.
On our right we have now a pretty good view of the Adam, Marshall and Wild Mountains, and their very curious horizontal stratification. Wright has found amongst bits of wind-blown débris an undoubted bit of sandstone and a bit of black basalt. We must get to know more of the geology before leaving the glacier finally.
December 19th, +7°. Total height 5,800 feet. Things are certainly looking up, seeing that we have risen 1,100 feet and marched 17 to 18 statute miles during the day, whereas Shackleton's last march was 13 statute. It was still thick when we turned out at 5:45, but it soon cleared, with a fresh southerly wind, and we could see Buckley Island and the land at the head of the glacier just rising. We started late, for Birdie wanted to get our sledge meter dished up. It has been quite a job to day getting it on, but it rode well this afternoon. We started over the same crevasse stuff, but soon got on to blue ice, and for 2 hours had a most pleasant pull, and then up a steepish rise, sometimes on blue ice and sometimes on snow. After the pleasantest morning we have had, we completed 8½ miles. Angles and observations were taken at lunch, and quite a lot of work was done. There is a general getting squared up with gear, for we know that those going on will not have many more days of warm temperatures. At one time to day I think Scott meant trying the right hand of the island or Nunatak, but as we rose this was obviously impossible, for there is a huge mass of pressure coming down there. From here the Dominion Range also looks as if it were a Nunatak. Some of these mountains, which don't look very big, are huge, since the 6,000 feet which we have risen have to be added on to them, and many of them are very grand indeed. The Mill Glacier is a vast thing, with a big pressure across it. There also seems to be a big series of ice falls between Buckley Island and the Dominion Range, for the centre of which Scott is going to morrow. A pretty hard plug this afternoon, but no disturbance, and gradually we have left the bare ice and are mostly travelling on névé. Much of the ice is white. I have been writing down angles and times for Birdie, and writing this in the intervals. Scott's heel is troubling him again.
I have bad bruises on knee and thigh.
And generally there has been a run on the medical cases for chafes and minor ailments. There is now a keen southerly wind blowing. It gets a little colder each day, and we are already beginning to feel it on our sunburnt faces and hands. Of the crevasses met in the morning, Bowers wrote: "So far nobody has dropped down the length of his harness, as I did on the Cape Crozier journey. On this blue ice they are pretty conspicuous, and as they are mostly snow bridged, one is well advised to step over any line of snow. With my short legs this was strenuous work, especially as the weight of the sledge would often stop me with a jerk just before my leading foot quite cleared a crevasse, and the next minute one would be struggling out so as to keep the sledge on the move. It is fatal to stop the sledge, as nobody waits for stragglers, and you have to pick up your lost ground by strenuous hurry. Of course some one often gets so far down a hole that it is necessary to stop and help him out." December 20th. To-day has been a great march, over 2 miles an hour, and on the whole rising a lot. Soon after starting we got on to the most beautifully icy surface, smooth except for cracks, and only patches of snow, most of which we could avoid. We came along at a great rate. The most interesting thing to see was that the Mill Glacier is not, as was supposed, a tributary, but probably is an outlet falling from this glacier, and a great size. However, it was soon covered up with dense black cloud, and there were billows of cloud behind us and below. At lunch Birdie made the disastrous discovery that the registering dial of his sledge meter was off. A screw had shaken out on the bumpy ice, and the clockwork had fallen off. This is serious, for it means that one of the 3 returning parties will have to go without, and their navigation will be much more difficult. Birdie is very upset, especially after all the trouble he had taken with it, and the hours which he has sat up. After lunch he and Bill walked back near 2 miles in the tracks, but could not see it. It was then getting very thick, coming over from the north. It appeared to be blizzing down the glacier, though clear to the south. The northerly wind drove up a backdraft of snow, and very soon fogged us completely. However, we found our way back to camp by the crampon tracks on the blue ice, and then packed up to leave. We started making a course to hit the east side of the island, where there seems to be the only break in the ice falls, which stretch right across. The weather lifted, and we are now camped with the island just to our right, the long strata of coal showing plainly in it, and just in front of us is this steep bit up through the falls. We have done nearly 23 statute miles to day, pulling 160 pounds a man. This evening has been rather a shock. As I was getting my finnesko on to the top of my ski beyond the tent, Scott came up to me and said that he was afraid he had rather a blow for me. Of course I knew what he was going to say, but I could hardly grasp that I was going back to-morrow night. The returning party is to be Atch, Silas, Keohane and self. Scott was very put about, said he had been thinking a lot about it, but had come to the conclusion that the seamen with their special knowledge would be needed, to rebuild the sledge I suppose. Wilson told me it was a toss-up whether Titus or I should go on. That being so, I think Titus will help him more than I can. I said all I could think of. He seemed so cut up about it, saying,
"I think somehow it is specially hard on you."
I said I hoped I had not disappointed him, and he caught hold of me and said, "No, no, no." So if that is the case, all is well. He told me that at the bottom of the glacier he was hardly expecting to go on himself. I don't know what the trouble is, but his foot is troubling him, and also I think indigestion. Scott just says in his diary,
"I dreaded this necessity of choosing. Nothing could be more heartrending."
And then he goes on to sum up the situation.
"I calculated our programme to start from 85 degrees 10 minutes with 12 units of food and 8 men. We ought to be in this position to-morrow night, less one day's food. After all our harassing trouble, one cannot but be satisfied with such a prospect."
December 21st, Upper Glacier Depôt. Started off with a nippy southwesterly wind in our faces, but bright sunshine, one's nose and lips being chapped and much skinned with alternate heat and cold. A breeze in the face is absolute agony until you warm up. This does not take long, however, when pulling a sledge, so after the first quarter of an hour more or less one is comfortable, unless the wind is very strong. we made towards the only place where it seemed possible to cross the mass of pressure ice caused by the junction of the plateau with the glacier, and congested between the Nunatak, Buckley Island, and the Dominion Range. Scott had considered at one time going up to westward of the Nunatak, but this appeared more chaotic than the other side. We made for a slope close to the end of the island or Nunatak, where Shackleton must have got up also. It is obviously the only place when you look at it from a commanding rise. We did not go quite so close to the land as Shackleton did, and therefore, as had been the case with us all the way up the glacier, found less difficulties than he met with. Scott is quite wonderful in his selections of route, as we have escaped excessive dangers and difficulties all along. In this case we had fairly good going, but got into a perfect mass of crevasses, into which we all continually fell, mostly 1 foot, but often 2, and occasionally went down altogether, some to the length of their harness, to be hauled out with the Alpine rope. Most of them could be seen by the strip of snow on the blue ice. They were often too wide to jump through, and the only thing was to plant your feet on the bridge and try not to tread heavily. As a rule the centre of a bridged crevasse is the safest place. The rotten places are at the edges. We had to go over dozens by hopping right onto the bridge and then over onto the ice. It is a bit of a jar when it gives way under you, but the friendly harness is made to trust one's life to. The Lord only knows how deep these vast chasms go down. They seem to extend into the blue-black nothingness, thousands of feet below. Before reaching the rise we had to go up and down many steep slopes, and on the one side the sledges were overrunning us, and on the other it fairly took the juice out of you to reach the top. We saw the stratification on the Nunatak which Shackleton supposed to be coal. There was also much sandstone and red granite. I should like to have scratched round these rocks. We may get a chance on our return journey. As we topped each rise we found another one beyond it, and so on. About noon some clouds settled in a fog around us, and being fairly in a trough of crevasses we could not get on. Fortunately we found a snow patch to pitch the tents on, but even there were crevasses under us. However, we enjoyed a hearty lunch, and I improved the shining hour by preparing my rations for the upper glacier depôt. At 3 p.m. it cleared, and Mount Darwin, a Nunatak to the south-west of the others, could be seen. This we made for, and some 2 miles on exchanged blue ice for the new snow, which was much harder pulling. Scott was fairly wound up, and he went on and on. Every rise topped seemed to fire him with a desire to top the next, and every rise had another beyond and above it. We camped at 8 p.m, all pretty weary, having come up nearly 1500 feet and done over 11 miles in a south-westerly direction. We were south of Mount Darwin in 85° 7' south, and our corrected altitude proved to be 7,000 feet above the Barrier. I worked up till a very late hour getting the depôt stores ready, and also weighing out and arranging allowances for the returning party, and arranging the stores and distribution of weights of the 2 parties going on. The temperature was down to 0 to day, the lowest it has been for some time this summer weather. There is a very mournful air to night, those going on and those turning back. Bill came in while I was cooking to say good bye. He told me he fully expected to come back with the next party, that he could see Scott was going to take on the strongest fellows, perhaps 3 seamen. It would be a great disappointment if Bill did not go on. We gave away any gear which we could spare to those going on, and I find the following in my diary. I have been trying to give away my spare gear where it may be most acceptable. Finnesko to Birdie, pyjama trousers to Bill, and a bag of baccy for Bill to give Scott on Christmas Day. Some baccy to Titus, Jaeger socks and half my scarf to Crean, and a bit of a handkerchief to Birdie. Very tired tonight. Scott wrote, "We are struggling on, considering all things against odds. The weather is a constant anxiety, otherwise arrangements are working exactly as planned. Here we are practically on the summit, and up to date in the provision line. We ought to get through." End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapter 11 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 The Polar Journey, Part 3. The Plateau from Mount Darwin to latitude 87° 32' south. First sledge: Scott, Wilson, Oates, Seaman Evans. Second sledge:
Lieutenant Evans, Bowers, Lashly, Crean. For the first week on the plateau Bowers wrote a full diary, which I give below. After December 28th there are little more than fragmentary notes until January 19th, the day the party started to return from the Pole. From then until January 25th he wrote fully, nothing after that until January 29th, followed by more fragments to February 3rd, I suppose. That is the last entry he made. But this is not surprising, even in a man of Bowers' energy. The time a man can give to writing under such conditions is limited, and Bowers had a great deal of it to do before he could think of a diary, the meteorological log, sights for position as well as rating sights for time, and all the routine work of weights, provisions and depots. He wrote no diary at the Pole, but he made a very full meteorological report while there, in addition to working out sights. The wonder is that he kept a diary at all. From Bowers' diary. December 22nd. Midsummer Day. We have had a brilliant day, with temperature about 0 and no wind, altogether charming conditions. I rigged up the Upper Glacier Depôt after breakfast. We depôted 2 half-weekly units for return of the 2 parties, also all crampons and glacier gear, such as ice axes, crowbar, spare alpine rope, etc., personal gear, medical, and in fact everything we could dispense with. I left my old finnesko, wind trousers and some other spare gear in a bag for going back. The 2 advance parties' weights amounted to 190 lbs per man. They consisted of the permanent weights, 12 weeks' food and oil, spare sledge runners, etc. We said good bye and sent messages and photo films with the first returning party, which consisted of Atch, Cherry, Silas and Keohane. It was quite touching, saying farewell to our good pals. They wished us luck, and Cherry, Atch and Silas quite overwhelmed me. We went forward, the owners' team as before, consisting of Dr. Bill, Titus and Seaman Evans, and Lieutenant Teddy Evans and Lashly coming over to my sledge and tent to join up with Crean and myself. We all left the depôt cairn marked with 2 spare 10 feet sledge runners and a large black flag on one. Our morning march was not so long as usual, owing to making up the depôt, but we did 5 miles uphill, hauling our heavier loads more easily than the lighter ones yesterday. A fall in the temperature had improved the surface. We had also sandpapered our runners after the tearing up they had had on the glacier. This made a tremendous difference. The afternoon march brought our total up to 10.6 miles for the day on a south-westerly course. We are steering south-west with a view to avoiding ice falls which Shackleton met with. We came across very few crevasses. The few we found were as broad as a street, and crossing them the whole party, sledge and all, would be on the bridge at once. They only gave way at the edges, and we did nothing worse than put our feet through now and then. The surface is all snow now, névé and hard sastrugi, which seem to point to a strong prevalent south-south-west wind here. We are well clear of the land now, and it is a beautiful evening. I have just taken 6 photographs of the Dominion Range. We can see many new mountains. Our position by observation is 85 degrees 13 minutes 29 seconds south, 161 degrees 54 minutes 45 seconds east, variation being 175 degrees 45 minutes. December 23rd. Turned out at usual time, 5:45 a.m. I am cook this week in our tent. After breakfast built 2 cairns to mark spot and shoved off at 7:45. We started up a big slope on a south-westerly course to avoid the pressure which lay across our track to the southward. It was a pretty useful slog up the rise. At one time it seemed as if we would never top the slope. We stopped for 5 minutes to look round after 2½ hours hard plugging, and about 1½ hours later reached the top, from which we could see the distant mountains which have so recently been our companions. They are beginning to look pretty magnificent. The top of the great pressure ridge was running roughly S.E. and N.W. It was one of a succession of ridges which probably cover an area of 50 or 60 square miles. In this neighbourhood Shackleton met them almost to 86½ degrees south. At the top of the ridge were vast crevasses into which we could have dropped the Terra Nova easily. The bridges were firm, however, except at the sides, though we had frequent stumbles into the conservatory roof, so to speak.
The sledges were rushed over them without mishap. We had to head farther west to clear disturbances, and at one time were going west-north-west. At lunch camp we had done 8½ miles, and in the afternoon we completed 15 on a south-westerly course over improved ground. Our routine is to actually haul our sledges for 9 hours a day, 5 in the morning (7:15 a.m. till 1 p.m.) and 4 in the afternoon (2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m.). We turn out at 5:45 a.m. just now. The loads are still pretty heavy, but the surface is remarkably good considering all things. One gets pretty weary towards the end of the day. All my muscles have had their turn at being stiffened up. These hills are giving my back ones a reminder, but they will ache less to morrow and finally cease to do so, as is the case with legs, etc., which had their turn first. December 24th, Christmas Eve. We started off heading due south this morning, as we are many miles to the westward of Shackleton's course, and should, if anywhere, be clear of the ice falls and pressure. Of course, no mortals having been here, one can only conjecture. As a matter of fact, we found later in the day that we were not clear by any means, and had to do a bit of dodging about to avoid disturbances, as well as mount vast ridges with the tops of them a chaos of crevasses. The tops are pretty hard ice snow, over which the sledges run easily. It is quite a holiday after slogging up the slopes on the softer surface with our heavy loads, which amount to over 190 pounds per man. We mark our night camp by 2 cairns and our lunch camp by single ones. It is doubtful, however, among these ridges if we will ever pick them up again, and it does not really matter, as we have excellent land for the Upper Glacier Depôt. We completed 14 miles and turned in as usual pretty tired. December 25th, Christmas Day. A strange and strenuous Christmas for me, with plenty of snow to look at and very little else. The breeze that had blown in our faces all yesterday blew more freshly today, with surface drift. It fairly nipped one's nose and face starting off until one got warmed up. We had to pull in wind blouses, as though one's body kept warm enough on the march. The arms got numbed with the penetrating wind, no matter how vigorously they were swung. Another thing is that one cannot stop the team on the march to get clothes on and off, so it is better to go the whole hog and be too hot than cause delays. We had the addition of a little pony meat for breakfast to celebrate the day. I am the cook of our tent this week. We steered south again and struck our friends the crevasses and climbed ridges again. About the middle of the morning we were all falling in continually, but Lashly in my team had the worst drop. He fell to the length of his harness and the trace. I was glad that, having noticed his rope rather worn, I had given him a new one a few days before. He jerked Crean and me off our feet backwards, and Crean's harness being jammed under the sledge, which was half across an 8-foot bridge, he could do nothing. I was a little afraid of sledge and all going down, but fortunately the crevasse ran diagonally. We could not see Lashly, for a great overhanging piece of ice was over him. Teddy Evans and I cleared Crean, and we all three got Lashly up, with the alpine rope cut into the snow sides which overhung the hole. We then got the sledge into safety. Today is Lashly's birthday. He is married and has a family, is 44 years of age, and due for his pension from the service. He is as strong as most, and is an undefeated old sportsman. Being a chief stoker, Royal Navy, his original job was charge of one of the ill-fated motor sledges. The following is Lashly's own account. Christmas Day, and a good one. We have done 15 miles over a very changing surface. First of all, it was very much crevassed and pretty rotten. We were often in difficulties as to which way we should tackle it. I had the misfortune to drop clean through, but was stopped with a jerk when at the end of my harness. It was not, of course, a very nice sensation, especially on Christmas Day, and being my birthday as well. While spinning round in space like I was, it took me a few seconds to gather together my thoughts and see what kind of a place I was in. It certainly was not a fairy's place. When I had collected myself, I heard someone calling from above, "Are you all right, Lashly?" I was all right, it is true, but I did not care to be dangling in the air on a piece of rope, especially when I looked round and saw what kind of place it was. It seemed about 50 feet deep and 8 feet wide and 120 feet long. This information I had ample time to gain while dangling there. I could measure the width with my ski sticks, as I had them on my wrists. It seemed a long time before I saw the rope come down alongside me with a bowline in it for me to put my foot in and get dragged out. It was not a job I should care to have to go through often, as being in the crevasse I had got cold and a bit frostbitten on hands and face. which made it more difficult for me to help myself. Anyhow, Mr. Evans, Bowers and Crean hauled me out, and Crean wished me many happy returns of the day, and of course I thanked him politely, and the others laughed, but all were pleased I was not hurt, bar a bit of a shake. It was funny, although they called to the other team to stop. They did not hear, but went trudging on and did not know until they looked round just in time to see me arrive on top again. Then they waited for us to come up with them. The captain asked if I was all right and could go on again, which I could honestly say yes to. And at night when we stopped for dinner I felt I could do 2 dinners in. Anyhow, we had a pretty good tuck in. Dinner consisted of pemmican, biscuits, chocolate éclair, pony meat, plum pudding and crystallized ginger, and 4 caramels each. We none of us could hardly move. We had done over 8 miles at lunch. I had managed to scrape together from the Barrier rations enough extra food to allow us a stick of chocolate each for lunch, with 2 spoonfuls of raisins each in our tea. In the afternoon we got clear of crevasses pretty soon, but towards the end of the afternoon Captain Scott got fairly wound up and went on and on. The breeze died down and my breath kept fogging my glasses, and our windproofs got oppressively warm, and altogether things were pretty rotten. At last he stopped, and we found we had done 14 3/4 miles. He said, "What about 15 miles for Christmas Day?" So we gladly went on. Anything definite is better than indefinite trudging. We had a great feed which I had kept hidden and out of the official weights since our departure from winter quarters. It consisted of a good fat hoosh with pony meat and ground biscuit, a chocolate hoosh made of water, cocoa, sugar, biscuits, raisins, and thickened with a spoonful of arrowroot. This is the most satisfying stuff imaginable. Then came 2½ square inches of plum duff each, and a good mug of cocoa washed down the whole. In addition to this we had 4 caramels each, and 4 squares of crystallized ginger. I positively could not eat all mine, and turned in feeling as if I had made a beast of myself. I wrote up my journal. In fact, I should have liked somebody to put me to bed. December 26th. We have seen many new ranges of mountains extending to the southeast of the Dominion Range. They are very distant, however, and must evidently be the top of those bounding the Barrier. They could only be seen from the tops of the ridges, as waves up which we are continually mounting. Our height yesterday morning by hypsometer was 8,000 feet. That is our last hypsometer record, as I had the misfortune to break the thermometer. The hypsometer was one of my chief delights, and nobody could have been more disgusted than myself at its breaking. However, we have the aneroid to check the height. We are going gradually up and up. As one would expect, a considerable amount of lassitude was felt over breakfast after our feed last night. The last thing on earth I wanted to do was to ship the harness around my poor tummy when we started. As usual, a stiff breeze from the south and a temperature of -7 blew in our faces. Strange to say, however, we don't get frostbitten. I suppose it's the open air life. I could not tell if I had frostbite on my face now, as it is all scales, and so are my lips and nose. A considerable amount of red hair is endeavouring to cover up matters. We crossed several ridges, and after the effects of overfeeding had worn off, did a pretty good march of 13 miles. No more Christmas days, so no more big hooshes. December 27. There is something the matter with our sledge or our team, as we have an awful slog to keep up with the others. I asked Dr. Bill, and he said their sledge ran very easily. Ours is nothing but a desperate drag, with constant rallies to keep up. We certainly managed to do so, but I am sure we cannot keep this up for long. We are all pretty well done up tonight, after doing 13.3 miles. Our salvation is on the summits of the ridges, where hard névé and sastrugi obtain, and we skip over this slippery stuff and make up lost ground easily. In soft snow the other team draw steadily ahead, and it is fairly heartbreaking to know you are putting your life out hour after hour while they go along with little apparent effort. December 28th. The last few days have been absolutely cloudless, with unbroken sunshine for 24 hours. It sounds very nice, but the temperature never comes above 0, and what Shackleton called the pitiless increasing wind of the great plateau continues to blow at all times from the south. It never ceases, and all night it whistles round the tents, all day it blows in our faces. Sometimes it's south-south-east or south-east to south, and sometimes even south to west, but always southerly, chiefly accompanied by low drift, which at night forms quite a deposit around the sledges. We expected this wind, so we must not growl at getting it. It will be great fun sailing the sledges back before it. As far as weather is concerned, we have had remarkably fine days up here on this limitless snow plain. I should like to know what there is beneath us. mountains and valleys simply levelled off to the top with ice. We constantly come across disturbances which I can only imagine are caused by the peaks of ice-covered mountains, so no doubt some of the icefalls and crevasses are accountable to the same source. Our coming west has not cleared them, as we have seen more disturbances to the west, many miles away. However, they are getting less and less, and are now nothing but featureless rises with apparently no crevasses. Our first 2 hours pulling to day. From Lashley's diary. December 29th, 1911. A nasty headwind all day and low drift which accumulates in patches and makes it the deuce of a job to get along. We have got to put in long days to do the distance. December 30th, 1911. Sledges going heavy, surface and wind the same as yesterday. We depôted our ski tonight, that is the party returning tomorrow, when we march in the forenoon and camp to change our sledge runners into 10 feet. Done 11 miles, but a bit stiff. December 31st, 1911. After doing 7 miles we camped and done the sledges, which took us until 11 p.m. and we had to dig out to get them done by then. Made a depôt and saw the old year out and the new year in. We all wondered where we should be next year. It was so still and quiet. The weather was dull and overcast all night. In fact, we have not seen much of the sun lately. It would be so nice if we could sometimes get a glimpse of it. The sun is always cheering. January 1912, New Year's Day. We pushed on as usual, but were rather late getting away. 9:10. Something unusual for us to be as late. The temperature and wind is still very troublesome. We are now ahead of Shackleton's dates and have passed the 87th parallel, so it is only 180 miles to the pole. January 2nd, 1912. The drag-in is still very heavy, and we seem to be always climbing higher. We are now over 10,000 feet above sea level. It makes it bad as we don't get enough heat in our food, and the tea is not strong enough to run out the pot. Everything gets cold so quickly. The water boils at about 196 degrees Fahrenheit. Scott's own diary of this first fortnight on the plateau shows the immense shove of the man. He was getting every inch out of the miles, every ounce out of his companions. Also, he was in a hurry. He always was. That blizzard which had delayed him just before the Gateway, and the resulting surfaces which had delayed him in the lower reaches of the glacier. One can feel the averages running through his brain. So many miles today, so many more tomorrow. When shall we come to an end of this pressure? Can we go straight, or must we go more west? And then the great undulating waves with troughs 8 miles wide, and the buried mountains causing whirlpools in the ice. How immense and how annoying! The monotonous march, the necessity to keep the mind concentrated to steer among disturbances, the relief of a steady plod when the disturbances cease for a time, then more pressure and more crevasses. Always slog on, always a fraction of a mile more. On December 30th he writes, "We have caught up Shackleton's dates." They made wonderful marches, averaging nearly 15 statute miles, 13 geographical, a day for the whole day marches until the second return party turned back on January 4th. Scott writes on December 26th, "It seems astonishing to be disappointed with a march of 15 statute miles when I had contemplated doing little more than 10 with full loads." The last returning party came back with the news that Scott must reach the Pole with the greatest ease. This seemed almost a certainty, and yet it was, as we know, a false impression. Scott's plans were based on Shackleton's averages over the same country. The blizzard came and put him badly behind, but despite this he caught Shackleton up. No doubt the general idea then was that Scott was going to have a much easier time than he had expected. We certainly did not realise then, and I do not think Scott himself had any notion of, the price which had been paid. Of the 3 teams, of 4 men each, which started from the bottom of the Beardmore, Scott's team was a very long way the strongest. It was the team which, with one addition, went to the Pole. Lieutenant Evans's team had mostly done a lot of man-hauling already. It was hungry and I think a bit stale. Bowers' team was fresh and managed to keep up for the most part, but it was very done at the end of the day. Scott's own team went along with comparative ease. From the top of the glacier 2 teams went on during the last fortnight of which we have been speaking. The first of them was Scott's unit complete, just as it had pulled up the glacier. The second team consisted, I believe, of the men whom Scott considered to be the strongest, 2 from Evans' team and 2 from Bowers. All Scott's team were fresh to the extent that they had done no man-hauling until we started up the glacier. but two of the other team, Lieutenant Evans and Lashly, had been man-hauling since the breakdown of the second motor on November 1st. They had man-hauled 400 statute miles farther than the rest. Indeed, Lashly's man-hauling journey from Corner Camp to beyond 87° 32' south and back is one of the great feats of polar travelling. Surely, and not very slowly, Scott's team began to wear down the other team. They were going easily when the others were making heavy weather and were sometimes far behind. During the fortnight they rose, according to the corrected observations, from 7,151 feet, Upper Glacier Depôt, to 9,392 feet above sea level, 3° Depôt. The rarefied air of the plateau, with its cold winds and lower temperatures, just now about -10° to -12° at night, and -3° during the day, were having their effect on the second team as well as the forced marches. This is quite clear from Scott's diary, and from the other diaries also. What did not appear until after the last returning party had turned homewards was that the first team was getting worn out too. This team, which had gone so strong up the glacier, which had done those amazingly good marches on the plateau, broke up unexpectedly and in some respects rapidly from the 88th parallel onwards. Seaman Evans was the first man to crack. He was the heaviest, largest, most muscular man we had, and that was probably one of the main reasons, for his allowance of food was the same as the others, but one mishap which contributed to his collapse seemed to have happened during his first fortnight on the plateau. On December 31st the 12 feet sledges were turned into 10 feet ones by stripping off the old scratched runners which had come up the glacier and shipping new 10 feet ones which had been brought for the purpose. This job was done by the seaman, and Evans appears to have had some accident to his hand, which is mentioned several times afterward. Meanwhile Scott had to decide whom he was going to take on with him to the Pole, for it was becoming clear that in all probability he would reach the Pole.
"What castles one builds now, hopefully that the Pole is ours,"
he wrote the day after the supporting party left him. The final advance to the Pole was, according to plan, to have been made by 4 men. We were organised in 4-man units, our rations were made up for 4 men for a week, our tents held 4 men, our cookers held 4 mugs, 4 pannikins and 4 spoons. 4 days before the supporting party turned, Scott ordered the second sledge of 4 men to depot their ski. It is clear, I suppose, that at this time he meant the Polar Party to consist of 4 men. I think there can be no doubt that he meant one of those men to be himself.
"For your own ear also, I am exceedingly fit and can go with the best of them,"
he wrote from the top of the glacier. He changed his mind and went forward a party of 5, Scott, Wilson, Bowers Oates and Seaman Evans. I am sure he wished to take as many men as possible to the Pole. He sent 3 men back, Lieutenant Evans in charge and 2 seamen, Lashly and Crean. It is the vivid story of those 3 men who turned on January 4th in latitude 87° 32', which is told by Lashly in the next chapter. Scott wrote home,
"A last note from a hopeful position. I think it's going to be all right. We have a fine party going forward, and arrangements are all going well."
10 months afterwards we found their bodies. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Polar Journey, Returning Parties, Part 1. The Devil. "And these are the creatures in whom you discover what you call a life force?" Don Juan. "Yes, for now comes the most surprising part of the whole business." The Statue. "What's that?" Don Juan. "Why, that you can make any of these cowards brave by simply putting an idea into his head." The Statue. "Stuff! As an old soldier I admit the cowardice. It's as universal as seasickness, and matters just as little. But that about putting an idea into a man's head is stuff and nonsense. In a battle all you need to make you fight is a little hot blood and the knowledge that it's more dangerous to lose than to win." Don Juan. "That is perhaps why battles are so useless, but men never really overcome fear until they imagine they are fighting to further a universal purpose, fighting for an idea, as they call it." Bernard Shaw. Man and Superman. 2 dog teams, Meares and Dimitri, turned back from the bottom of the Beardmore Glacier on December 11, 1911. They reached Hut Point on January 4, 1912. First supporting party, Atkinson, Cherry-Garrard, Wright, Keohane, turned back in latitude 85 degrees 15 minutes on December 22, 1911. They reached Hut Point January 26, 1912. Last supporting party, Lieutenant Evans, Lashly, Crean, turned back in latitude 87 degrees 32 minutes on January 4, 1912. They reached Hut Point February 22, 1912. Of the 3 teams which started up the Beardmore Glacier, the first to return, a fortnight after starting the summit rations, was known as the first supporting party. The second to return, a month after starting the summit rations, was known as the last supporting party. Of the 2 dog teams under Meares, which had already turned homewards at the bottom of the glacier, after having been brought forward farther than had been intended, I will speak later. I am going to say very little about the first return party, which consisted of Atkinson, Wright, Keohane and myself. Atkinson was in command, and before we left Scott told him to bring the dog teams out to meet the Polar Party, if, as seemed likely, Meares returned home. Atkinson is a naval surgeon, and you will find this party referred to in Lashly's diary as the Doctors. It was a sad job saying good-bye. It was thick snowing and drifting clouds when we started back after making the depôt, and the last we saw of them as we swung the sledge north was a black dot just disappearing over the next ridge, and a big white pressure wave ahead of them. Scott said some nice things when we said good-bye. Anyway, he has only to average 7 miles a day to get to the Pole on full rations. It's practically a cert for him. I do hope he takes Bill and Birdie. The view over the ice falls and pressure by the Mill Glacier from the top of the ice falls is one of the finest things I have ever seen. Atch is doing us proud. No 500-mile journey down the Beardmore and across the Barrier can be uneventful, even in midsummer. We had the same dreary drag, the same thick weather, fears and anxieties which other parties have had, a touch of the same dysentery and sickness, the same tumbles and crevasses, the same Christmas comforts, a layer of plum pudding at the bottom of our cocoa, and some rocks collected from a moraine under the Cloudmaker, the same groping for tracks, the same cairns lost and found, the same snow blindness and weariness, nightmares, food dreams. Why repeat? Comparatively speaking, it was a very little journey, and yet the distance from Cape Evans to the top of the Beardmore Glacier and back is 1164 statute miles. Scott's southern journey of 1902-3 was 950 statute miles. One day only is worth recalling. We got into the same big pressure above the Cloudmaker which both the other parties experienced. But where the other 2 parties made east to get out of it, we went west at Wright's suggestion. West was right. The day really lives in my memory because of the troubles of Keohane. He fell into crevasses to the full length of his harness 8 times in 25 minutes. Little wonder he looked a bit dazed. And Atkinson went down into one chasm head foremost. The worst crevasse fall I've ever seen, but luckily the shoulder straps of his harness stood the strain, and we pulled him up little the worse. All 3 parties off the plateau owed a good deal to Meares, who on his return with the 2 dog teams built up the cairns which had been obliterated by the big blizzard of December 5th to 8th. The ponies' walls were drifted level with the surface, and Meares himself had an anxious time finding his way home. The dog tracks also helped us a good deal. The dogs were sinking deeply and making heavy weather of it. At the Barrier Depôt we found rather despondent notes from Meares about his progress. To the southern Barrier Depôt he had uncomfortably high temperatures and a very soft surface, and found the cairns drifted up and hard to see. At the Middle Barrier Depôt we found a note from him dated December 20th. Thick weather and blizzards had delayed him, and once he had got right off the tracks and had been out from his camp hunting for them. They were quite well, a little eye strain from searching for the cairns. He was taking a little butter from each bag of the 3 depôted weekly units, and with this would have enough to the next depôt on short rations. At the Upper Glacier Depôt, Mount Hooper, the news from Meares was dated Christmas Eve in the evening. The dogs were going slowly but steadily, in very soft stuff, especially his last 2 days. He was running short of food, having only biscuit crumbs, tea, some cornflour, and half a cup of pemmican. He was therefore taking 50 biscuits and a day's provision for 2 men from each of our units. He had killed 1 American dog some camps back. If he killed more he was going to kill Kryzravitsa, who he said was the fattest and laziest. We shall take on 30 biscuits short. Meares was to have turned homewards with the 2 dog teams in latitude 81° 15'. Scott took him on to approximately 83° 35'. The dogs had the ponies on which to feed. To make up the deficiency of man food we went 1 biscuit a day short when going up the Beardmore, but the dogs went back slower than was estimated, and his provisions were insufficient. It was evident that the dog teams would arrive too late and be too done to take out the food which had still to be sledged to 1 ton for the 3 parties returning from the plateau. It was uncertain whether a man-hauling party with such of this food as they could drag would arrive at the depôt before us. We might have to travel the 130 geographical miles from One Ton to Hut Point on the little food which was already at that depôt, and we were saving food by going on short rations to meet this contingency if it arose. Judge therefore our joy when we reached One Ton in the evening of January 15th to find 3 of the 5 excess rations which were necessary for the 3 parties. A man-hauling party consisting of Day, Nelson, Hooper and Clissold had brought out this food. They left a note saying the crevasses near Corner Camp were bad and open. Day and Hooper had reached Cape Evans from the Barrier on December 21st. They started out again on this depôt laying trip on December 26th. It is a common experience for men who have been hungry to be ill after reaching plenty of food. Atkinson was not at all well during our journey into Hut Point, which we reached without difficulty on January 26th. When I was looking for data concerning the return of the last supporting party, of which no account has been published, I wrote to Lashly and asked him to meet and tell me all that he could remember. He was very willing, and added that somewhere or other he had a diary which he had written. Perhaps it might be of use? I asked him to send it to me, and was sent some dirty thumbed sheets of paper, and this is what I read. 3rd January 1912. Very heavy going to day. This will be our last night together, as we are to return to morrow after going on in the forenoon with the party chosen for the Pole, that is Captain Scott, Dr. Wilson, Captain Oates, Lieutenant Bowers and Taff Evans. The captain said he was satisfied we were all in good condition, fit to do the journey, but only so many could go on, so it was his wish that Mr. Evans, Crean and myself should return. He was quite aware we should have a very stiff job, but we told him we did not mind that, providing he thought they could reach the Pole with the assistance we had been able to give them. The first time I have heard we were having mules coming down to assist us next year. I was offering to remain at Hut Point, to be there if any help was needed, but the captain said it was his and also Captain Oates' wish, if the mules arrived, I was to take charge of and look after them until their return, but if they did not arrive there was no reason why I should not come to Hut Point and wait their return. We had a long talk with the owner, Scott, in our tent about things in general, and he seemed pretty confident of success. He seemed a bit afraid of us getting hung up, but as he said we had a splendid navigator, who he was sure he could trust to pull us through. He also thanked us all heartily for the way we had assisted in the journey, and he should be sorry when we parted. We are, of course, taking the mail, but what a time before we get back to send it. We are nearly as far as Shackleton was on his journey. I shall not write more to night, it is too cold. 4th January 1912. We accompanied the Pole party for about 5 miles, and everything seemed to be going pretty well, and Captain Scott said they felt confident they could pull the load quite well, so there was no more need for us to go on farther. So we stopped and did all the talking we could in a short time. We wished them every success and a safe return, and asked each one if there was anything we could do for them when we got back, but they were all satisfied they had left nothing undone, so the time came for the last handshake and good-bye. I think we all felt it very much. They then wished us a speedy return and safe, and then they moved off. We gave them 3 cheers and watched them for a while until we began to feel cold. Then we turned and started for home. We soon lost sight of each other. We travelled a long time so as to make the best of it while the weather was suitable, as we have to keep up a good pace on the food allowance. It won't do to lay up much. One thing since we left Mount Darwin, we have had weather we could travel in, although we have not seen the sun much of late. We did 13 miles as near as we can guess by the cairns we have passed. We have not got a sledge meter, so shall have to go by guess all the way home. Owing to the loss of a sledge meter on the Beardmore Glacier, one of the 3 parties had to return without one. A sledge meter gives the navigator his dead reckoning, indicating the miles travelled, like the log of a ship. To be deprived of it in a wilderness of snow without landmarks adds enormously to the difficulties and anxieties of a sledge party. 5th January 1912. We were up and off this morning, the weather being fine, but the surface is about the same. The temperature keeps low. We have got to change our pulling billets. Crean has become snowblind today through being leader, so I shall have the job to morrow, as Mr. Evans seems to get blind rather quickly. So if I lead and he directs me from behind, we ought to get along pretty well. I hope my eyes will keep all right. We made good 17 miles and camped. 6th January 1912. We are making good progress on the surface we have to contend with. We picked up the 3 Degree Depôt soon after noon, which puts us up to time. We took our provisions for a week. We have got to reach Mount Darwin Depôt, a distance of 120 miles, with 7 days' provisions. We picked up our ski and camped for the night. We have been wondering if the others have got the same wind as us. If so, it is right in their face, whereas it is at our back, a treat to what it is facing it. Crean's eyes are pretty bad tonight. Snow blindness is an awful complaint, and no one I can assure you looks forward with pleasure when it begins to attack. 7th January 1912. We have had a very good day as far as travelling goes. The wind has been behind us and is a great help to us. We have been on ski all day for the first time. It seems a good change to footing it. The one thing day after day gets on one's nerves. Crean's eyes are a bit better today, but far from being well. The temperature is pretty low, which don't improve the surface for hauling, but we seem to be getting along pretty well. We have no sledge meter, so we have to go by guess. Mr. Evans says we done 17½ miles, but I say 16½. I am not going to overestimate our day's run, as I am taking charge of the biscuits, so we don't overstep the mark. This we have all agreed to, so that we should exactly know how we stand from day to day. I am still leading, not very nice as the light is bad. We caught a glimpse of the land to the east of us, but could only have been a mirage. 8th January 1912. On turning out this morning we found it was blowing a bliz, so it was almost a case of having to remain in camp, but on second thoughts we thought it best to kick off, as we can't afford to lay up on account of food, so thought it best to push on. I wonder if the Pole Party have experienced this. If so, they could not travel, as it would be in their face, where we have got it at our back. We have lost the outward bound track, so have decided to make a straight line to Mount Darwin, which will be on Shackleton's course according to his and Wild's diary. Each of the 3 parties which went forward up the Beardmore Glacier carried extracts from the above diaries. Wild was Shackleton's right-hand man in his southern journey in 1908. 9th January 1912. Travelling is very difficult, bad light and still blizzing. It would have been impossible to keep in touch with the cairns in this weather. I am giving 12 miles tonight. The weather have moderated a bit and looks a bit more promising. Can see land at times. 10th January 1912. The light is still very bad, with a good deal of drift, but we must push on as we are a long way from our depot, but we hope to reach it before our provisions run out. I am keeping a good eye on them. Crean's eyes have got all right again now. 11th January 1912. Things are a bit better today. Could see the land all right, and where to steer for. It is so nice to have something to look at, but I am thinking we shall all have our work cut out to reach the depot before our provisions run short. I am deducting a small portion each meal, so that we shall not have to go without altogether if we don't bring up at the proper time. Have done about 14 miles. 12th January 1912. The day has been full of adventure. At first we got into some very rough stuff, with plenty of crevasses. Had to get rid of the ski and put our thinking cap on, as we had not got under way long before we were at the top of some ice falls. These probably are what Shackleton spoke of. We could see it meant a descent of 600 to 700 feet, or make a big circuit, which meant a lot of time and a big delay, and this we can't afford just now, so we decided on the descent into the valley. This proved a difficult task, as we had no crampons, having left them at Mount Darwin Depôt, but we managed after a time by getting hold of the sledge each side and allowing her to run into a big lump of pressure, which was, we knew, a risky thing to do. It took us up to lunch time to reach the valley, where we camped for lunch, where we all felt greatly relieved, having accomplished the thing safely, no damage to ourselves or the sledge, but we lost one of Crean's ski sticks. Some of the crevasses we crossed were 100 to 200 feet wide, but well bridged in the centre, but the edges were very dangerous indeed. This is where the snow and ice begins to roll down the glacier. After starting out our way again, we found we had to climb the hill. Things don't look very nice ahead again to night. We don't seem to be more than a day's run from the depôt, but it will surprise me if we reach it by tomorrow night. If not, we shall have to go on short rations, as our supply is nearly run out, and we have not lost any time, but we knew on starting we had to average 15½ miles per day to reach it in time. 13th January 1912. This has been a very bad day for us, what with ice falls and crevasses. We feel all full up tonight. The strain is tremendous some days. We are camped, but not at the depôt, but we hope to pick it up sometime tomorrow. We shall be glad to get off the summit, as the temperature is very low. We expected the party would have reached the pole yesterday, providing they had anything of luck. Scott reached the pole on January 17th. 14th January 1912. Sunday we reached the Mount Darwin Depôt at 2 p.m. and camped for lunch. We had just enough now for our meal. This is cutting it a bit fine. We have now taken our 3½ days allowance, which has got to take us another 57 miles to the Cloudmaker Depôt. This we shall do if we all keep as fit as we seem just now. We left a note at the depôt to inform the captain of our safe arrival, wishing them the best of a journey home. We are quite cheerful here tonight, after having put things right at the depôt, where we found the sugar exposed to the sun. It had commenced to melt, but we put everything all right before we left, and picked up our crampons and got away as soon as we could. We know there is not much time to spare. We are now beginning to descend rapidly. Tonight it is quite warm, and our tea and food is warmer. Things are going pretty favourable. We are looking forward to making good runs down the glacier. We have had some very heavy dragging lately, up the sharp rises we found on the outward journey. After a sharp rise we found a long gradual run down, 2 and 3 miles in length. We noticed this on our outward journey and remarked on it, but coming back the long uphill drag we found out was pretty heavy work. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Polar Journey, Returning Parties, Part 2. 15th January 1912. Had a good run today, but the ice was very rough and very much crevassed, but with crampons on we made splendid progress. We did not like to stop, but we thought it would not be advisable to overdo our strength, as it is a long way to go yet. 16th January 1912. We made good headway again today, but tonight we camped in some very rough ice and pressure ridges. We are under the impression we are slightly out of our proper course, but Mr. Evans thinks we can't be very far out either way, and Crean and I are of the same opinion according to the marks on the land. Anyhow, we hope to get out of it in the morning and make the Cloudmaker's Depôt by night. We shall then feel safe, but the weather don't look over promising again tonight, I'm thinking. So far we have not had to stop for weather. We have wondered if the Pole Party have been as lucky with the weather as we have. They ought by now to be homeward bound. We have more chance now of writing as the temperature is much better down here. Tonight we have been discussing how the dogs got home, and also the progress made by the Doctor Atkinson's party. They ought to be nearing home. We have thought of the time it will take us to reach it at the rate we are getting along now. 17th January 1912. We have today experienced what we none of us ever wants to be our lot again. I cannot describe the maze we got into and the hairbreadth escapes we have had to pass through today. This day we shall remember it all our lives. The more we tried to get clear the worse the pressure got. At times it seemed almost impossible for us to get along, and when we had got over the places it was more than we could face to try and retreat, so we struggled on for hours to try and free ourselves, but everything seemed against us. I was leading with a long trace so that I could get across some of the ridges when we thought it possible to get the sledge over, without being dashed down into the fathomless pits each side of us, which were too numerous to think of. Often and often we saw openings where it was possible to drop the biggest ship afloat in and lose her. This is what we have travelled over all day. It has been a great strain on us all, and Mr. Evans is rather down and thinks he has led us into such a hole. But as we have told him, it's no fault of his, as it is impossible for anyone coming down the glacier to see what is ahead of them, so we must be thankful that we are so far safe. Tonight we seem to be in a better place. We have camped, not being able to reach the depôt, which we are certain is not far off. Don't want many days like this. 18th January 1912. We started off all in good spirits, trusting we should be able to reach the depôt all in good time, but we had not got far before we came into pressure far worse than we were in yesterday. My God, what a day this has been for us all. I cannot describe what we really have today come through. No one could believe that we came through with safety. If we had only had a camera we could have obtained some photographs that would have surprised anyone living. We travelled all day with very little food, as we are a day and a half overdue, but when we got clear, I can say clear now because I am dotting down this at the depôt where we have arrived, I had managed to keep behind just a small amount of biscuit and a drop of tea to liven us up to try and reach the depôt, which we reached at 11 p.m. after one of the most trying days of my life. Shall have reason to never forget the 17th and 18th January 1912. Tonight Mr. Evans is complaining of his eyes. More trouble ahead. 19th January 1912. After putting the depôt in order and rearranging things, we kicked off again for D, Lower Glacier Depôt. Mr. Evans' eyes are very bad on starting this morning, but we made a pretty good start. I picked some rock today which I intend to try and get back with, as it is the only chance we have had of getting any up to the present, and it seemed a funny thing. The rock I got some pieces of looked as if someone before me had been chipping some off. I wonder if it was the doctor's party, but we could not see any trace of their sledge, but we could account for that, as it was all blue ice and not likely to leave any marks behind. After travelling for some distance we got on the same ridge as we ran along on the outward journey, and passed what we took to be the doctor's Christmas camp. We had not gone far past before we got into soft snow, so we decided to camp for lunch. Mr. Evans' eyes being very bad indeed, we are travelling now on our own. I am leading and telling him the course I am steering, that is, the different marks on the mountains, but we shall keep on this ridge for some distance yet. After lunch today we did not proceed far before we decided to camp. The surface being so bad, and Mr. Evans' eyes so bad, we thought it would do us all good to have a rest. Last night we left a note for Captain Scott, but did not say much about our difficulties, just above the Cloudmaker, as it would be better to tell him when we see him. 20th January 1912. We did not get away very smart today, but as we found the surface very soft, we decided to go on ski. Mr. Evans is still suffering with his eyes, and badly. After getting his ski on we tied him on to the trace so that he could help to drag a bit. When we were troubling about the ridges we came over on our outward journey, but strange to say we never encountered any ridges at all, and the surface, although very soft, was the best I have ever sledged on ever since I have been at it. We fancied on our left or to the west we saw what we took to be the ridges what we seemed to have missed altogether. Although Mr. Evans have been blind and could not see anything at all, we have made splendid progress and covered at least 20 miles, as near as we can guess. We passed today one of the doctor's homeward bound camps, and kept on their track for some time, but finally lost it. We are camped tonight, and we all feel confident we shall, if the weather remains good, reach the depôt tomorrow night. 21st January 1912. Sunday. We started off as usual, again on ski, the weather again being favourable. Mr. Evans' eyes is still bad, but improving. It will be a good job when they are better. I picked up our outward bound course soon after we started this morning, and asked Mr. Evans if I should try and keep it, as it will save him the trouble of directing me. And another thing, we came out without going through any crevasses, and I have noticed a good many crevasses to day, what seems to be very dangerous ones, and on 2 occasions where our sledges, on the outward journey, had gone over, 2 of the crevasses had fallen through. We accomplished the journey from the Cloudmaker to this depôt in 3 days. We all feel quite proud of our performance. Mr. Evans is a lot better to night, and old Tom is giving us a song while he is covering up the tent with snow. We have rearranged the depôt and left our usual note for Captain Scott, wishing them a speedy return. Tomorrow we hope to see and reach the Barrier, and be clear of the Beardmore for ever. We none of us minds the struggle we have been through to attain the amount of success so far reached. It is all for the good of science, as Crean says. We reached the depôt at 6:45 p.m. 22nd January 1912. We made a good start this morning, and Mr. Evans' eyes is got pretty well all right again, so things look a bit brighter. After starting we soon got round the corner from the granite pillars to between the mainland and Mount Hope. On rising up the slope between the mountain and the mainland, as soon as we sighted the Barrier, Crean let go one huge yell, enough to frighten the ponies out of their graves of snow, and no more Beardmore for me after this. When we began to descend on to the Barrier, it only required one of us to drag the sledge down to within a mile of the pony and sledge depôt, after exchanging our sledge as arranged, picking up a small amount of pony meat, and fitted up bamboo for mast so that we shall be able to fix up a sail when favourable. We proceeded on our way to cross the Barrier. We have now 360 miles to travel geographically to get to Hut Point. Mr. Evans complained to me while outside the tent that he had a stiffness in the back of his legs behind the knees. I asked him what he thought it was, and he said he could not account for it, so if he don't soon get rid of it I am to have a look and see if anything is the matter with him, as I know from what I have seen and been told before the symptoms of scurvy is pains and swellings behind the knee, round the ankle, and loosening of the teeth, ulcerated gums. Tonight I watched to see his gums, and I am convinced he is on the point of something anyhow, and this I have spoken to Crean about, but he don't seem to realise it. But I have asked him to wait developments for a time. It seems we are in for more trouble now, but let's hope for the best. 23rd January 1912. We got away pretty well and did a good journey, having covered about 14 miles over a fairly good surface. We have passed the blizzard camp, and glad of it too. Again today we saw in several places where the bridges on the crevasses have fallen through. A good job they none of them fell through when we were going over them, as the width would have taken all through with them, and in every case where they had fallen through was where we had gone over, as the mark of the sledge was very distinct in each case. Mr. Evans seems better to day. 24th January 1912. Did a good run to day over a good surface. The weather have been very warm, not much to write tonight as everything is going well. 25th January 1912. Started off in very thick weather. The temperature is very high and the snow is wet and clogging all day on our ski, which made dragging heavy, and towards evening it got worse. After lunch we got a good breeze for an hour, when it changed to a blizzard and almost rained. We saw the depôt ahead sometimes, so we tried to reach it, as we thought we might be in for another few days like we had near the land on our outward journey. Anyhow, we reached it after a tremendous struggle owing to the wet and bad light. I took off my ski and carried them on my shoulder to finish up the last half a mile. The blizzard died down after we had camped and turned in for the night. Looked at the thermometer, which showed 34. 26th January 1912. This have been a most wonderful day for surface. This morning when we started the thermometer stood at 34, much too high for sledging. We were on ski, or we might have been on stilts for the amount of snow clogging on our ski. Don't know how we should have got on without our ski, as the snow was so very soft we sank right in when we tried to go on foot. But we were fortunate to get the wind behind us, and able to make use of the sail. We made a very good day of it and did 13 miles, 8 of this after lunch. I did not feel well outside the tent this morning. I came over quite giddy and faint, but it passed off quickly and have felt no more of it all day. 27th January 1912. We had a good run today with the sail up. It only required one of us to keep it straight. No need whatever to pull, but it was very hot. Anyone could take off all their clothes and march. It is really too hot for this part of the world, but I dare say we shall soon get it a bit colder. Did 14½ miles. It is nice to be able to see the tracks and cairns of our outward journey. We feel satisfied when we have done a good day and in good time. Mr. Evans is now suffering from looseness of the bowels. Crean had a touch of it a few days ago, but he is quite all right again. 28th January 1912. To day it hath been a very heavy drag. The snow is still very soft and the sun very hot. It fairly scorches anyone's face. We are almost black now, and our hair is long and getting white through being exposed to the light. It gets bleached. I am glad to say it is cooler to night, generally. We got over 12½ miles again to day. Mr. Evans is still very loose in his bowels. This of course hinders us, as we have had to stop several times. Only another few more Sundays and we hope to be safely housed at Hut Point or Cape Evans. We have now been out 97 days. 29th January 1912. Another good day was helped by the sail all day. One man could again manage for about 2 hours. The weather is still very warm, +20 again. Did 16½ miles, only 14 to the next depôt. Mr. Evans is still suffering from the same complaint. Have come to the conclusion to stop his pemmican, as I feel that it have got something to do with him being out of sorts. Anyhow, we are going to try it. Gave him a little brandy and he is taking some chalk and opium pills to try and stop it. His legs are getting worse and we are quite certain he is suffering from scurvy. At least he is turning black and blue and several other colours as well. 30th January 1912. Very bad light but fair wind. Picked up the depôt this evening. Did the 14 miles quite in good time. After taking our food we found a shortage of oil and have taken what we think will take us to the next depôt. There seems to have been some leakage in the one can, but how we could not account for what we have. Left a note telling Captain Scott how we found it, but they will have sufficient to carry them on to the next depôt, but we all know the amount of oil allowed on a journey is enough, but if any waste takes place it means extra precautions in the handling of it. Mr. Evans is still without pemmican and seems to have somewhat recovered from the looseness, but things are not by a long way with him as they should be. Only 2 more depôts now to pick up. 31st January 1912. Another very good run today, but the light being very bad we had to continually stop and steer by compass. This is a difficult task, especially as there was no wind to help keep us on the course. But it have cleared again tonight. The temperature is +20 in the day and 10 at night just now. Did 13 miles. Mr. Evans is allowed a little pemmican as the work is hard and it wants a little warm food to put life into anyone in this part of the world. 1st of February 1912. We had a very fine day, but a very heavy pull. But we did 13 miles. Mr. Evans and myself have been out 100 days today. I have had to change my shirt again. This is the last clean side I have got. I have been wearing 2 shirts, and each side will now have done its duty next the skin, as I have changed round each month, and I have certainly found the benefit of it, and on the point we all 3 agree. Mr. Evans is still gradually worse. It is no good closing our eyes to the fact. We must push on as we have a long way to go yet. 2nd of February 1912. A very bad light again today. Could not make much progress. Only did 11 miles, but we must think ourselves lucky we have not had to lay up and get delayed, but we have had the wind and more behind us, otherwise we should have had to stop. Mr. Evans is no better but seems to be in great pain, but he keeps quite cheerful we are pleased to say. 3rd of February 1912. This morning we were forced to put Mr. Evans on his ski and strap him on, as he could not lift his legs. I looked at them again and found they are rapidly getting worse. Things are looking serious on his part, but we have been trying to pump him up. He will get through all right, but he begins to think different himself. But if we get on to 1 ton and get a change of food, it may relieve him. He is a brick. There is plenty of pluck. One cannot but admire such pluck. The light have been dreadful all day, and I seem to have got a bit depressed at times, not being able to see anything to know where I was on the course or not, and not getting a word from Mr. Evans. I deliberately went off the course to see if anyone was taking notice, but my surprise I was quickly told I was off the course. This I thought, but wanted to know if he was looking out, which he was. It came on the bliz after we camped. We ought to reach Mount Hooper tomorrow night. 4th of February 1912. Started in splendid weather, but the surface was bad and dragging was very heavy, but it improved as the day went on and we arrived at the depôt at 7:40 p.m. We are now 180 miles from Hut Point, and this Sunday night we hope to be only 2 more Sundays on the Barrier. No improvement in Mr. Evans, much worse. We have taken out our food and left nearly all the pemmican, as we don't require it on account of none of us caring for it. Therefore we are leaving it behind for the others. They may require it. We have left our note and wished them every success on their way, but we have decided it best not to say anything about Mr. Evans being ill or suffering from scurvy. This old cairn have stood the weather and is still a huge thing. 5th of February 1912. Had a very fine day and a good light all day, which makes things much more cheerful. Did not get away before 9 o'clock, but we did 11½ miles. It is gradually getting colder. Mr. Evans is still getting worse. Today he is suffering from looseness in the bowels. Shall have to stop his pemmican. 6th of February 1912. Another fine day, but the sun was very hot and caused us to sweat a good deal, but we don't mind as we are pretty used to such changes. We shall soon be looking for land ahead, which will be Mount Discovery or Mount Erebus. We have 155 miles to go to Hut Point. Done all right again, 13½ miles. We do wonderfully well, especially as Mr. Evans have got to go very slowly first off after stopping until he gets the stiffness out of his legs, but he is suffering a good deal and in silence. He never complains, but he don't get much sleep. We shall all be glad when we arrive at 1 ton, where there is a change of food for us all. The pemmican is too much, especially when the weather is warm. End of chapter 12, part 2. Chapter 12, part 3 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Polar Journey. Returning Parties. Part 3. 7th of February 1912. A very fine day but heavy going. We are bringing the land in sight. The day have been simply lovely. Did 12 miles. No better luck with our patient, he gets along without a murmur. We have got to help him in and out of the tent, but we have consulted on the matter, and he is determined to go to the last, which we know is not far off, as it is difficult for him to stand, but he is the essence of a brick to keep it up. But we shall have to drag him on the sledge when he can't go any further. 8th of February 1912. Today have been very favourable and fine. We had a good breeze and set sail after lunch. If we get a good day tomorrow, we hope to reach 1 ton. Mr. Evans have passed a good deal of blood today, which makes things look a lot worse. I have to do nearly everything for him now. 9th of February 1912. A very fine day and quite warm. Reached the depôt at 5:05 p.m. and we all had a good feed of oatmeal. Oh, what a godsend to get a change of food. We have taken enough food for 9 days, which if we still keep up our present rate of progress, it ought to take us into Hut Point. We cannot take too heavy a load, as there is only the 2 of us pulling now, and this is our last port of call before we reach Hut Point. But things are not looking any too favourable for us, as our leader is gradually getting lower every day. It is almost impossible for him to get along, and we are still 120 miles from Hut Point. 10th of February 1912. We did a good march, in very thick weather. Tonight we are camped, and I am sorry to say Mr. Evans is in a very bad state. If this is scurvy, I am sorry for anyone it attacks. We shall do our utmost to get him back alive, although he is so ill. He is very cheerful, which is very good, and tries to do anything to help us along. We are thinking the food, now we have got a change, may improve things. I am very pleased to say Crean and myself are in the best of health, which we are thankful for. 11th of February 1912. Today we built a cairn and left all our gear we could do without, as it is impossible for us to drag the load now, and Mr. Evans we think is doing well as long as he can keep on his legs. We have had a very bad light all day, and tonight we have a bliz on us, so we had to camp early. Our day's run has been 11 miles. We are now about 99 miles from our base. 12th of February 1912. We did not get away till 10 o'clock on account of bad weather, but after we put Mr. Evans on his ski he went on slowly. It is against our wish to have to send him on a little in advance, but it is best as we shall have to drag him out of this we are certain. He has fainted on 2 or 3 occasions, but after a drop of brandy he has been able to proceed, but it is very awkward, especially as the temperature is so low. We are afraid of his getting frostbitten. Our progress is very slow, the light is very bad, and it is seldom we see the land. 13th February 1912. We got away in good time, but progress was slow, and Mr. Evans could not go, and we consulted a while and came to the conclusion it would be best to put him on the sledge, otherwise he may not pull through, so we stopped and camped, and decided to drop everything we can possibly do without, so we have only got our sleeping bags, cooker, and what little food and oil we have left. Our load is not much, but Mr. Evans on the sledge makes it pretty heavy work for us both, but he says he is comfortable now. This morning he wished us to leave him, but this we could not think of. We shall stand by him to the end one way or other, so we are masters to day. He has got to do as we wish, and we hope to pull him through. This morning when we depôted all our gear I changed my socks and got my foot badly frostbitten, and the only way was to fetch it round, so although Mr. Evans was so bad he proposed to stuff it on his stomach to try and get it right again. I did not like to risk such a thing as he is certainly very weak, but we tried it and it succeeded in bringing it round, thanks to his thoughtfulness, and I shall never forget the kindness bestowed on me at a critical time in our travels, but I think we could go to any length of trouble to assist one another in such a time and such a place. We must trust in a higher power to pull us through. When we pack up now and have to move off, we have to get everything ready before we attempt to move the tent, as it is impossible for our leader now to stand, therefore it is necessary to get him ready before we start. We then pull the sledge alongside his bag and lift him on to it and strap him on. It is a painful piece of work, and he takes it pretty well, but we can't help hurting him, as it is very awkward to lift him, the snow being soft and the light so bad, but he don't complain. The only thing we hear him grind his teeth. 14th February 1912. Another good start after the usual preparation. We have not got much to pack, but it takes us some time to get our invalid ready. The surface is very bad and our progress is very slow, but we have proposed to go longer hours and try to cover the distance, that is, if we can stick it ourselves. 15th February 1912. We started in fine weather this morning, but it soon came over thick and progress became slow. We had to continually consult the compass, as we have no wind to assist us, but after a while the sun peeped out and the wind sprang up, and we were able to set sail, which helped us put in a good march. 16th February 1912. Today it have been a very heavy drag all day, and the light is very bad, but we had the pleasure of seeing Castle Rock and Observation Hill. We uncovered Mr. Evans to let him have a look, and we have reduced our ration now to 1/2, as it is impossible for us to reach Hut Point under 4 days, that is, if everything goes favourable with us. 17th February 1912. Today it has been thick. This morning, soon after we started, we saw what we thought was the dog tent, the 2 dog teams going out to meet the Polar Party, a thing we had been looking for to try and get relief. But when we came up to it we found it was only a piece of biscuit box stuck on an old camp for a guide. It shows how deceiving the things here are. I can tell you our hopes were raised, but on reaching it they dropped again considerably. We were able to see the land occasionally, and during one of the breaks this afternoon we spotted the motor. Oh, what joy! We again uncovered Mr. Evans to let him have a look, and after trudging along for another 3 hours we brought up alongside it and camped for the night. We are now only a little over 30 miles from Hut Point. If we could only see the dogs approaching us, but they, we think, may have passed us while the weather had been thick. Mr. Evans is getting worse every day. We are almost afraid to sleep at night, as he seems very weak. If the temperature goes much lower it will be a job to keep him warm. We have found some biscuits here at the motor, but nothing else, but that will assist greatly on our way. The slogging have been heavy all day. We are pretty tired tonight. I don't think we have got the go in us we had, but we must try and push on. 18th February 1912. I started to move Mr. Evans this morning, but he completely collapsed and fainted away. Crean was very upset and almost cried, but I told him it was no good to create a scene, but put up a bold front and try to assist. I really think he thought Mr. Evans had gone, but we managed to pull him through. We used the last drop of brandy. After a while we got him on the sledge and proceeded as usual, but finding the surface very bad and we were unable to make less than a mile an hour, we stopped and decided to camp. We told Mr. Evans of our plans, which were: Crean should proceed, it being a splendid day, on foot to Hut Point to obtain relief if possible. This we had agreed to between ourselves. I offered to do the journey and Crean remained behind, but Tom said he would much rather I stayed with the invalid and look after him, so I thought it best I should remain, and these plans were agreed to by all of us. So after we had camped, the next thing was the food problem. We had about a day's provisions, with extra biscuit taken from the motor, and a little extra oil taken from the same place, so we gave Crean what he thought he could manage to accomplish the journey of 30 miles geographical on, which was a little chocolate and biscuits. We put him up a little drink, but he would not carry it. What a pity we did not have some ski, but we dumped them to save weight. So Crean sailed away in splendid weather for a try to bring relief. I was in a bit of a sweat all day and remained up to watch the weather till long after midnight. I was afraid of the weather, but it kept clear and I thought he might have reached or got within easy distance of Hut Point, but there was the possibility of his dropping down a crevasse, but that we had to leave to chance, but none the more it was anxious moments, as if it comes on to drift the weather is very treacherous in these parts. After Crean left, I left Mr. Evans and proceeded to Corner Camp, which was about a mile away, to see if there was any provisions left there that would be of use to us. I found a little butter, a little cheese and a little treacle that had been bought there for the ponies. I also went back to the motor and got a little more oil while the weather was fine. I also got a large piece of Burberry and tied on a long bamboo and stuck up a big flag on our sledge so that anyone could not pass our way without seeing us or our flag. I found a note left at Corner Camp by Mr. Day, saying there was a lot of very bad crevasses between there and the sea ice, especially off White Island. This put me in a bit of a fix, as I, of course, at once thought of Crean. He being on foot was more likely to go down than he would had he been on ski. I did not tell Mr. Evans anything about the crevasses, as I certainly thought it would be best kept from him. I just told him the note was there and all was well. 19th of February 1912. Today Mr. Evans seems a bit better and more cheerful. The rest will do him good and assist in getting a little strength. We have been wondering when relief will reach us, but we cannot expect it for at least a day or two yet at the earliest. It was very thick this morning and also very cold. The temperature is dropping rapidly. Our tent it was all covered in frost rime today, a sure sign of colder weather. It was very thick this morning, but cleared as the day advanced, but we could not see Hut Point. I wonder if poor old Tom reached all right. We have very little food now except biscuit, but oil is better. We have got half a gallon, and if relief don't come for some time we shall be able to have hot water when all the other things are gone. I have thought out a plan for the future in case of no relief coming, but of course we took all the things into consideration in case of failure, but we must hope for the best. Of course I know it is no use thinking of Mr. Evans being able to move any further, as he can't stand at all. The only thing is we may have missed the dogs. If so, there is still a chance of someone being at Hut Point. I am cold now and cannot write more tonight. We lose the sun at midnight now. If all went well we should have been home by now. 20th of February 1912. Tuesday, not a nice day. A low drift all the morning and increased to a blizzard at times. Have had to remain in the tent all day to try and keep warm. Have not got much food except biscuits. Mr. Evans is about the same, but quite cheerful. We have had the whole journey over and over. It have passed these 3 days away. We have wondered how they are getting on behind us. We have worked it out, and they ought to be on the Barrier now, with anything of luck. We have been gambling on the condition of the ice and the possibility of the open water at Hut Point at any time now, and also about what news of home, although home is one of the foremost thoughts we hardly ever mention it, only what we are going to have to eat when we do arrive there. I think we have got everything that is good down on our list. Of course New Zealand have got to be answerable for a good deal. Plenty of apples we are going to have, and some nice homemade cake, not too rich, as we think we can eat more. I wonder if the mules will have arrived, as I am to look after them till Captain Oates returns, as Anton will be gone home, or at least going soon. We shall have to hurry up as the ship is to leave again on the 2nd of March, as it is not safe to remain longer in these regions. I am now too cold to write, and I don't seem settled at all, and the weather is still pretty bad outside, so we are not going to look for anything to come along to night. Hark! From us both. Yes, it is the dogs near. Relief at last. Who is there? I did not stay to think more before I was outside the tent. Yes, sir, it is all right. The doctor and Dimitri. How did you see us? The flag lash, says Dimitri. The doctor, how is Mr. Evans? All right, but low. But this had a good effect on him. After the first few minutes we got their tent pitched and the food they brought us, and I was soon on the way preparing a meal for us all. But Mr. Evans cannot have pemmican, but the doctor have bought everything that will do him good, some onions to boil and several other things. Dimitri brought along a good lump of cake. We are in clover. Tonight, after the doctor had examined my patient, and we got through a good deal of talk about everything we could think of, especially home news, and the return parties, and the ship, and those in her. We were sorry to hear she had not been able to get very near, and that the mules haven't arrived, and I don't know what. We now settle down for a good night. It seems to me we are in a new world. A weight is off my mind, and I can once more see a bright spot in the sky for us all. The gloom is now removed. The bliz is bad outside, and Doctor and Dimitri is gone and turned in, so will I once more, but sleep is out of the question. 21st of February 1912. The day have been very bad, and we are obliged to remain until it clears. We are going to move off as soon as it clears. The day have been very cold, so we have had to remain in our bags, but things are all right and we have got plenty to eat now. We have all retired for the night, as the blaze is still raging outside. 22nd of February 1912. The wind went down about 9 p.m, so we began to move and were ready to kick off at 10, and proposed to do the journey in 2 stages. It was fearful heavy going for the poor dogs. We arranged so that Mr. Evans was on Dimitri's sledge and the doctor and myself was on the other. We have done about half the journey, and are now camped for a rest for the dogs and ourselves. We had a stiff 16 miles, the doctor and myself. We took turns in riding on the sledge and walking and running to keep up to the dogs. Sometimes we sank in up to the knees, but we struggled through it. My legs is the most powerful part of me now, but I am tired and shall be glad when it is over. I must lie down now, as we are starting again soon for Hut Point, but the surface is getting better as we have passed White Island and can see so plainly the land. Castle Rock and good old Erebus look so stately with the smoke rolling out. It is so clear and calm and peaceful. What a change in our surroundings of a few days ago, and also our prospects. Doctor and Dimitri have done everything they could for us. 22nd of February 1912. We started off after a rest for the dogs and reached here at Hut Point at 1 p.m, where we can rest in peace for a time. Dimitri and Crean are going to Cape Evans. The ship is nowhere in sight. Have had to get some seal meat and ice and prepare a meal. Mr. Evans is all right and asleep. We are looking for mail now. How funny we should always be looking for something else, now we are safe. End of Lashley's diary. Crean has told me the story of his walk as follows. He started at 10 on Sunday morning, and the surface was very good surface indeed, and he went about 16 miles before he stopped. Good clear weather. He had 3 biscuits and 2 sticks of chocolate. He stopped about 5 minutes sitting on the snow and ate 2 biscuits and the chocolate, and put 1 biscuit back in his pocket. He was quite warm and not sleepy. He carried on just the same and passed Safety Camp on his right some 5 hours later, and thinks it was about 12:30 on Monday morning that he reached the edge of the Barrier, tired, getting cold in the back and the weather coming on thick. It was bright behind him, but it was coming over the bluff, and White Island was obscured, though he could still see Cape Armitage and Castle Rock. He slipped a lot on the sea ice, having several falls on to his back, and it was getting thicker all the time. At the Barrier edge there was a light wind. Now it was blowing a strong wind, drifting and snowing. He made for the gap and could not get up at first. To avoid taking a lot out of himself, he started to go round Cape Armitage, but soon felt slush coming through his finnesko (he had no crampons), and made for the gap. He climbed up to the left of the gap and climbed along the side of Observation Hill to avoid the slippery ice. When he got to the top it was still clear enough to see vaguely the outline of Hut Point, but he could see no sledges nor dogs. He sat down under the lee of Observation Hill and finished his biscuit with a bit of ice. I was very dry, slid down the side of Observation Hill, and thought at this time there was open water below, for he had no goggles on the march and his eyes were strained. But on getting near the ice foot he found it was polished sea ice, and made his way round to the hut under the ice foot. When he got close he saw the dogs and sledges on the sea ice, and it was now blowing very hard with drift. He walked in and found the doctor and Dimitri inside. He gave me a tot first, then a feed of porridge, but I couldn't keep it down. That's the first time in my life that ever it happened, and it was the brandy that did it. End of chapter 12, part 3. Chapter 13, part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Suspense, part 1. All the past we leave behind, we debouch upon a newer, mightier world, varied world, fresh and strong the world we seize, world of labour and the march, pioneers, oh pioneers. We detachments steady throwing, down the edges, through the passes, up the mountains steep, conquering, holding, daring, venturing as we go, the unknown ways, pioneers, oh pioneers. Walt Whitman. Let us come back to Cape Evans after the return of the first supporting party. Hitherto our ways had always been happy, for the most part they had been pleasant. Scott was going to reach the Pole, probably without great difficulty, for when we left him on the edge of the plateau he had only to average 7 miles a day to go there on full rations. We ourselves had averaged 14.2 geographical miles a day on our way home to One Ton Depôt, and there seemed no reason to suppose that the other two parties would not do likewise, and the food was not only sufficient but abundant if such marches were made. Thus we were content as we wandered over the cape, or sat upon some rock warmed by the sun, and watched the penguins bathing in the lake which had formed in the sea ice between us and Inaccessible Island. All around us were the cries of the skua gulls as they squabbled among themselves, and we heard the swish of their wings as they swooped down upon a man who wandered too near their nests. Out upon the sea ice, which was soggy and dangerous, lay several seal, and the bubblings and whistlings and gurglings which came from their throats chimed musically in contrast to the hoarse ack ack of the Adélie penguins. The tide crack was sighing and groaning all the time. It was very restful after the Barrier silence. Meanwhile the Terra Nova had been seen in the distance, but the state of the sea ice prevented her approach. It was not until February 4th that communication was opened with her, and we got our welcome mails and news of the world during the last year. We heard that Campbell's party had been picked up at Cape Adare and landed at Evans Coves. We started unloading on February 9th, and this work was continued until February 14th. There was about 3 miles of ice between the ship and the shore, and we were doing more than 20 miles a day. In the case of men who had been sledging much, and who might be wanted to sledge again, this was a mistake. Latterly the ice began to break up, and the ship left on the 15th to pick up the geological party on the western side of McMurdo Sound. But she met great obstacles, and her record near the coast this year is one of continual fights against pack ice, while the winds experienced as the season advanced were very strong. On January 13th the fast ice at the mouth of McMurdo Sound extended as far as the southern end of the Bird Peninsula. 10 days later they found fast ice extending for 30 miles from the head of Granite Harbour. Later in the season the most determined efforts were made again and again to penetrate into Evans Coves in order to pick up Campbell and his men, until the ice was freezing all around them, and many times the propeller was brought up dead against blocks of ice. The expedition was originally formed for 2 years from the date of leaving England, but before the ship left after landing us at Cape Evans in January 1911, the possibility of a 3rd year was considered, and certain requests for additional transport and orders for stores were sent home. Thus it came about that the ship now landed not only new sledges and sledging stores, but also 14 dogs from Kamchatka and 7 mules with their food and equipment. The dogs were big and fat, but the only ones which proved of much service for sledging were Snowy, a nice white dog, and Bullet. It was Oates' idea that mules might prove a better form of transport on the Barrier than ponies. Scott therefore wrote to Sir Douglas Haig then C&C in India, that if he failed to reach the Pole in the summer of 1911-12,
"It is my intention to make a second attempt in the following season, provided fresh transport can be brought down, the circumstances making it necessary to plan to sacrifice the transport animals used in any attempt. Before directing more ponies to be sent down, I have thoroughly discussed the situation with Captain Oates, and he has suggested that mules would be better than ponies for our work, and that trained Indian transport mules would be ideal. It is evident already that our ponies have not a uniform walking pace, and that, in other small ways, they will be troublesome to us, although they are handy little beasts."
The Indian Government not only sent 7 mules, but when they arrived we found they had been most carefully trained and equipped. In India they were in the charge of Lieutenant George Pullin, and the care and thought which had been spent upon them could not have been exceeded. The equipment was also extremely good and well adapted to the conditions, while most of the improvements made by us as the result of a year's experience were already foreseen and provided. The mules themselves, by name Lal Khan, Gulab, Begum, Rani, Abdullah, Pyari and Khan Sahib, were beautiful animals. Atkinson would soon have to start on his travels again. Before we left Scott at the top of the Beardmore, he gave him orders to take the 2 dog teams south, in the event of Meares having to return home, as seemed likely. This was not meant in any way to be a relief journey. Scott said that he was not relying upon the dogs, and that, in view of the sledging in the following year, the dogs were not to be risked. Although it was settled that some members of the expedition would stay, while others returned to New Zealand, Scott and several of his companions had left undecided until the last moment the question of whether they would themselves remain in the South for another year. In the event of Scott deciding to return home, the dog teams might make the difference between catching or missing the ship. I had discussed this question with Wilson more than once, and he was of opinion that the business affairs of the expedition demanded Scott's return if possible. Wilson himself inclined to the view that he himself would stay if Scott stayed, and return if Scott returned. I think that Oates meant to return, and am sure that Bowers meant to stay. Indeed, he welcomed the idea of 1 more year, in a way which I do not think was equalled by any other member of the expedition. For the most part we felt that we had joined up for 2 years, but that if there was to be a 3rd year we would rather see the thing through than return home. I hope I have made clear that the primary object of this journey with the dog teams was to hurry Scott and his companions home so that they might be in time to catch the ship if possible, before she was compelled by the close of the season to leave McMurdo Sound. Another thing which made Scott anxious to communicate with the ship if possible before the season forced her to leave the Sound was his desire to send back news. From many remarks which he made, and also from the discussions in the hut during the winter, it was obvious that he considered it was of the first importance that the news of reaching the Pole, if it should be reached, be communicated to the world without the delay of another year. Of course he would also wish to send news of the safe return of his party to wives and relations as soon as possible. It is necessary to emphasize the fact that the dog teams were intended to hasten the return of the Polar Party, but that they were never meant to form a relief journey. But now Atkinson was left in rather a difficult position. I note in my diary after we had reached the hut that Scott was to have sent back instructions for the dog party with us, but these have, it would seem, been forgotten. But it may be that Scott considered that he had given these instructions in a conversation he had with Atkinson at the top of the Beardmore Glacier, when Scott said, "With the depôt of dog food which has been laid, come as far as you can." According to the plans for the Polar Journey, the food necessary to bring the 3 advance parties of man haulers back from One Ton Depôt to Hut Point was to be taken out to One Ton during the absence of these parties. This food consisted of 5 weekly units of what were known as XS rations. It was also arranged that, if possible, a depôt of dog biscuits should be taken out at the same time. This was the depôt referred to above by Scott. In the event of the return of the dog teams in the first half of December, which was the original plan, the 5 units of food and the dog biscuit would have been run out to them to 1 ton. If the dog teams did not return in time to do this, a man hauling party from Cape Evans was to take out 3 of the 5 units of food. It has been shown that the dog teams were taken farther on the Polar Journey than was originally intended. Indeed, they were taken from 81° 15', where they were to have turned back, as far as 83° 35'. Nor were they able to make the return journey in the fast time which had been expected of them, and the dog drivers were running very short of food, and were compelled to encroach to some extent upon the supplies left to provide for the wants of those who were following in their tracks. The dog teams did not arrive back at Cape Evans until January 4th. Meanwhile a man-hauling party from Cape Evans, consisted of Day, Nelson, Clissold and Hooper, had already, according to plan, taken out 3 of the 5 excess rations for the returning parties. The weights of the man-hauling party did not allow for the transport of the remaining 2 excess rations, nor for any of the dog food. Thus it was that when Atkinson came to make his plans to go south with the dogs, he found that there was no dog food south of Corner Camp, and that the rations for the return of the Polar Party from One Ton Depôt had still to be taken out. That is to say, the depôt of dog food spoken of by Scott did not exist. There was, however, enough food already at One Ton to allow the Polar Party to come in on reduced rations. This meant that what the dog teams could do was limited, and was much less than it might have been had it been possible to take out the depôt of dog food to 1 ton. Also the man food for the Polar Party had to be added to the weights taken by the dogs. To estimate even approximately at what date a party will reach a given point after a journey of this length, when the weather conditions are always uncertain, and the number of travelling days unknown, was a most difficult task. The only guide was the average marches per diem made by our own return party, and the average of the second return party if it should return before the dog party set out. A week one way or the other was certainly not a large margin. A couple of blizzards might make this much difference. In the plan of the southern journey, Scott, working on Shackleton's averages, mentions March 27th as a possible date of return to Hut Point, allowing 7 days in from 1 ton. Whilst on the outward journey I heard Scott discuss the possibility of returning in April, and the Polar Party had enough food to allow them to do this on full rations. Atkinson and Dimitri, with the 2 dog teams, left Cape Evans for Hut Point on February 13th, because the sea ice, which was our only means of communication between these places, and so to the Barrier, was beginning to break up. Atkinson intended to leave Hut Point for the Barrier in about a week's time. At 3:30 a.m. on February 19th, Crean arrived with the astounding news that Lieutenant Evans, still alive but at his last gasp, was lying out near Corner Camp, and that Lashly was nursing him, that the last supporting party had consisted of 3 men only, a possibility which had never been considered, and that they had left Scott, travelling rapidly and making good averages, only 148 geographical miles from the Pole. Scott was so well advanced that it seemed that he would be home much earlier than had been anticipated. A blizzard which had been threatening on the Barrier and actually blowing at Hut Point during Crean's solitary journey, but which had lulled as he arrived, now broke with full force, and nothing could be done for Evans until it took off sufficiently for the dog teams to travel. But in the meantime Crean urgently wanted food and rest and warmth. As these were supplied to him, Atkinson learned bit by bit the story of the saving of Evans' life, told so graphically in Lashly's diary, which is given in the preceding chapter, and pieced together the details of Crean's solitary walk of 35 statute miles. This effort was made, it should be remembered, at the end of a journey of 3½ months, and over ground rendered especially perilous by crevasses, from which a man travelling alone had no chance of rescue in case of accident. Crean was walking for 18 hours, and it was lucky for him, as also for his companions, that the blizzard which broke half an hour after his arrival did not come a little sooner, for no power on earth could have saved him then, and the news of Evans' plight would not have been brought. The blizzard raged all that day, and the next night and morning, and nothing could be done. But during the afternoon of the 20th the conditions improved, and at 4:30 p.m. Atkinson and Dimitri started with the 2 dog teams, though it was still blowing hard and very thick. They travelled, with 1 rest for the dogs, until 4:30 p.m. the next day, but had a very hazy idea where they were most of the time, owing to the vile weather. Once at any rate they seemed to have got right in under White Island. When they camped the second time they thought they were in the neighbourhood of Lashly's tent, and in a temporary clearance they saw the flag which Lashly had put up on the sledge. Evans was still alive, and Atkinson was able to give him immediately the fresh vegetables, fruit and seal meat which his body wanted. Atkinson has never been able to express adequately the admiration he feels for Lashly's care and nursing. All that night and the next day the blizzard continued and made a start impossible, and it was not until 3 a.m. on the morning of the 22nd that they could start for Hut Point, Evans being carried in his sleeping bag on the sledge. Lashly has told how they got home. At Cape Evans we knew nothing of these events which had made reorganization inevitable. It was clear that Atkinson, being the only doctor available, would have to stay with Evans, who was very seriously ill. Indeed, Atkinson told me that another day, or at the most 2, would have finished him. In fact, he says that when he first saw him he thought he must die. It was a considerable surprise, then, when Dimitri and Crean and one dog team reached Cape Evans about midday on February 23rd with a note from Atkinson, who said that he thought he had better stay with Lieutenant Evans and that someone else should take out the dogs. He suggested that Wright or myself should take them. This was our first intimation that the dogs had not already gone south. Wright and I started for Hut Point by 2 p.m. the same day, and on our arrival it was decided by Atkinson that I was to take out the dogs. Owing to the early departure of our meteorologists Simpson, Wright, who had special qualifications for this important work, was to remain at Cape Evans. Dimitri, having rested his dog team overnight at Cape Evans, arrived at Hut Point on the morning of the 24th. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter 13, part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Suspense, part 2. Now, the daily distance which every 4-man party had to average from Hut Point to its turning point and back to Hut Point, so as to be on full rations all the way, was only 8.4 geographical miles. From Hut Point to the latitude in which he was last seen, 87° 32' south, Scott had averaged more than 10 geographical miles a day. Taking into consideration the advanced latitude, 87° 32' south, at which the second return party had left Scott, and the extremely good daily averages these two parties had marched on the plateau up to this point, namely 12.3 geographical miles a day, seeing also that the first return party had averaged 14.2 geographical miles on their return from 85° 3' south to One Ton Depôt, and the second return party had averaged 11.2 geographical miles on their return from 87° 32' south to the same place, although one of the 3 men was seriously ill, it was supposed that all the previous estimates made for the return of the Polar Party were too late, and that the opportunity to reach One Ton Camp before them had been lost. Meanwhile the full rations for their return over the 140 miles statute from One Ton to Hut Point were still at Hut Point. My orders were given to me by Atkinson and were verbal, as follows: 1. To take 24 days' food for the 2 men and 21 days' food for the 2 dog teams, together with the food for the Polar Party. 2. To travel to One Ton Depôt as fast as possible and leave the food there. 3. If Scott had not arrived at One Ton Depôt before me, I was to judge what to do. 4. That Scott was not in any way dependent on the dogs for his return. 5. That Scott had given particular instructions that the dogs were not to be risked in view of the sledging plans for next season. Since it had proved impossible to take the depôt of dog food together with the full Polar Party rations to One Ton before this, considering the unforeseen circumstances which had arisen, and seeing that this journey of the dog teams was not indispensable, being simply meant to bring the last party home more speedily, I do not believe that better instructions could have been given than these of Atkinson. I was eager to start as soon as the team which had come back from Cape Evans was rested, but a blizzard prevented this. On the morning of the 25th it was thick as a hedge, but it cleared enough to pack sledges in the afternoon, and when we turned into our bags we could see Observation Hill. We started at 2 a.m. that night. I confess I had my misgivings. I had never driven one dog, let alone a team of them. I knew nothing of navigation, and One Ton was 130 miles away, out in the middle of the Barrier and away from landmarks. And so, as we pushed our way out through the wind and drift that night, I felt there was a good deal to be hoped for, rather than to be expected. But we got along very well, Dimitri driving his team in front, as he did most of this journey, and picking up marks very helpfully with his sharp eyes. In the low temperatures we met, the glasses which I must wear were almost impossible, because of fogging. We took 3 boxes of dog biscuit from Safety Camp, and another 3 boxes from a point 16 miles from Hut Point. Here we rested the dogs for a few hours and started again at 6 P.M. All the day the light was appalling and the wind strong, but to my great relief we found Corner Camp after 4 hours more travelling, the flag showing plainly, though the cairn itself was invisible when 100 yards away. This was the last place where there was any dog food on the route, and the dogs got a good feed after doing 34 miles statute for the day's run. This was more than we had hoped. The only disquieting fact was that both the sledge meters which we had were working wrong. The better of the two seemed however to be marking the total mileage fairly correctly at present, though the hands which indicated more detailed information were quite at sea. We had no minimum thermometer, but the present temperature was -4°. February 27th. Mount Terror has proved our friend to day, for the slope just above the knoll has remained clear when everything else was covered, and we have steered by that behind us. It seemed, when we started in low drift, that we should pick up nothing, but by good luck, or good I don't know what, we have got everything. First the motor, then pony walls at 10 miles, where we stopped and had a cup of tea. I wanted to do 15 miles, but we have done 18½ miles on the best running surface I have ever seen. After lunch we got a cairn which we could not see 20 yards away after we had reached it, but which we could see for a long way on the southern horizon, against a thin strip of blue sky. We camped just in time to get the tent pitched before a line of drift we saw coming out of the sky hit us. It is now blowing a mild blizzard, and drifting. 48 miles in 2 days is more than I expected. May our luck continue. Dogs pulling very fit and not done up. February 28th. I had my first upset just after starting, the sledge capsizing on a great sastrugus like the Ramp. Dimitri was a long way ahead and all behind was very thick. I had to unload the sledge, for I could not right it alone. Just as I righted it the team took charge. I missed the driving stick, but got on to the sledge with no hope of stopping them, and I was carried a mile to the south, leaving 4 boxes of dog food, the weekly bag, cooker and tent poles on the ground. The team stopped when they reached Dimitri's team, and by then the gear was out of sight. We went back for it, and made good 16¾ miles for the day on a splendid surface. The sun went down at 11:15, 10:15 AT, mirage quite flat on top. After he had gone down a great bonfire seemed to blaze out from the horizon. Now -22°, and we use a candle for the first time. February 29th. Bluff Depôt. If anybody had told me we could reach Bluff Depôt, nearly 90 miles, in 4 days, I would not have believed it. We have had a good clear day with much mirage. Dogs a bit tired. The next 3 days' run took us to 1 ton. On the day we left Bluff Depôt, which had been made a little more than a year ago, when certain of the ponies were sent home on the depôt journey, but which no longer contained any provisions, we travelled 12 miles. There was a good light, and it was as warm as could be expected in March. The next day, March 2nd, we did 9 miles after a cold and a sleepless night. -24° and a mild blizzard from NW and quite thick. On the night of March 3rd we reached 1 ton, heading into a strongish wind, with a temperature of -24°. These were the first 2 days on which we had cold weather, but it was nothing to worry about for us, and was certainly not colder than one could ordinarily have expected at this time of the year. Arrived at 1 ton, my first feeling was one of relief that the Polar Party had not been to the depôt, and that therefore we had got their provisions out in time. The question of what we were to do in the immediate future was settled for us. For 4 days out of the 6 during which we were at 1 ton, the weather made travelling southwards, that is against the wind, either entirely impossible or such that the chance of seeing another party at any distance was nil. On the 2 remaining days I could have run a day farther south and back again, with the possibility of missing the party on the way. I decided to remain at the depôt, where we were certain to meet. On the day after we arrived at 1 ton, March 4th, Dimitri came to me and said that the dogs ought to be given more food, since they were getting done and were losing their coats. They had of course done a great deal of sledging already this year. Dimitri had long experience of dog driving and I had none. I thought, and I still think, he was right. I increased the dog ration therefore, and this left us with 13 more days' dog food, including that for March 4th. The weather was bad when we were at 1 ton, for when it was blowing the temperature often remained comparatively low, and when it was not blowing it dropped considerably, and I find my readings in my diary of -34 and -37° at 8 p.m. Having no minimum thermometer we did not know the night temperatures. On the other hand I find an entry: "To day is the first real good one we have had, only about -10°, and the sun shining, and we have shifted the tent, dried our bags and gear a lot, and been pottering about all day." At this time, however, when we were at One Ton, I looked upon these conditions as being a temporary cold snap. There was no reason then to suppose these were normal March conditions in the middle of the Barrier, where no one had ever been at this time of year. I believe now they are normal. On the other hand, in our meteorological report, Simpson argues that they were abnormal for the Barrier at this time of year. Since there was no depôt of dog food at One Ton, it was not possible to go farther south, except for the one day mentioned above, without killing dogs. My orders on this point were perfectly explicit. I saw no reason for disobeying them, and indeed it appeared that we had been wrong to hurry out so soon, before the time that Scott had reckoned that he would return, and that the Polar Party would really come in at the time Scott had calculated before starting rather than at the time we had reckoned from the data brought back by the Last Return Party. From the particulars already given it will be seen that I had no reason to suspect that the Polar Party could be in want of food. The Polar Party of 5 men had, according to our rations, plenty of food either on their sledge or in the depôts. In addition they had a lot of pony meat depôted at Middle Glacier Depôt and onwards from there. Though we did not know it, the death of Evans at the foot of the Beardmore Glacier provided an additional amount of food for the 4 men who were then left. The full amount of oil for this food had been left in the depôts, but we now know, what we did not know then, that some of it had evaporated. These matters are discussed in greater detail in the account of the return of the Polar Party and after. Thus I felt little anxiety for the Polar Party, but I was getting anxious about my companion. Soon after arrival at One Ton it was clear that Dimitri was feeling the cold. He complained of his head, then his right arm and side were affected, and from this time onwards he found that he could do less and less with his right side. Still I did not worry much about it, and my decision as to our movements was not affected by this complication. I decided to allow 8 days' food for our return, which meant that we must start on March 10th. March 10th, pretty cold night, -33°, when we turned out at 8 a.m. Getting our gear together and the dogs more or less into order after their 6 days was cold work, and we started in -30s and a head wind. The dogs were mad, stark staring lunatics. Dimitri's team wrecked my sledge meter, and I left it lying on the ground a mile from One Ton. All we could do was to hang on to the sledge and let them go. There wasn't a chance to go back, turn them or steer them. Dimitri broke his driving stick. My team fought as they went. Once I was dragged with my foot pinned under my driving stick, which was itself jammed in the grummet. Several times I only managed to catch on anywhere. This went on for 6 or 7 miles, and then they got better. Our remaining sledge meter was quite unreliable, but following our outward tracks, for it became thick and overcast, and judging by our old camping sites, we reckoned that we had done an excellent run of 23 to 24 miles statute for the day. The temperature when we camped was only -14°. However, it became much colder in the night, and when we turned out it was so thick that I decided we must wait. At 2 p.m. on March the 11th there was one small patch of blue sky showing, and we started to steer by this. Soon it was blowing a mild blizzard, and we stopped after doing what I reckoned was 8 miles, steering by trying to keep the wind on my ear, but I think we were turning circles much of the time. It blew hard and was very cold during the night, and we turned out on the morning of March the 12th to a blizzard with a temperature of -33°. This gradually took off, and at 10 a.m. Dimitri said he could see the bluff, and we were right into the land and therefore the pressure. This was startling, but later it cleared enough to reassure me, though Dimitri was so certain that during the first part of our run that day I steered east a lot. We did 25 to 30 miles this day, in drift and a temperature of -28°. By now I was becoming really alarmed and anxious about Dimitri, who seemed to be getting much worse, and to be able to do less and less. Sitting on a sledge the next day with a head wind and the temperature of -30° was cold. The land was clear when we turned out, and I could see that we must be far outside our course. but almost immediately it became foggy. We made in towards the land a good deal, and made a good run, but owing to the sledge meter being useless and the bad weather generally during the last few days, I had a very hazy idea indeed where we were when we camped, having been steering for some time by the faint gleam of the sun through the mist. Just after camping, Dimitri suddenly pointed to a black spot which seemed to wave to and fro. We decided that it was the flag of the derelict motor near Corner Camp, which up to that time I thought was 10 to 15 miles away. This was a great relief, and we debated packing up again and going to it, but decided to stay where we were. It was fairly clear on the morning of March 14th, which was lucky, for it was now obvious that we were miles from Corner Camp and much too near the land. The flag we had seen must have been a miraged piece of pressure, and it was providential that we had not made for it and found worse trouble than we actually experienced. Try all I could that morning, my team, which was leading, insisted on edging westward. At last I saw what I thought was a cairn, but found out just in time that it was a haycock or mound of ice formed by pressure. By its side was a large open crevasse, of which about 50 yards of snow bridge had fallen in. For several miles we knew that we were crossing big crevasses by the hollow sound, and it was with considerable relief that I sighted the motor and then Corner Camp, some 2 or 3 miles to the east of us. Dimitri had left his alpine rope there, and also I should have liked to have brought in Evans' sledge, but it would have meant about 5 miles extra, and I left it. I hope Scott, finding no note, will not think we are lost. Dimitri seemed to be getting worse, and we pushed on until we camped that night only 15 miles from Hut Point. My main anxiety was whether the sea ice between us and Hut Point was in, because I felt that the job of getting the teams up onto the peninsula and along it and down the other side would be almost more than we could do. There was an ominous open water sky ahead. On March 15th we were held up all day by a strong blizzard, but by 8 AM the next morning we could see just the outline of White Island. I was very anxious, for Dimitri said that he had nearly fainted, and I felt that we must get on somehow and chance the sea ice being in. He stayed inside the tent as long as possible, and my spirits rose as the land began to clear all round while I was packing up both sledges. From Safety Camp the mirage at the edge of the Barrier was alarming, but as we approached the edge, to my very great relief, I found that the sea ice was still in, and that what we had taken for frost smoke was only drift over Cape Armitage. Pushing into the drift round the corner I found Atkinson on the sea ice, and Keohane in the hut behind. In a few minutes we had the gist of one another's news. The ship had made attempt after attempt to reach Campbell and his 5 men, but they had not been taken off from Evans Coves when she finally left McMurdo Sound on March 4th. She would make another effort on her way to New Zealand. Evans was better and was being taken home. Meanwhile there were 4 of us at Hut Point, and we could not communicate with our companions at Cape Evans until the Sound froze over, for the open sea was washing the feet of Vince's Cross. We were not unduly alarmed about the Polar Party at present, but began to make arrangements for further sledging if necessary. It was useless to think of taking the dogs again, for they were thoroughly done. The mules and the new dogs were at Cape Evans. In 4 or 5 days Atkinson wishes to start south again to see what we can do man-hauling. If the Polar Party is not in, I agree with him that to try and go west to meet Campbell is useless just now. If we can go north, they can come south, and to put 2 parties there on the new sea ice is to double the risk. March 17th. A blizzard day, but only about force 5 to 6. I think they will have been able to travel all right on the Barrier. Atkinson thinks of starting on the 22nd. My view is that, allowing 3 weeks and 4 days for the summit, and 10 days for being hung up by the weather, we can give them 5 weeks after the Last Return Party, i.e. to March 26th, to get in, having been quite safe and sound all the way. We feel anxious now, but I do not think there is need for alarm till then, and they might get in well after that and be all right. Now our only real chance of finding them, if we go out, is from here to 10 miles south of Corner Camp. After that we shall do all we can, but it would be no good because there is no very definite route. Therefore I would start out on March 27, when we would travel that part with most chance of meeting them there if they have any trouble. I have put this to Atkinson, and will willingly do what he decides. I am feeling pretty done up, and have rested. The prospect of what will be a hard journey, feeling as I do, is rather bad. I don't think there is really cause for alarm. March 18th and 19th. We are very anxious, though the Pole Party could not be in yet. Also I am very done, and more so than I at first thought. I am afraid it is a bit doubtful whether I can get out again yet, but to day I feel better and have been for a short walk. I am taking all the rest I can. March 20th. Last night a very strong blizzard blew, wind force 9, and big snowfall and drift. This morning the doors and windows are all drifted up, and we could hardly get out. A lot of snow had got inside the hut also. I was feeling rotten, and thought that to go out and clear the window and door would do me good. This I did, but came back in a big squall, passing Atkinson as I came in. Then I felt myself going faint, and remember pushing the door to get in if possible. I knew no more until I came to on the floor just inside the door, having broken some tendons in my right hand in falling. End of chapter 13, part 2.
Chapter 13, Part 3 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Suspense, Part 3. 2 days afterwards the dogs sang at breakfast time. They often did this when a party was approaching, even when it was still far away, and they had done so when Crean came in on his walk from Corner Camp. We were cheered by the noise, but no party arrived, and the singing of the dogs was explained later by some seal appearing on the new ice in a rival bay. Atkinson decided to go out on to the Barrier man-hauling with Keohane on the 26th. It was obvious that I could not go with them. He told me afterwards that when I came in with the dog teams he was sure I could not go out again. March 25th. The wind came away yesterday evening, first S.W. and then S.E., but not bad, though very thick. It was a surprise to find we could see the Western Mountains this morning, and I believe it has been a good day on the Barrier, though it is still blowing with low drift this evening. We are now on the days when I expect the Polar Party in. Pray God I may be right. Atkinson and I look at one another, and he looks, I feel, quite haggard with anxiety. He says he does not think they have scurvy. We both, I think, feel quite comfortable in comparison about Campbell. He only wants to exercise care, and his great care was almost a byword on the ship. They are fresh and have plenty of seal. He discussed with Pennell both the possibility of shipwreck and that of the ship being unable to get to him, and for this reason landed an extra month's ration as a depôt. Also he contemplated the idea of living on seal. He knows of the Butter Point depôt, and knows that a party has been sledging in that neighbourhood, though he does not know of the depôts they left at Cape Roberts and Cape Bernacchi. They are right out on the points, and Taylor says he could not miss them on his way down the coast. This day Atkinson thought he saw Campbell's party coming in, and the next day Keohane and Dimitri came in great excitement and said they could see them, and we were out on the point and on the sea ice in the drift for quite a long time. Last night we had turned in about 2 hours when 5 or 6 knocks were hit on the little window over our heads. Atkinson shouted "Hello!" and cried "Cherry, they're in!" Keohane said "Who's cook?" Some one lit a candle and left it in the far corner of the hut to give them light, and we all rushed out, but there was no one there. It was the nearest approach to ghost work that I have ever heard, and it must have been a dog which sleeps in that window. He must have shaken himself, hitting the window with his tail. Atkinson thought he heard footsteps. On Wednesday, March 27, Atkinson started out on to the Barrier with one companion, Keohane. During the whole of this trip the temperatures were low, and both men obtained but little sleep, finding of course that a tent occupied by 2 men only is a very cold place. The first 2 days they made 9 miles each day. On March 29 they pushed on in thick weather for 11 miles, when the weather cleared enough to show them that they had got into the White Island pressure. On March 30 they reached a point south of Corner Camp, when, "taking into consideration the weather and temperatures and the time of year and the hopelessness of finding the party except at any definite point like a depôt, I decided to return from here. We depôted the major portion of a week's provisions to enable them to communicate with Hut Point in case they should reach this point,
At this date, in my own mind, I was morally certain that the party had perished, and in fact on March 29th Captain Scott, 11 miles south of One Ton Depôt, made the last entry in his diary. They arrived back on April 1st. Yesterday evening at 6:30 p.m. Atkinson and Keohane arrived. It was pretty thick here and blowing too, but they had had a fair day on the Barrier. They had been out to Corner Camp and 8 miles farther. Their bags were bad, their clothes very bad, after 6 days. They must have had -40s constantly. It is a moral certainty that to go farther south would serve no purpose, and for 2 men would be a useless risk. They did quite right to come back. They are much in want of sleep, poor devils, and I do hope Atkinson will allow himself to rest. He looks as though he might knock up. Keohane did well, and is very fit. They came in over 15 miles yesterday, and have brought in the sledge of the second return party, the one they took out being very heavy pulling. They had no day on which they could not travel. Here it has been blowing and drifting half the time he has been absent. And a few days later, "We have got to face it now, the Pole Party will not in all probability ever get back, and there is no more that we can do. The next step must be to get to Cape Evans as soon as it is possible. There are fresh men there, at any rate, fresh compared to us." Atkinson was the senior officer left, and unless Campbell and his party came in, the command of the main party devolved upon him. It was not a position which any one could envy, even if he had been fresh and fit. Amidst all his anxieties and responsibilities, he looked after me with the greatest patience and care. I was so weak that sometimes I could only keep on my legs with difficulty. The glands of my throat were swollen so that I could hardly speak or swallow. My heart was strained and I had considerable pain. At such time I was only a nuisance, but nothing could have exceeded his kindness and his skill with the few drugs which we possessed. Again and again in these days some one would see one or other of the missing parties coming in. It always proved to be a mirage, a seal, or pressure, or I do not know what, but never could we quite persuade ourselves that these excitements might not have something in them, and every time hope sprang up anew. Meanwhile the matter of serious importance was the state of the ice in the bays between us and Cape Evans. We must get help. All the ice in the middle of the Sound was swept out by the winds of March 30th to April 2nd, and on the following day Atkinson climbed Arrival Heights to see how the remaining ice looked. The view over the Sound from here is shown in the frontispiece to this book. "The ice in the 2 bays to Cape Evans is quite new, formed this morning, I suppose, with the rest that is in the Sound. There are open leads between Glacier Tongue and Cape Evans, inside the line joining the ends of the 2. There is a big berg in between Glacier Tongue and the islands, and also a flat one off Cape Evans." We had some good freezing days after this, and on April 5th we tried the ice this afternoon. It is naturally slushy and salt, but some 100 yards from the old ice it is 6 inches thick. Probably it averages about this thickness all over the Sound. Then we had a hard blizzard, on the 4th day of which it was possible to get up the heights again and see for some distance. As far as could be judged, the ice in the 2 bays had remained firm. These bays are those formed on either side of the Glacier Tongue by the Hut Point Peninsula on the south and by Cape Evans and the islands on the north. On April 10th Atkinson, Keohane and Dimitri started for Cape Evans, meaning to travel along the peninsula to the Hutton Cliffs, and thence to cross the sea ice in these bays, if it proved to be practicable. The amount of daylight was now very restricted, and the sun would disappear for the winter a week hence. Arrived at the Hutton Cliffs, where it was blowing as usual, they lost no time in lowering themselves and their sledge on to the sea ice, and were then pleasantly surprised to find how slippery it was. "We set sail before a strong following breeze, and, all sitting on the sledge, had reached the Glacier Tongue in 20 minutes. We clambered over the Tongue, and, our luck and the breeze still holding, we reached Cape Evans, completing the last 7 miles, all sitting on the sledge, in an hour. There I called together all the members and explained the situation, telling them what had been done and what I then proposed to do, also asking them for their advice in this trying time. The opinion was almost unanimous that all that was possible had been already done. Owing to the lateness of the year and the likelihood of our being unable to make our way up the coast to Campbell, 1 or 2 members suggested that another journey might be made to Corner Camp. Knowing the conditions which had lately prevailed on the Barrier, I took it upon myself to decide the uselessness of this. All was well at Cape Evans. Winds and temperature had both been high. the latter being in marked contrast to the low temperatures we had experienced at Hut Point, which averaged as much as 15 degrees lower than those that were recorded in the previous year. The 7 mules were well, but 3 of the new dogs had died. We were always being troubled by that mysterious disease. Before she left for New Zealand, the following members of our company joined the ship: Simpson, who had to return to his work in India; Griffith Taylor, who had been lent to us by the Australian Government for only 1 year; Ponting, whose photographic work was done; Day, whose work with the motors was done; Mears, who was recalled by family affairs; Ford, whose hand had never recovered the effect of frostbite during the spring; Clissold, who fell off a berg and concussed himself; and Anton, whose work with the ponies was done. Lieutenant Evans was invalided home. Archer had been landed to take Clissold's place as cook. Another seaman, Williamson, was landed to take Ford's place, and of our sledging companions he was the only fresh man. Wright was probably the most fit after him, and otherwise we had no one who, under ordinary circumstances, would have been considered fit to go out sledging again this season, especially at a time when the sun was just leaving us for the winter. We were sledged out. The next few days were occupied in making preparations for a further sledge journey, and on April 13th a party started to return to Hut Point by the Hutton Cliffs. Atkinson, Wright, Keohane and Williamson were to try and sledge up the western coast to help Campbell. Gran and Dimitri were to stay with me at Hut Point. The surface of the sea ice was now extremely slushy and bad for pulling. The ice had begun to extrude its salt. A blizzard started in their faces, and they ran for shelter to the lee of the little Razorback Island. The weather clearing, they pushed on to the Glacier Tongue and camped there for the night, somewhat frost-bitten. Some difficulty was experienced the next morning in climbing the ice cliff on to the peninsula, but Atkinson, using his knife as a purchase, and the sledge held at arm's length by 4 men as a ladder, succeeded eventually in getting a foothold. Meanwhile I was left alone at Hut Point, where blizzards raged periodically, with the usual creakings and groanings of the old hut. Foolishly I accompanied my companions when they started for Cape Evans as far as the bottom of Ski Slope. When I left them I found I could not keep my feet on the slippery snow and ice patches, and I had several nasty falls, in one of which I gave my shoulder a twist. It was this shaking, combined with the rather desperate conditions, which caused a more acute state of illness and sickness than I had experienced for some time. Some of those days I remained alone at Hut Point. I was too weak to do more than crawl on my hands and knees about the hut. I had to get blubber from the door to feed the fire, and chop up seal meat to eat, to cook, and to tend the dogs, some of whom were loose, while most of them were tied in the verandah, or between the hut door and Vince's Cross. The hut was bitterly cold, with only 1 man in it. Had there not been some morphia among the stores brought down from Cape Evans, I do not know what I should have done. The dogs realized that they could take liberties which they would not have dared to do in different circumstances. They whined and growled and squabbled amongst themselves all the time, day and night. 7 or 8 times one day I crawled across the floor to try and lay my hands upon one dog who was the ringleader. I was sure it was Dick, but never detected him in the act, and though I thrashed him with difficulty as a speculation, the result was not encouraging. I would willingly have killed the lot of them just then, I am ashamed to say. I lay in my sleeping bag with the floor of the hut falling from me, or its walls disappearing in the distance and coming back, and roused myself at intervals to feed blubber to the stove. I felt as though I had been delivered out of hell when the relief party arrived on the night of April 14th. I had been alone for 4 days, and I think a few more days would have sent me off my head. Not the least welcome of the things they had brought me were my letters, copies of the Weekly Times, a pair of felt shoes, and a comb. Atkinson's plan was to start on April 7th over the old sea ice which lay to the south and south-west of us. He was to take with him Wright, Keohane and Williamson, and they wanted to reach Butter Point and thence to sledge up the western coast. If the sea ice was in, and Campbell was sledging down upon it, they hoped to meet him, and might be of the greatest assistance to him. Even if they did not meet him, they could mark more obviously certain depots, of which he had no knowledge, left by our own geological parties on the route he must follow. As I have already mentioned, these were on Cape Roberts, off Granite Harbour, and on Cape Bernacchi, north of New Harbour. There was also a depôt at Butter Point, but Campbell already knew of this. They could also leave instructions to this effect at points where he would be likely to see them. There was no question that there was grave risk in this journey. Not only was the winter approaching and daylight limited, but the sea ice over which they must march was most dangerous. Sea ice is always forming and being blown out to sea, or just floating away on the tide at this time of year. The amount of old ice which had remained during the summer was certain to be limited. The new ice was thin, and might take them out with it at any time. However, what could be done had to be done. Before they left, certain signals by means of rockets and vari-lights were arranged, to be sent up by us at Hut Point if Campbell arrived. Signals had also been arranged between Hut Point and Cape Evans in view of certain events. We did not have, but I think we ought to have had, some form of portable heliograph for communications between Hut Point and Cape Evans when the sun was up, and some kind of lamp signal apparatus to use during the winter. They started at 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday, April 17th. The sun was now only just peeping over the northern horizon at midday, and would disappear entirely in 6 more days, though of course there was a long twilight as yet. For fresh men on old sea ice it would not have been an easy venture. For worn out men on a coast where the ice was probably freezing and blowing out at odd times it was very brave. They had hard pulling their first 2 days, and the minimum temperature for the corresponding nights was -43° and -45°. Consequently they soon began to be iced up. On the other hand, they found old sea ice and made good some 25 miles, camping on the evening of the 18th about 4 miles from the Eskers. Next morning they had to venture upon newly frozen ice, and a blizzard wind was blowing. They crossed the 4 miles from their night camp to the Eskers, glad enough to reach land the other side without the ice going to sea with them. They then turned towards the Butter Point depôt, but were compelled to camp owing to the blizzard, which came on with a full force. The rise in temperature to 0 caused a general thaw of sleeping bags and clothing, which dried but little when the sun had no power. On the following morning they reached the Butter Point depôt, which they found with difficulty, for there was no flag standing. Even as they struck their camp they saw the ice to the north of them breaking up and going out to sea. There was nothing to do but to turn back, for neither could they go north to Campbell, nor could Campbell come south to them. Wright now told Atkinson how much he had been opposed to this journey all along. He had come on this trip fully believing that there was every possibility of the party being lost, but had never demurred and never offered a contrary opinion, and one cannot be thankful enough to such men. They made up the Butter Point depôt, marked it as well as they could in case Campbell should arrive there, and left 2 weeks' provisions for him. They could do no more. They got back to the Eskers that same day and anxiously awaited the twilight of the morning to reveal the state of the new sea ice which they had crossed on their outward journey. To their joy some of it remained, and they started to do the 4 miles between them and the old sea ice. For 2 miles they ran with the sail set. Then they had a hard pull, and some emperor penguins whom they could see led them to suppose that there was open water ahead. But they got through all right, and did 10 miles for the day. On Monday 22nd, blizzard in morning, so started late, and made for end of pinnacled ice. We found our little bay of sea ice all gone out. Luckily there was a sort of ice foot around the pinnacled ice, and we completed 7 miles and got through. Tuesday, April 23rd. Atkinson and his party got in about 7 p.m. after a long pull all day in very bad weather. They are just in the state of a party which has been out on a very cold spring journey. Clothes and sleeping bags very wet, sweaters, pyjama coats and so forth full of snow. Atkinson looks quite done up, his cheeks are fallen in and his throat shows thin. Wright is also a good deal done up, and the whole party has evidently had little sleep. They have had a difficult and dangerous trip, and it is a good thing they are in, and they are fortunate to have had no mishaps, for the sea ice is constantly going out over there, and when they were on it they never knew that they might not find themselves cut off from the shore. Big leads were constantly opening, even in ice over a foot thick and with little wind, but even if the ice had been in I do not believe that they could have gone many days. That same day the sun appeared, for the last time for 4 months. April 28th seemed to be quite a good day when we woke, and Wright, Keohane and Gran started back for Cape Evans before 10 a.m. We could then see the outline of Inaccessible Island, and the ice in the Sound looked fairly firm, so they determined to go by the way of the sea ice under Castle Rock instead of going along the peninsula to the Hutton Cliffs. Soon after they started it came up thick, and by 11:30 it was blowing a mild blizzard, with a low temperature. We felt considerable anxiety, especially when a full blizzard set in, with the temperature down to -31°, and we could not see how the ice was standing it. 2 days later it cleared, and that night a flare was lit at Cape Evans at a prearranged time, by which signal we knew that they had arrived safely. We heard afterwards that when it came up thick they decided to follow the land, which was the only thing that they could see. They soon found that the ice was not nearly so good as was supposed. There were open pools of water, and some of the ice was moving up and down with their weight as they crossed it. Gran put his foot in. Then Wright went ahead with the Alpine rope, the ice being blue, the pulling easy, and the wind force 4 to 5. As far as Turtleback Island the ice was newly frozen, but after that they knew they were on oldish ice. They were lost on Cape Evans in the blizzard for some time, but eventually found the hut safely. One of the lessons of this expedition is that too little care was taken in travelling on sea ice. Atkinson, Dimitri and I left for Cape Evans with the 2 dog teams on May 1st. Directly we started it was evident that the surface was very bad. Even the ice near Hut Point, which had been frozen for a long time, was hard pulling for the dogs, and when after less than a mile we got onto ice which had frozen quite lately, the sledges were running on snow, which in turn lay on salt sleet. It seemed a long time before we got abreast of Castle Rock, following close along the land, for the weather was very thick. When we started we could just see the outline of Inaccessible Island, but by now the horizon was lost in the dusk and haze. We decided to push on to Turtleback Island and go over the Glacier Tongue in order to get on to the older ice as soon as possible. The dogs began to get very done. Manuki Noogis, who had been harnessed in as leader, for Rabchick had deserted in the night, gave in completely, lay down and refused to be persuaded to go on. We had to cast him off and hope that he would follow. After a time Turtleback Island was visible in the gloom, but it was all we could do, pushing and pulling the sledges to help the dogs, to get them so far. We were now on the older ice, our way was easier, and we reached Cape Evans without further incident. We found Rabchick on arrival, but no Manuki Noogis, who never reappeared. As we neared the Cape, Atkinson turned to me. "Would you go for Campbell on the Polar Party next year?" he said. "Campbell?" I answered. Just then it seemed to me unthinkable that we should leave live men to search for those who were dead. End of chapter 13, part 3.
Chapter 14, part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 2 by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Last Winter, part 1. Ordinary people snuggle up to God as a lost leveret in a freezing wilderness might snuggle up to a Siberian tiger. H. G. Wells. 1. 5 men dead. Scott, Wilson, Bowers, Oates, Seaman Evans. 2. 9 men gone home. Lieutenant Evans, Simpson, Mears, Taylor, Ponting, Day, Ford, Clissold, Anton. 3. 2 men landed. Archer, Williamson. 4. 13 men at Cape Evans for 3rd year. Atkinson, Cherry-Garrard, Wright, Debenham, Gran, Nelson, Lashley, Crean, Keohane, Dimitri, Hooper, Williamson, Archer. A quite disproportionately small part of Scott's last expedition was given to Atkinson's account of the last and worst year any of us survivors spent. Someone should have compelled him to write, for he will not do so if he can help it. The problems which presented themselves were unique in the history of Arctic travel. The weather conditions which had to be faced during this last winter were such as had never been met in McMurdo Sound. The sledging personnel had lately undergone journeys, in one case no less than 4 journeys, of major importance, until they were absolutely worn out. The successful issue of the party was a triumph of good management and good fellowship. The saving clause was that as regards hut, food, heat, clothing, and the domestic life generally, we were splendidly found. To the north of us, some hundreds of miles away, Campbell's party of 6 men must be fighting for their lives against these same conditions, or worse, unless indeed they had already perished on their way south. We knew they must be in desperate plight, but probably they were alive. The point in their favour was that they were fresh men. To the south of us, anywhere between us and the Pole, were 5 men. We knew they must be dead. The immediate problem which presented itself was how best to use the resources which were left to us. Our numbers were much reduced. 9 men had gone home before any hint of tragedy reached them. 2 men had been landed from the ship. We were 13 men for this last year. Of these 13 it was almost certain that Debenham would be unable to go out sledging again, owing to an injury to his knee. Archer had come to cook and not to sledge, and it was also doubtful about myself. As a matter of fact, our sledging numbers for the last summer totalled 11, 5 officers and 6 men. We were well provided with transport, having the 7 mules sent down by the Indian Government, which were excellent animals, as well as our original 2 dog teams. The additional dogs brought down by the ship were, with 2 exceptions, of no real sledging value. Our dog teams had, however, already travelled some 1500 miles on the Barrier alone, not counting the work they had done between Hut Point and Cape Evans. And, though we did not realise it at this time, they were sick of it, and never worked again with that dash which we had come to expect of them. The first thing which we settled about the winter which lay ahead of us was that, so far as possible, everything should go on as usual. The scientific work must of course be continued, and there were the dogs and mules to be looked after, a night watch to be kept, and the meteorological observations and auroral notes to be taken. Owing to our reduced numbers, we should need the help of the seamen for this purpose. We were also to bring out another volume of the South Polar Times on Mid-Winter Day. The importance of not allowing any sense of depression to become a part of the atmosphere of our life was clear to all. This was all the more necessary when, as we shall see, the constant blizzards confined us week after week to our hut. Even when we did get a fine day, we were almost entirely confined to the rocky cape for our exercise and walks. When there was sea ice it was most unsafe. Atkinson was in command. In addition, he and Dimitri took over the care of the dogs. Many of these, both those which had been out sledging and those just arrived, were in a very poor state, and a dog hospital was soon built. At this date we had 24 dogs left from the last year, and 11 dogs brought down recently by the ship. 3 of the new dogs had already died. Lashley was in charge of the 7 mules, which were allotted to 7 men for exercise. Nelson was to continue his marine biological work. Wright was to be meteorologist as well as chemist and physicist. Gran was in charge of stores and would help Wright in the meteorological observations. Debenham was geologist and photographer. I was ordered to take a long rest, but could do the zoological work, the South Polar Times, and keep the official account of the expedition from day to day. Crean was in charge of sledging stores and equipment. Archer was cook. Hooper, our domestic, took over in addition the working of the acetylene plant. There was plenty of work for our other 2 seamen, Keohane and Williamson, in the daily life of the camp and in preparations for the sledging season to come. The blizzard which threatened us all the way from Hut Point on May 1st broke soon after we got in. The ice in North Bay, which had been frozen for some time, was taken out on the first day of this blizzard, with the exception of a small strip running close along the shore. The rest followed the next afternoon, when the wind was still rising, and blew in the gusts up to 89 miles an hour. The curious thing was that all this time the air had been quite clear. This was the second day of the blizzard. The wind continued in violence as the night wore on, and it began to snow, becoming very thick. From 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. the wind was so strong that there was a continuous rattle of sand and stones up against the wall of the hut. The greater part of the time the anemometer head was choked by the drifting snow, and Debenham, whose night watch it was, had a bad time in clearing it at 4 a.m. During the period when it was working it registered a gust of over 91 miles an hour. While it was not working there came a gust which woke most people up, and which was a far more powerful one, making a regular hail of stones against the wall. The next morning the wind was found to be averaging 104 miles an hour when the anemometer on the hill was checked for 3 minutes. Later it was averaging 78 miles an hour. This blizzard continued to rage all this day and the next, but on May 6th, which was one of those clear beautiful days when it is hard to believe that it can ever blow again, we could see something of the damage to the sea ice. The centre of the Sound was clear of ice, and the open water stretched to the southwest of us as far back as Tent Island. We were to have many worse blizzards during this winter,
but this particular blow was important because it came at a critical time in the freezing over of the sea, and once it had been dispersed, the winds of the future never allowed the ice to form again sufficiently thick to withstand the wind forces which obtained. Thus I find in my diary of May 8th: "Up to the present we have never considered the possibility of the sea in this neighbourhood, and the Sound out to the west of us not freezing over permanently in the winter. But here there is still open water, and it seems quite possible that there may not be any permanent freezing this year, at any rate to the north of Inaccessible Island and this cape. Though North Bay is now frozen over, the ice in it was blown away during the night, and, having been blown back again, is now only joined to the ice foot by newly frozen ice." During this winter the ice formed in North Bay was constantly moving away from the ice foot, quite independently of wind. I watched it carefully as far as it was possible to do so in the dark. Sometimes, at any rate, the southern side of the sea ice moved out not only northwards from the land, but also slightly westwards from the glacier face. To the north east the ice was sometimes pressed closely up against the glacier. It seemed that the whole sheet was subject to a screw movement, the origin of which was somewhere out by Inaccessible Island. The result was that we often had a series of leads of newly frozen ice stretching out for some 40 yards to an older piece of ice, each lead being of a different age. It was an interesting study in the formation of sea ice, covered at times by very beautiful ice flowers. But it was dangerous for the dogs, who sometimes did not realize that these leads were not strong enough to bear them. Vaida went in one day, but managed to scramble out on the far side. He was induced to return to the land with difficulty, just before the whole sheet of ice upon which he stood floated out to sea. Noogis, Dimitri's good leader, wandered away several times during the winter. Once at any rate he seems to have been carried off on a piece of ice, and to have managed to swim to land, for when he arrived in camp his coat was full of icy slush. Finally he disappeared altogether. All search for him was in vain, and we never found out what had happened. Vaida was a short-tempered, strong animal, who must have about doubled his weight since we came in from 1 ton, and he became quite a house dog this winter, waiting at the door to be patted by men as they went out, and coming in sometimes during the night watch. But he did not like to be turned out in the morning, and for my part I did not like the job, for he could prove very nasty. We allowed a good many of the dogs to be loose this year, and sometimes when standing quietly upon a rock on the cape, 3 or 4 of the dogs passed like shadows in the darkness, busily hunting the ice foot for seals. This was the trouble of giving them their freedom, and I regret to say we found many carcasses of seal and emperor penguins. There was one new dog, Lion, who accompanied me sometimes to the top of the ramp to see how the ice lay out in the Sound. He seemed as interested in it as I was, and while I was using night glasses he would sit and gaze out over the sea, which according to its age lay white or black at our feet. Of course we had a dog called Peary and another one called Cook. Peary was killed on the Barrier because he would not pull. Cook, however, was still with us, and seemed to have been ostracized by his fellows, a position which in some lopsided way he enjoyed. Loose dogs chased him at sight, and when Cook appeared and others were about, a regular steeplechase started. He also came up the ramp with me one day. Half way up he suddenly turned and fled for the hut as hard as he could go. 3 other dogs came round the rocks in full chase, and they all gave the impression of thoroughly enjoying themselves. The question of what ought to be done for the best during the coming sledging season must have been in the minds of all of us. Which of the 2 missing parties were we to try and find? A winter journey to relieve Campbell and his 5 men was out of the question. I doubt the possibility of such a journey to Evans Coves with fit men. To us at any rate it was unthinkable. Also, if we could do the double journey up and down, Campbell could certainly do the single journey down. Add to this that there was every sign of open water under the Western Mountains, though this did not influence us much when the decision was made. The problem as it presented itself to us was much as follows. Campbell's party might have been picked up by the Terra Nova. Pennell meant to have another try to reach him on his way north, and it was probable that the ship would not be able to communicate again with Cape Evans owing to ice. On the other hand, it was likely that the ship had not been able to relieve him. It also seemed that he could not have travelled down the coast at this time, owing to the state of the sea ice. The danger to him and his men was primarily during the winter. Every day after the winter his danger was lessened. If we started in the end of October to relieve Campbell, estimating the probable date of arrival of the ship, we judged that we could reach him only 5 or 6 weeks before the ship relieved him. All the same, Campbell and his men might be alive, and, having lived through the winter, the arrival of help might make the difference between life and death. On the other hand, we knew that the Polar Party must be dead. They might be anywhere between Hut Point and the Pole, drifted over by snow, or lying at the bottom of a crevasse, which seemed the most likely thing to have happened. From the Upper Glacier Depôt in 85° 5' south to the Pole, that is the whole distance of the plateau journey, we did not know the courses they had steered nor the position of their depots, for Lieutenant Evans, who brought back the last return party, was invalided home, and neither of the seamen who remained of this party knew the courses. After the experience of both the supporting parties on their way down the Beardmore Glacier, when we all got into frightfully crevassed areas, it was the general opinion that the Polar Party must have fallen down a crevasse. The weight of 5 men, as compared with the 4 men and 3 men of the other return parties, supported this theory. Lashly was inclined to think they had had scurvy. The true solution never once occurred to us, for they had full rations for very much longer period of time than, according to their averages to 87° 32', they were likely to be out. The first object of the expedition had been the Pole. If some record was not found, their success or failure would for ever remain uncertain. Was it due not only to the men and their relatives, but also to the expedition, to ascertain their fate if possible? The chance of finding the remains of the Southern Party did not seem very great. At the same time, Scott was strict about leaving notes at depots, and it seemed likely that he would have left some record at the Upper Glacier Depôt before starting to descend the Beardmore Glacier. It would be interesting to know whether he did so. If we went south, we must be prepared to reach this depôt. Farther than that, I have explained, we could not track him. On the other hand, if we went south prepared to go to the Upper Glacier Depôt, the number of sledging men necessary, in view of the fact that we had no depots, would not allow of our sending a second party to relieve Campbell. It was with all this in our minds that we sat down one evening in the hut to decide what was to be done. The problem was a hard one. On the one hand, we might go south, fail entirely to find any trace of the Polar Party, and while we were fruitlessly travelling all summer, Campbell's men might die for want of help. On the other hand, we might go north to find that Campbell's men were safe, and as a consequence the fate of the Polar Party and the result of their efforts might remain for ever unknown. Were we to forsake men who might be alive to look for those whom we knew were dead? These were the points put by Atkinson to the meeting of the whole party. He expressed his own conviction that we should go south, and then each member was asked what he thought. No one was for going north. One member only did not vote for going south, and he preferred not to give an opinion. Considering the complexity of the question, I was surprised by this unanimity. We prepared for another southern journey. It is impossible to express and almost impossible to imagine how difficult it was to make this decision. Then we knew nothing, now we know all, and nothing is harder than to realize in the light of facts the doubts which others have experienced in the fog of uncertainty. Our winter routine worked very smoothly. Inside the hut we had a good deal more room than we needed, but this allowed of certain work being done in its shelter which would otherwise have had to be done outside. For instance, we cut a hole through the floor of the darkroom and sledged in some heavy boulders of kenyte lava. These were frozen solidly into the rock upon which the hut was built by the simple method of pouring hot water over them, and the pedestal so formed was used by Wright for his pendulum observations. I was able to skin a number of birds in the hut, which incidentally was a very much colder place in consequence of the reduction in our numbers. The wind was most turbulent during this winter. The mean velocity of the wind in miles per hour for the month of May was 24.6 miles per hour, for June 30.9 miles per hour, and for July 29.5 miles per hour. The percentage of hours when the wind was blowing over fresh gale strength, 42 miles per hour on the Beaufort scale, for the month of May was 24.5, for June 35, and for July 33% of the whole. These figures speak for themselves. After May we lived surrounded by an atmosphere of raging winds and blinding drift, and the sea at our door was never allowed to freeze permanently. After the blizzard in the beginning of May which I have already described, the ice round the point of Cape Evans and that in North Bay formed to a considerable thickness, We put a thermometer screen out upon it, and Atkinson started a fish trap through a hole in it. There was a good deal of competition over this trap. The seamen started a rival one, which was to have been a very large affair, though it narrowed down to a less ambitious business before it was finished. There was a sound of cheering one morning, and Crean came in triumph from his fish trap with a catch of 25. Atkinson's last catch had numbered 1, but the seals had found his fishing holes. A new hole caught fish until a seal found it. One of these fish, a tremosome, had a parasitic growth over the dorsal sheath. External parasites are not common in the Antarctic, and this was an interesting find. On 1st June, Dimitri and Hooper went with the team of 9 dogs to and from the Hut Point to see if they could find Noogis, the dog which had left us on our return on May 1st. There was plenty of food for him to pick up there. No trace of him could be found. The party reported a bad running surface, no pressure in the ice, as was the case the former year, but a large open working crack, running from Great Razorback to Tent Island. There were big snowdrifts at Hut Point, as indeed was already the case at Cape Evans. During the first days of June we got down into the -30s, and our spirits rose as the thermometer dropped. We wanted permanent sea ice. Saturday, June 8th. The weather changes since the night before last have been, luckily for us, uncommon. Thursday evening a strong northerly wind started with some drift, and this increased during the night until it blew over 40 miles an hour, the temperature being -22°. A strong wind from the north is rare, and generally is the prelude of a blizzard. This northerly wind fell towards morning, and the day was calm and clear, the temperature falling until it was -33° at 4 p.m. The barometer had been abnormally low during the day, being only 28.24 at noon. Then at 8 p.m., with the temperature at -36°, this blizzard broke, and at the same time there was a big upward jump of the barometer, which seemed to mark the beginning of the blizzard much more than the thermometer, which did not rise much. The wind during the night was very high, blowing 72 and 66 miles an hour for hours at a time, and has not yet shown any sign of diminishing. Now, after lunch, the hut is straining and creaking, while a shower of stones rattles at intervals against it. The drift is generally very heavy. Sunday, June 9th. The temperature has been higher, about 0, during the day, and the blizzard shows no signs of falling yet. The gusts are still of a very high velocity. A large quantity of ice to the north seems to have gone out. At any rate, our narrow strip along the front, which is so valuable to us, will probably be permanent now. Monday, June 10th. A most turbulent day. It is very hard to settle down to do anything, read or write, with such a turmoil outside, the hut shaking until we begin to wonder how long it will stand such winds. Most of the time the wind is averaging about 60 miles an hour, but the gusts are far greater, and at times it seems that something must go. Just before lunch I was racking my brains to write an editorial for the South Polar Times, and had congratulated ourselves on having the sea ice, which is still in North Bay. As we were having lunch Nelson came in and said, "The thermometers have gone." All the ice in North Bay has gone. The part immediately next to the shore, which has now been in so long, and which was over 2 feet thick, we had considered sure to stay. On it has gone out the North Bay thermometer screen with its instruments, which was placed 400 yards out, the fish trap, some shovels and a sledge with a crowbar. The gusts were exceptionally strong at lunch, and the ice must have gone out very quickly. There was no sign of it afterwards, though it was not drifting much and we could see some distance. To lose this ice in North Bay is a great disappointment, for it means so much to us here whether we have ice or water at our doors. We are now pretty well confined to the Cape, both for our own exercise and that of the mules, and in the dark it is very rough walking. But if the ice in South Bay were to follow, it would be a calamity, cutting us off entirely from the south and all sledging next year. Let us hope we shall be spared this. This blizzard lasted for 8 days, up till then the longest blizzard we had experienced. It died as it had lived, blowing hard to the last, averaging 68 miles an hour from the south, and then 56 miles an hour from the north, finally back to the south, and so to calm. To sit here with no noise of wind whistling in the ventilator, calm and starlight outside, and North Bay freezing over once more, is a very great relief. It is noteworthy that this clearance of the ice, as also that in the beginning of May, coincided roughly with the maximum declination of the moon, and therefore with a run of spring tides. It would be tedious to give any detailed account of the winds and drift which followed night and day. There were few days which did not produce their blizzard, but in contrast the hours of bright starlight were very beautiful. Walking home over the cape in the darkness this afternoon, I saw an eruption of Erebus, which, compared with anything we have seen here before, was very big. It looked as though a great mass of flame shot up some thousands of feet into the air, and, as suddenly as it rose, fell again, rising again to about half the height, and then disappearing. There was then a great column of steam rising from the crater, and probably, so Debenham asserts, it was not a flame which appeared, but the reflection from a big bubble breaking in the crater. Afterwards the smoke cloud stretched away southwards, and we could not see the end of it. End of chapter 14, part 1.